The Challenge. Iori was bored after only a few days at the Hojo residence. There was nothing to do but play. "When's Takuan coming back?" he asked Shinzo one morning, really wanting to know what had happened to Musashi. "My father is still at the castle, so I suppose Takuan is too," said Shinzo. "They'll be back sooner or later. Why don't you amuse yourself with the horses?" Iori raced to the stable and threw a lacquer and mother-of-pearl saddle on his favorite steed. He had ridden the horse both the day before and the day before that without telling Shinzo. Receiving permission made him feel proud. He mounted and tore out the back gate at full gallop. The houses of daimyo, the paths through the fields, the rice paddies, the forests, the sights came at him in rapid succession and were left behind just as rapidly. Bright red snake gourds and russet grass proclaimed that autumn was at its height. The Chichibu Range rose beyond Musashino Plain. "He's in those mountains somewhere," thought Iori. He envisioned his beloved master in jail, and the tears on his cheeks made the wind feel soothingly cool. Why not go see Musashi? Without giving the matter further thought, he whipped the horse, and horse and rider surged through the silvery sea of fluffy eulalia. After covering a mile at breakneck speed, he reined in the horse, thinking, "Maybe he's gone back to the house." He found the new house finished but unlived in. At the nearest paddy, he called out to the farmers harvesting their rice, "Has anyone seen my teacher?" They shook their heads sadly in reply. Then it had to be Chichibu. On horseback, he could make the journey in a day. After a time, he came to the village of Nobidome. The entrance to the village was virtually blocked by samurais' mounts, pack-horses, traveling chests, palanquins, and between 40 and 50 samurai having their lunch. He turned around to look for a way around the village. 3 or 4 samurai's attendants came running after him. "Hey, you rascal! Wait!" "What, you calling me?" Iori asked angrily. "Off the horse!" They were on either side of him now. "Why? I don't even know you." "Just keep your mouth shut and get off." "No, you can't make me." Before he knew what was happening, one of the men lifted Iori's right leg high in the air, tumbling him off the other side of the horse. "Someone wants to see you. Come along with me." He took hold of Iori's collar and pulled him toward a roadside tea-house. Osugi stood outside, a cane in one hand. With a wave of her other hand, she dismissed the attendants. She was dressed for traveling and in the company of all those samurai. Iori didn't know what to make of it, nor did he have time to give it much thought. "Brat!" said Osugi. Then she whacked him across the shoulder with her cane. He went through the motions of taking a stance, though he knew he was hopelessly outnumbered. "Musashi has only the best of disciples. Ha! I hear you're one of them." I wouldn't say things like that if I were you." "Oh? Wouldn't you know?" I don't have any business with you." "Oh, yes you do. You're going to tell us a few things. Who sent you to follow us?" "Follow you?" Iori asked with a snort of disdain. "How dare you talk that way?" the old woman screeched. "Hasn't Musashi taught you any manners?" "I don't need any lessons from you. I'm leaving." "No, you aren't," cried Osugi as she caught him on the shin with her cane. "Ow!" Iori collapsed to the ground. Attendants grabbed the boy and marched him over to the miller's shop by the village gate, where sat a samurai of obviously high rank. He had finished eating and was sipping hot water. Seeing Iori's predicament, he broke into a grin. "Dangerous," thought the boy, as his eyes met Kojiro's. With a look of triumph, Osugi thrust out her chin and said, "See? Just as I thought. It was Iori. What's Musashi got up his sleeve now? Who else could have sent him to follow us?" mumbled Kojiro, nodding and dismissing his attendants, one of whom asked if he wanted the boy tied up. Kojiro smiled and shook his head. Held by Kojiro's eyes, Iori was unable to stand straight, let alone run away. Kojiro said, "You heard what she said. Is it true?" "No, I just came out for a ride. I wasn't following you or anybody else." Could be. If Musashi's any kind of samurai, he wouldn't resort to cheap tricks." Then he began thinking out loud. "On the other hand, if he heard we'd suddenly left on a trip with a contingent of Hosokawa samurai, he might get suspicious and send someone to check on our movements. It would only be natural." The change in Kojiro's circumstances was striking. Instead of the forelock, his head was shaved in proper samurai fashion, and in place of the loud clothing he used to wear, he had on a solid black kimono which, together with his rustic hakama, made a most conservative impression. The drying pole he now carried at his side. His hope of becoming a vassal in the house of Hosokawa had been realized, not for the 5,000 bushels he had wanted, but for a stipend about half that large. The present entourage, under the command of Kakube, was an advanced party on the way to Buzen to make things ready for Hosokawa Tadatoshi's return. With his father's age foremost in his mind, he had submitted his request to the shogunate quite some time earlier. Permission had finally been granted, an indication that the shogunate had no qualms about the Hosokawa's loyalty. Osugi had asked to come along because she felt it imperative to return home. She had not relinquished her position as head of the family, yet she had been absent for nearly 10 years. Uncle Gon might have looked after things for her if he were still alive. As it was, she suspected there were a number of family matters awaiting her attention. They would be going through Osaka, where she had left Uncle Gon's ashes. She would be able to carry them to Mimasaka and hold a memorial service. It had been a long time, too, since she'd held a service for her neglected ancestors. She could return to her quest after she had straightened out affairs at home. Recently, she'd felt pleased with herself, believing she had struck a strong blow against Musashi. On first hearing of his recommendation from Kojiro, she had fallen into a state of extreme depression. If Musashi were to receive the appointment, he would be that much farther from her reach. She'd taken it upon herself to prevent this disaster to the shogunate and the nation from happening. She hadn't seen Takuan, but she visited the house of Yagyu as well as the house of Hojo, denouncing Musashi, claiming that it would be a dangerous folly to raise him to a high station. Not content with that, she reiterated her calumnies at the house of every government minister whose servants allowed her through the gate. Kojiro, of course, made no effort to stop her, but he offered no special encouragement either, knowing that she wouldn't rest until she had done a thorough job. And thorough it was. She even wrote malicious letters about Musashi's past and threw them into the compounds of the Commissioner of Edo and the members of the Council of Elders. Before she was done, even Kojiro wondered if she hadn't gone too far. Kojiro encouraged Osugi to make the journey, believing it would be better for him if she was back in the country where she could do a minimum of harm. If Osugi had any regret, it was only that Matahachi was not going with her, for she was still convinced that someday he would see the light and return to her. Iori had no way of knowing the circumstances. Unable to flee, loath to cry for fear it would discredit Musashi, he felt trapped among enemies. Deliberately, Kojiro stared directly into the boy's eyes, and to his surprise found his stare returned. Not once did Iori's eyes waver. "Do you have brush and ink?" Kojiro asked Osugi. "Yes, but the ink's all dried up. Why?" "I want to write a letter. The signs Yajibe's men put up didn't draw Musashi out, and I don't know where he is." Iori is the best messenger one could ask for. I think I should send Musashi a note on the occasion of my departure from Edo. What are you going to write? Nothing elaborate. I'll tell him to practice his swordsmanship and visit me in Buzen one of these days. I'll let him know I'm willing to wait the rest of my life. He can come whenever he has the necessary confidence. Osugi threw up her hands in horror. How can you talk like that? The rest of your life, indeed. I haven't got that much time to wait. I must see Musashi dead within the next 2 or 3 years at most. Leave it to me. I'll take care of your problem at the same time I take care of mine. Can't you see I'm getting old? It has to be done while I'm still alive. If you look after yourself, you'll be around when my invincible sword does its work. Kojiro took the writing kit and walked to a nearby stream where he wet his finger to moisten the ink stick. Still standing, he took some paper from his kimono. He wrote quickly, but both his calligraphy and his composition were those of an expert. You can use this for paste, said Osugi, taking a few grains of cooked rice and placing them on a leaf. Kojiro mashed them between his fingers, spread the stuff along the edge of the letter, and sealed it. On the back he wrote, From Sasaki Ganryu, retainer to the house of Hosokawa. Come here, you. I'm not going to hurt you. I want you to take this letter to Musashi. Make sure he gets it, because it's important. Iori hung back a minute, but then grunted his assent and snatched the letter from Kojiro's hand. What's written in it? Just what I told the old lady. May I look at it? You aren't to break the seal. If you wrote something insulting, I won't take it. There's nothing rude in it. I asked him to remember our promise for the future, and told him I look forward to seeing him again, perhaps in Buzen, if he should happen to come there. What do you mean by seeing him again? I mean meeting him on the boundary between life and death. Kojiro's cheeks reddened slightly. Stuffing the letter into his kimono, Iori said, All right, I'll deliver it, and ran off. About 30 yards away, he stopped, turned, and stuck out his tongue at Osugi. Crazy old witch! He shouted. What? She was ready to go after him, but Kojiro took her arm and held her back. Let it pass, he said with a rueful smile. He's only a child. Then to Iori he shouted, Don't you have anything better to say? No! Tears of anger rose from his chest. You'll be sorry, though. There isn't any way Musashi could lose to the likes of you. Just like him, aren't you? Never say die. But I like the way you stick up for him. If he ever dies, come to me. I'll put you to work sweeping the garden or something. Not knowing Kojiro was only teasing, Iori was insulted to the marrow. He picked up a rock. When he raised his arm to throw it, Kojiro fixed his eyes on him. Don't do that, he said in a calm but forceful voice. Iori, feeling the eyes had hit him like 2 bullets, dropped the stone and ran. He ran on and on until, completely exhausted, he collapsed in the middle of Musashino Plain. He sat there for 2 hours thinking about the man he looked up to as his teacher. Though he knew Musashi had many enemies, he thought of him as a great man and wanted to become a great man himself. Believing he had to do something to fulfill his obligations to his master and ensure his safety, he resolved to develop his own strength as quickly as possible. Then the memory of the terrifying light in Kojiro's eyes came back to haunt him. Wondering whether Musashi could defeat a man that strong, he pessimistically decided even his master would have to study and practice harder. He got to his feet. The white mist rolling down from the mountains spread over the plain. Deciding he should go on to Chichibu and deliver Kojiro's letter, he suddenly remembered the horse. Fearing bandits might have got hold of it, he searched frantically, calling and whistling at every other step. He seemed to hear the sound of hooves coming from the direction of what he took to be a pond. He ran toward it, but there was no horse, no pond. The shimmering mist receded into the distance. Seeing a moving black object, he approached it. A wild boar stopped rooting for food and charged dangerously close to him. The boar was swallowed up in the reeds, and in its wake the mist formed a white line, looking as if it had been spread by a magician's wand. As he gazed at it, he became conscious of gurgling water. Going closer, he saw the reflection of the moon in a rocky brook. He had always been sensitive to the mysteries of the open plain. He firmly believed that the tiniest ladybird possessed the spiritual power of the gods. In his eyes, nothing was without a soul, neither fluttering leaves, nor beckoning water, nor driving wind. Surrounded now by nature, he experienced the tremulous loneliness of autumn nearly gone, the sad wistfulness that must be felt by grasses and insects and water. He sobbed so hard his shoulders shook, sweet tears, not bitter ones. If some being other than a human, a star perhaps, or the spirit of the plain, had asked him why he was weeping, he wouldn't have been able to say. If the inquiring spirit had persisted, soothing and coaxing him, he might finally have said, "I often cry when I'm out in the open. I always have the feeling the house in the Sekigahara is somewhere near." Crying was refreshment for his soul. After he had cried to his heart's content, heaven and earth would comfort him. When the tears were dry, his spirit would come forth from the clouds, clean and fresh. "That's Iori, isn't it?" "I believe it is." Iori turned toward the voices and the two human figures standing out blackly against the evening sky. "Sensei!" cried Iori, stumbling as he ran toward the man on horseback. "It's you!" Beside himself with joy, he clung to the stirrup and looked up to make sure he wasn't dreaming. "What happened?" asked Musashi. "What are you doing out here alone?" Musashi's face seemed to be very thin. Was it the moonlight? But the warmth of the voice was what Iori had hungered for weeks to hear. "I thought I'd go to Chichibu." The saddle caught Iori's eye. "Why, this is the horse I was riding." Gonnosuke, laughing, said, "Is it yours?" "Yes." "We didn't know who it belonged to. It was wandering around near the Iruma River, so I regarded it as a gift from heaven to Musashi." "The god of the plain must have sent the horse to meet you," said Iori with perfect sincerity. "Your horse, you say? That saddle couldn't belong to a samurai getting less than 5,000 bushels. "Well, it's really Shinzo's." Dismounting, Musashi said, "You've been staying at his house, then?" "Yes, Takuan took me there." "What about our new house?" "It's finished." "Good. We can go back there." "Sensei." "Yes?" "You're so thin. Why's that?" "I've spent quite a bit of time meditating." "How did you get out of prison?" "You can hear about it from Gonnosuke later. For now, let's say the gods were on my side." "You don't have to worry any more, Iori," said Gonnosuke. "No one has any doubts about his innocence." Relieved, Iori became quite talkative, telling them about his meeting with Jotaro and Jotaro's going to Edo. When he came to the repulsive old woman who had showed up at the Hojo mansion, he remembered Kojiro's letter. "Oh, I forgot something important," he exclaimed, and handed the letter to Musashi. "A letter from Kojiro?" Surprised, he held it in his hand for a moment, as though it were a missive from a long-lost friend. "Where did you see him?" he asked. "At the village of Nobidome. That mean old woman was with him. He said he was going to Buzen." "Oh?" "He was with a lot of Hosokawa samurai. Sensei, you better be on your toes and not take any chances." Musashi stuffed the unopened letter into his kimono and nodded. Not certain his meaning had got through, Iori said, That Kojiro's very strong, isn't he? Has he got something against you? He related to Musashi every detail of his encounter with the enemy. When they reached the cabin, Iori went down to the bottom of the hill to get food, and Gonnosuke gathered wood and fetched water. They sat down around the fire burning brightly in the hearth, and savored the pleasure of seeing each other safe and sound again. It was then that Iori noticed the fresh scars and bruises on Musashi's arms and neck. "How did you get all those marks?" he asked. "You're covered with them." "It's nothing important. Did you feed the horse?" "Yes, sir." "Tomorrow you must return it." Early the next morning, Iori mounted the horse and galloped off for a short ride before breakfast. When the sun was above the horizon, he brought the horse to a halt and gaped in awe. Racing back to the cabin, he yelled, "Sensei, get up, quick! It's like when we saw it from the mountain in Chichibu. The sun, it's huge, and it looks like it's going to roll over the plain. Get up, Gonnosuke!" "Good morning," said Musashi from the grove where he was taking a stroll. Too excited to think about breakfast, Iori said, "I'm going now," and rode off. Musashi watched as boy and horse took on the semblance of a crow at the very center of the sun. The black spot grew smaller and smaller, until at last it was absorbed by the great flaming orb. The Gateway to Glory. Before sitting down to breakfast, the gateman raked the garden, set fire to the leaves, and opened the gate. Shinzo had been up for some time, too. He started his day as he always did, by reading a selection from the Chinese classics. This was followed by sword practice. From the well, where he'd gone to wash, he walked to the stable to have a look at the horses. "Groom," he called. "Yes, sir?" "Isn't the chestnut roan back yet?" "No, but it isn't the horse I'm worried about so much as the boy." "Don't worry about Iori. He grew up in the country. He can take care of himself." The elderly gateman came up to Shinzo and informed him that some men had come to see him and were waiting in the garden. Walking toward the house, Shinzo waved, and as he came up to them, one man said, "It's been a long time." "It's good to see you all together again," said Shinzo. "How's your health?" "Splendid, as you can see." "We heard you'd been wounded." "It didn't amount to much. What brings you here at this early hour?" "There's a little matter we'd like to talk over with you." The 5 former students of Obata Kagenori, all handsome sons of banner guards or Confucian scholars, exchanged significant glances. "Let's go over there," said Shinzo, indicating a maple-covered hillock in one corner of the garden. Coming to the gateman's fire, they stopped and stood around it. Shinzo put his hand to his neck, then, noticing the others were looking at him, said, "When it's cold, it does ache a little." They took turns examining the scar. "I heard that was the work of Sasaki Kojiro." There was a short, tense silence. "As it happens, our purpose in coming today was to talk about Kojiro. Yesterday we learned he was the man who killed Yogoro." "I suspected that. Do you have any proof?" "Circumstantial, but convincing. Yogoro's body was found at the bottom of Isarago Hill, behind the temple. Kakube's house is halfway up the hill. Kojiro was living there." I wouldn't be surprised if Yogoro went alone to see Kojiro." "We're pretty sure that's what happened. 3 or 4 nights before the body was found, a florist saw a man answering to Yogoro's description climbing the hill. Kojiro must have killed him and carried the body down the hill." The 6 men stared solemnly at each other, their eyes reflecting their silent anger. Shinzo, his face reddened by the fire, asked, "Is that all?" "No. We wanted to talk about the future of the House of Obata and how we're going to take care of Kojiro." Shinzo stood, lost in thought. The man who had spoken first said, "You may have heard this already, Kojiro's become a vassal of Lord Hosokawa Tadatoshi. He's on his way to Buzen now, and he hasn't paid for what he did. Ruin our master's reputation, kill his only son and heir, and slaughter our comrades." "Shinzo," urged the third man, "as disciples of Obata Kagenori, we have to do something." Bits of white ash drifted up from the fire. One man caught a whiff of smoke and coughed. After listening to them for a few minutes as they expressed their bitter indignation, Shinzo said, "I'm one of the victims, of course, and I have a plan of my own. But tell me just what you have in mind." "We're thinking of lodging a protest with Lord Hosokawa. We'll tell him the whole story and ask that Kojiro be turned over to us." "Then what?" "We'll see his head up on a pike in front of the graves of our teacher and his son." "You might be able to do that if he were turned over to you tied up. But the Hosokawas aren't likely to do that. Even though he's only recently been engaged, he is their vassal, and it's his skill they're interested in. Your complaint would only be taken as further proof of his ability. What daimyo's going to turn over one of his vassals to anyone without compelling reasons?" "Then we'll have to take extreme measures." "Such as?" "The group he's traveling with is fairly large. We could easily catch up with them. With you as our leader, the 6 of us and other loyal disciples, are you suggesting attacking him?" "Yes." "Go with us, Shinzo." "I don't like it." "Aren't you the one who's been chosen to carry on the Obata name?" "Admitting an enemy is better than we are is difficult," Shinzo said thoughtfully. "Still, objectively, Kojiro's the better swordsman. Even with dozens of men, I'm afraid we'd only end up adding to our shame." "You're going to stand by and do nothing?" asked one man indignantly. "No, I resent Kojiro's getting away with what he's done as much as any of you, but I'm willing to wait until the time is right." "You're awfully patient," one man said sarcastically. "Aren't you evading your responsibility?" asked another. When Shinzo made no reply, the 5 men decided further talk was useless and departed in haste. On the way, they passed Iori, who had dismounted at the gate and was leading the horse to the stable. After tying the animal up, he saw Shinzo by the fire and went to join him. "Oh, so you're back," said Shinzo. "Yes," said Iori. "Say, did you have a quarrel?" "Why do you ask?" "When I came in just now, I passed some samurai. They seemed angry. They were saying strange things like, 'I overestimated him, and he's a weakling.'" "That doesn't mean anything," said Shinzo with a little laugh. "Come closer and warm yourself." "Who needs a fire? I rode all the way from Musashino without stopping." "You seem in good spirits. Where did you stay last night?" "At the house. Sensei's back." "I heard he was, or soon would be." "You already knew?" "Takuan told me. Iori, have you heard the news?" "What news?" "Your teacher's going to be a great man. It's a wonderful stroke of luck for him. He's going to be one of the shogun's teachers. He'll be the founder of his own school of swordsmanship." "Do you mean that?" "Does it make you happy?" "Of course! Happier than anything. Can I borrow the horse?" "Now? You just came back." "I'll go and tell him." "You don't have to do that. Before the day's out, the Council of Elders will issue a formal summons. As soon as we receive word, I'll go myself and tell Musashi." "Will he come here?" "Yes," Shinzo assured him. With a last look at the dying fire, he started toward the house, cheered a bit by Iori, but worried about the fate of his angry friends. The summons was not long in coming. A messenger arrived about 2 hours later with a letter for Takuan and an order for Musashi to appear the following day at the reception pavilion just outside Wadakura Gate. After his appointment was confirmed, he would be received in audience by the shogun. When Shinzo, with an attendant, reached the house on Musashino Plain, he found Musashi sitting in the sun with a kitten on his lap, talking with Gonnosuke. Words were few. Shinzo said only, "I've come for you." "Thanks," said Musashi. "I was about to call you to thank you for looking after Iori." Without further ado, he mounted the horse Shinzo had brought along for him, and they returned to Ushigome. That evening, as he sat with Takuan and Lord Ujikatsu, he felt immensely fortunate to be able to regard these men, as well as Shinzo, as true friends. In the morning, Musashi awoke to find clothes suitable to the occasion already laid out for him, together with such things as a fan and tissue paper. And at breakfast, Lord Ujikatsu said to him, "It's a great day. You should rejoice." The meal included rice with red beans, a whole sea bream for each person, and other dishes served only on festive occasions. The menu was very much as it would have been for a coming-of-age ceremony in the Hojo family. Musashi wanted to refuse the appointment. In Chichibu, he had reconsidered his 2 years in Hotengahara and his ambition to put his swordsmanship to work in the interest of good government. Now the belief that Edo, not to speak of the rest of the country, was ready for the type of ideal government he envisioned seemed less tenable. The sanctity of the way and the application of the principles of swordsmanship for the sake of peace seemed no more than lofty ideals, at least until either Edo or Osaka succeeded in consolidating its rule over the whole country. And he hadn't made up his mind on another point. If the final battle were to come tomorrow, should he support the Eastern Army or the Western Army? Or should he leave the world behind and survive on mountain grasses until peace was restored? Even on this morning, he could not escape the feeling that if he contented himself with a high position, his pursuit of the way would be aborted. But he couldn't refuse. What finally swayed him was the trust in him shown by his supporters. There was no way to say no. He could not break faith with Takuan, his old friend and stern mentor, and Lord Ujikatsu, now a valued acquaintance. Dressed in formal attire and riding a splendid horse with a beautiful saddle, he set forth on a brilliantly sunlit road for the castle, each step supposedly carrying him closer to the gateway to glory. In front of the reception pavilion was a gravelled courtyard and, on a high post, a sign saying, "Dismount." As Musashi got off the horse, an official and one of the stablemen came forward. "My name is Miyamoto Musashi," he announced in a formal tone of voice. "I have come in response to a summons issued yesterday by the Council of Elders. May I request that you show me to the official in charge of the waiting room?" He had come alone, as was expected of him. Another official came and escorted him to the waiting room, where he was advised to stay until there is word from within. It was a large room, more than 20 mats in size, known as the Orchid Room, after the paintings of birds and spring orchids on the walls and door panels. Before long, a servant came with tea and cakes, but that was Musashi's only contact with human beings for nearly half a day. The little birds in the pictures did not sing. The orchids gave off no fragrance. Musashi began to yawn. He assumed that the ruddy-faced, white-haired man who eventually appeared was one of the ministers. Perhaps in his prime he had been a distinguished warrior. "You're Musashi, aren't you?" Lord Sakai Tadakatsu said lightly as he sat down. "Forgive us for making you wait so long." Though lord of Kawagoe and a well-known daimyo, in the shogun's castle he was merely another official, attended by only one samurai. His manner suggested he cared little about pomp or protocol. Musashi bowed to the floor and remained in this position as he announced in stiffly formal language, "My name is Miyamoto Musashi. I am a ronin from Mimasaka, the son of Munisai, who is descended from the Shinmen family. I have come to the castle gate in compliance with the shogun's will, as stated in the summons sent to me." Tadakatsu nodded several times, causing his double chin to shake. "Many thanks for your trouble," he said, but then went on in an apologetic vein. "With regard to your appointment to official position, for which you were recommended by the priest Takuan and Lord Hojo of Awa, there was, last evening, a sudden change in the shogun's plans. As a result, you will not be engaged. Since several of us were not satisfied with this decision, the Council of Elders reviewed this matter today. In fact, we have been discussing it until just now. We took the question to the shogun again. I am sorry to say that we were unable to alter this latest decision." There was sympathy in his eyes, and he seemed for a moment to be searching for words of consolation. "In our fleeting world," he went on, "this sort of thing happens all the time. You mustn't let yourself be annoyed by what people say about you. In matters having to do with official appointments, it is often difficult to tell whether one has been fortunate or unfortunate." Musashi, still bowing, said, "Yes, sir." Tadakatsu's words were music to his ears. Gratitude swelled from the bottom of his heart, filling his whole body. "I understand the decision, sir. I am grateful to you." The words came out naturally. Musashi was not concerned with face, nor was he being ironic. He felt that a being greater than the shogun had just bestowed on him an appointment much higher than that of official tutor. The word of the gods had been vouchsafed to him. He took it well, thought Tadakatsu, gazing rather pointedly at Musashi. Aloud he said, "Perhaps it is presumptuous of me, but I've been told you have artistic interests unusual in a samurai. I would like to show an example of your work to the shogun. Replying to the malicious gossip of ordinary people is unimportant. I think it would be more befitting a noble samurai to rise above the babble of the crowd and leave behind a wordless testimony to the purity of his heart. A work of art would be appropriate, don't you think?" While Musashi was still pondering the meaning of this, Tadakatsu said, "I hope I will see you again," and left the room. Musashi raised his head and sat up straight. It was a couple of minutes before he grasped the meaning of Tadakatsu's words. That is, there was no need to answer malicious gossip, but he had to give evidence of his character. If he could do this, his honor would be unsullied, and the men who had recommended him would suffer no loss of face. Musashi's eye fell on a 6-panel screen in one corner of the room. It was invitingly blank. Summoning a young samurai from the guard-room, he explained that Lord Sakai had asked him to draw a picture and requested materials with which to comply: brushes, ink of good quality, some aged cinnabar, and a bit of blue pigment. It occurred to Musashi what an odd fact it was that most children could draw, and sing for that matter, but that they forgot how to as they grew older. Perhaps the little bit of wisdom they acquired inhibited them. He himself was no exception. As a child he had often drawn pictures, this having been one of his favorite ways of overcoming loneliness. But from the age of 13 or 14 until he was past 20, he gave up drawing almost entirely. In the course of his travels, he had often stopped over at temples or the houses of the wealthy, where he had the opportunity to see good paintings, murals, or scrolls hanging in alcoves, and this had given him a lively interest in art. The aristocratic simplicity and subtle profundity of Liang Kai's painting of chestnuts had made an especially deep impression. After seeing that work at Koetsu's house, he had availed himself of every opportunity to view rare Chinese paintings of the Sung dynasty, the works of the 15th century Japanese Zen masters, and the paintings of contemporary masters of the Kano school, particularly Kano Sandaku and Kaiho Yusho. Naturally, he had his likes and dislikes. Liankai's bold, virile brushwork, as seen by a swordsman's eye, struck him as revealing the prodigious strength of a giant. Kaiho Yusho, possibly because he was of samurai origin, had in his old age achieved such a high degree of purity that Musashi considered him a worthy man to take as a model. He was also attracted by the light impromptu effects in the works of the hermit priest and aesthete Shokado Shoujo, whom he liked all the more because he was reputed to be a close friend of Takuan. Painting, which seemed far removed from the path he had chosen, was hardly an art for a person who rarely spent a full month in any one place. Yet he did paint from time to time. As in the case of other adults who have forgotten how to draw, his mind would work, but not his spirit. Intent upon drawing skillfully, he was unable to express himself naturally. Many had been the times he had become discouraged and quit. Then, sooner or later, some impulse invariably moved him to pick up the brush again, in secret. Being ashamed of his paintings, he never showed them to others, though he allowed people to inspect his sculpture. Until now, that is. To commemorate this fateful day, he resolved to paint a picture fit for the shogun or anyone else to see. He worked rapidly and without interruption until it was finished. Then he quietly put the brush in a jar of water and left, without a single backward glance at his work. In the courtyard, he did turn around for one last look at the imposing gate, one question filling his mind: did glory lie inside or outside the gate? Sakai Tadakatsu returned to the waiting room and sat for some time gazing at the still damp painting. The picture was of Musashino Plain. In the middle, appearing very large, was the rising sun. This, symbolizing Musashi's confidence in his own integrity, was vermilion. The rest of the work was executed in ink to capture the feeling of autumn on the plain. Tadakatsu said to himself, "We've lost a tiger to the wilds." The Sound of Heaven. "Back already?" asked Gonnosuke, blinking his eyes at the sight of Musashi in stiffly starched formal dress. Musashi went inside the house and sat down. Gonnosuke knelt at the edge of the reed matting and bowed. "Congratulations," he said warmly. "Will you have to go to work right away?" "The appointment was cancelled," Musashi said with a laugh. "Cancelled? Are you joking?" "No, and I consider it a good thing, too." "I don't understand. Do you know what went wrong?" "I saw no reason to ask. I'm grateful to heaven for the way it turned out." "But it seems a pity." "Are even you of the opinion I can find glory only within the walls of Edo Castle?" Gonnosuke did not answer. "For a time, I had such an ambition. I dreamed of applying my understanding of the sword to the problem of providing peace and happiness for the people, making the way of the sword the way of government. I thought being an official would give me a chance to test my idea." "Somebody slandered you, is that it?" "Perhaps, but don't give it another thought. And don't misunderstand me. My ideas, I've learned, particularly today, are little more than dreams." "That's not true. I've had the same idea. The way of the sword and the spirit of good government ought to be one and the same." "I'm glad we agree. But in fact, the truth of the scholar, alone in his study, does not always accord with what the world at large considers to be true." "Then you think the truth you and I are searching for is of no use in the real world?" "No, it's not that," said Musashi impatiently. "As long as this country exists, no matter how things change, the brave man's way of the spirit will never cease to be useful. If you give the matter some thought, you'll see that the way of government is not concerned with the art of war alone. A flawless political system must be based on a perfect blending of military and literary arts. To cause the world to live in peace is the ultimate way of the sword. That's why I've come to the conclusion that my thoughts are only dreams, childish dreams at that. I must learn to be a humble servant of two gods, one of the sword, one of the pen. Before I attempt to govern the nation, I must learn what the nation has to teach." He concluded with a laugh, but abruptly stopped and asked Gonnosuke if he had an inkbox or writing kit. When he finished writing, he folded up his letter and said to Gonnosuke, "I'm sorry to trouble you, but I'd like to ask you to deliver this for me." "To the Hojo residence?" "Yes. I've written fully about my feelings. Give Takuan and Lord Ujikatsu my warmest greetings. Oh, there's one more thing. I've been keeping something of Iori's. Please give it to him." He pulled out the pouch Iori's father had left him and placed it beside the letter. With an anxious look on his face, Gonnosuke moved forward on his knees and said, "Why are you returning this to Iori now?" "I'm going to the mountains." "Mountains or city, wherever you go, Iori and I want to be with you as your disciples." "I won't be away forever. While I am, I'd like you to take care of Iori, say for the next 2 or 3 years." "What? Are you going into retirement?" Musashi laughed, uncrossed his legs, and leaned back on his arms. "I'm much too young for that. I'm not giving up my great hope. Everything's still ahead of me. Desire, illusion, everything. There's a song. I don't know who wrote it, but it goes like this. While yearning to gain the depths of the mountains, I'm drawn against my will to the places where people reside." Gonnosuke lowered his head as he listened. Then he stood up and put the letter and pouch in his kimono. "I'd better go now," he said quietly. "It's getting dark." "All right. Please return the horse, and tell Lord Ujikatsu that since the clothes are soiled from travel, I'll keep them." "Yes, of course." "I don't think it would be discreet for me to go back to Lord Ujikatsu's house. The cancellation of the appointment must mean that the shogunate regards me as unreliable or suspicious. It might cause Lord Ujikatsu trouble to be associated any more closely with me. I didn't write that in the letter, so I want you to explain it to him. Tell him I hope he's not offended." "I understand. I'll be back before morning." The sun was rapidly setting. Gonnosuke took the horse's bit and led the animal down the path. Since it had been lent to Musashi, the idea of riding it never crossed his mind. It was about 2 hours later when he reached Ushigome. The men were sitting around, wondering what had become of Musashi. Gonnosuke joined them and gave the letter to Takuan. An official had already been there to inform them of unfavorable reports on Musashi's character and past activities. Of all the points against him, the most damaging was that he had an enemy who had sworn vengeance. According to the rumors, Musashi was in the wrong. After the official left, Shinzo had told his father and Takuan about Osugi's visit. "She even tried to sell her wares here," was the way he put it. What was left unexplained was why people accepted so unquestioningly what they were told. Not just ordinary people, women gossiping around the well or laborers drinking in cheap sake shops, but men who had the intelligence to sift fact from fabrication. The shogun's ministers had discussed the matter for many long hours, but even they had ended up giving credence to Osugi's calumnies. Takuan and the others half expected Musashi's letter to express his discontent, but in fact it said little beyond giving his reason for going away. He began by saying that he had asked Gonnosuke to tell them how he felt. Then came the song he had sung for Gonnosuke. The short letter ended, "Indulging my chronic wanderlust, I am setting out on another aimless journey. On this occasion, I offer the following poem, which may amuse you. If the universe is indeed my garden, when I look at it, I stand at the exit of the house called the floating world." Though Ujikatsu and Shinzo were deeply touched by Musashi's consideration, Ujikatsu said, "He's too self-effacing. I'd like to see him once more before he goes away. Takuan, I doubt that he'd come if we sent for him, so let's go to him." He got to his feet, ready to leave immediately. "Could you wait a moment, sir?" asked Gonnosuke. "I'd like to go with you, but Musashi asked me to give something to Iori. Could you have him brought here?" When Iori came in, he asked, "Did you want me?" His eyes went immediately to the pouch in Gonnosuke's hand. "Musashi said you were to take good care of this," said Gonnosuke, "since it's the only keepsake you have from your father." He then explained that the two of them would be together until Musashi's return. Iori couldn't hide his disappointment, but not wanting to appear weak, he nodded half-heartedly. In answer to Takuan's inquiries, Iori told all he knew about his parents. When there were no more questions, he said, "One thing I've never known is what became of my sister. My father didn't say much about her, and my mother died without telling me anything I can remember. I don't know where she lives, or whether she's alive or dead." Takuan placed the pouch on his knee and took out a crumpled piece of paper. As he read the cryptic message Iori's father had written, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Staring hard at Iori, he said, "This tells us something about your sister." "I thought maybe it did, but I didn't understand it, and neither did the priest at the Tokuganji." Skipping over the first part, Takuan read aloud, "Since I had resolved to die of starvation before serving a second lord, my wife and I wandered around for many years, living in the humblest circumstances. One year, we had to abandon our daughter at a temple in the central provinces. We put one sound of heaven in her baby clothes and entrusted her future to the threshold of compassion. Then we went on to another province. Later, I acquired my thatched house in the fields of Shimosa. I thought back to that earlier time, but the place was far away and we had had no word, so I feared it might not be in the girl's interest to try to find her. I consequently left matters as they were. How cruel parents can be! I am reproved by the words of Minamoto no Sanetomo. Even the animals, which cannot speak their feelings, are not bereft of the tender, generous love of parents for their offspring. May my ancestors take pity on me for refusing to sully my honor as a samurai by taking a second lord. You are my son. No matter how much you crave success, do not eat dishonorable millet." As he placed the paper back in the pouch, Takuan said, "You'll be able to see your sister. I've known her since I was a young man. Musashi knows her too. Come with us, Iori." He gave no hint as to why he said this, nor did he mention Otsu, or the sound of heaven, which he recognized to be her flute. They all left together and hurried to the cabin, arriving shortly after the first rays of the rising sun touched it. It stood empty. On the edge of the plain was one white cloud. Book 7. The Perfect Light. The Runaway Ox. The shadow of the plum branch cast on the white plaster wall by the pallid sun was beautiful in a restrained way, evocative of monochrome ink painting. It was early spring in Koyagyu and quiet, the branches of the plum trees seemingly beckoning southward to the nightingales that would soon flock to the valley. Unlike the birds, The shugyosha who presented themselves at the castle gate knew no season. They came in a constant stream, seeking either to receive instruction from Sekishusai or to try their hand against him. The litany varied little. "Please, just one bout!" "I beg you, let me see him." "I'm the only true disciple of so-and-so, who teaches at such and such a place." For the past 10 years, the guards had been giving the same reply. Because of their master's advanced age, he was unable to receive anyone. Few swordsmen, or would-be swordsmen, would let it go at that. Some launched diatribes on the meaning of the true way and how there should be no discrimination between young and old, rich and poor, beginner and expert. Others simply pleaded, while still others rashly tried to offer bribes. Many went away muttering angry imprecations. Had the truth been generally known, namely that Sekishusai had passed away late the previous year, matters might have been greatly simplified. But it had been decided that since Munenori couldn't get away from Edo until the 4th month, the death should be kept secret until the funeral service had been held. One of the handful of people outside the castle who knew the circumstances now sat in a guest room asking rather insistently to see Hyogo. It was Inshun, the elderly abbot of the Hozoin, who throughout Inyei's dotage and after his death had upheld the temple's reputation as a martial arts center. Many even believed he had improved it. He had done everything possible to maintain the close ties between the temple and Koyagyu that had existed since the days of Inyei and Sekishusai. He wanted to see Hyogo, he said, because he wanted to have a talk about the martial arts. Skikuro knew what he really wanted, to have a bout with the man whom his grandfather had privately regarded as a better swordsman than either himself or Munenori. Hyogo, of course, would have no part in such a match, since he thought it would benefit neither side and was therefore senseless. Skikuro assured Inshun that word had been sent. "I'm sure Hyogo would come to greet you if he were feeling better." "So you mean to say he still has a cold?" "Yes. He can't seem to get rid of it." "I didn't know his health was so frail." "Oh, it isn't really, but he's been in Edo for some time, you know, and he can't quite get used to these cold mountain winters." While the two men chatted, a servant boy was calling Otsu's name in the garden of the innermost encirclement. A shoji opened, and she emerged from one of the houses, trailing a wisp of incense smoke. She was still in mourning more than 100 days since Sekishusai's passing, and her face looked as white as a pear blossom. "Where have you been? I've been looking everywhere," asked the boy. "I've been in the Buddhist chapel. Hyogo's asking for you." When she entered Hyogo's room, he said, "Ah, Otsu, thank you for coming. I'd like you to greet a visitor for me." "Yes, of course." "He's been here quite a while. Skikuro went to keep him company, but listening to him go on and on about the art of war must have Skikuro pretty exhausted by now." "The abbot of the Hozoin?" Otsu smiled faintly, bowed, and left the room. Meanwhile, Inshun was not too subtly feeling Skikuro out regarding Hyogo's past and character. "I'm told that when Kato Kiyomasa offered him a position, Sekishusai refused to consent unless Kiyomasa agreed to an unusual condition." "Really? I don't recall ever hearing of any such thing." "According to Inyei, Sekishusai told Kiyomasa that since Hyogo was extremely quick-tempered, his lordship would have to promise in advance that if Hyogo committed any capital offenses, he would pardon the first 3. Sekishusai was never known to condone impetuosity. He must have had rather a special feeling about Hyogo." This came as such a surprise that Skikuro was still at a loss for words when Otsu entered. She smiled at the abbot and said, "How good to see you again. Unfortunately, Hyogo is tied up preparing a report which must be sent to Edo immediately, but he asked me to convey his apologies at not being able to see you this time. She busied herself serving tea and cakes to Inshun and the 2 young priests attending him. The abbot looked disappointed, though he politely ignored the discrepancy between Skekuro's excuse and Otsu's. "I'm sorry to hear that. I had some important information for him." "I'll be happy to pass it on," said Skekuro, "and you can rest assured Hyogo's ears alone will hear it." "Oh, I'm sure of that," said the old priest. "I just wanted to warn Hyogo in person." Inshun then repeated a rumor he'd heard about some samurai from Ueno Castle in Iga province. The dividing line between Koyagyu and the castle lay in a sparsely inhabited area about 2 miles to the east, and ever since Ieyasu had confiscated it from the Christian daimyo Tsutsui Sadatsugu and reassigned it to Todo Takatora, many changes had been taking place. Takatora had, since taking up residence the previous year, repaired the castle, revised the tax system, improved the irrigation facilities, and carried out other measures to consolidate his holdings. All this was common knowledge. What Inshun had got wind of was that Takatora was in the process of trying to expand his lands by pushing back the boundary line. According to the reports, Takatora had dispatched a number of samurai to Tsukigase, where they were building houses, cutting down plum trees, waylaying travelers, and openly trespassing on Lord Yagyu's property. "It could be," observed Inshun. "Lord Takatora is taking advantage of your being in mourning. You may think I'm an alarmist, but it looks as though he's planning to push the boundary back in this direction and put up a new fence. If he is, it'll be a lot easier to attend to things now than after he's finished. If you sit back and do nothing, you'll regret it later, I'm afraid." Speaking as one of the senior retainers, Skekuro thanked Inshun for the information. "I'll have the situation investigated and lodge a complaint if one is warranted." Expressing thanks on behalf of Hyogo, Skekuro bowed as the abbot took his leave. When Skekuro went to inform Hyogo of the rumors, Hyogo just laughed. "Let it be," he said. "When my uncle gets back, he can look into it." Skekuro, who knew the importance of guarding every foot of land, wasn't quite satisfied with Hyogo's attitude. He conferred with the other ranking samurai, and together they agreed that, though discretion was called for, something should be done. Todo Takatora was one of the most powerful daimyo in the country. The following morning, as Skekuro was leaving the dojo above the Shinkage-do after sword practice, he ran into a boy of 13 or 14. The lad bowed to Skekuro, who said jovially, "Hello there, Ushinosuke. Peeking into the dojo again? Did you bring me a present? Let's see. Wild potatoes?" He was only half teasing, since Ushinosuke's potatoes were always better than anyone else's. The boy lived with his mother in the isolated mountain village of Araki, and often came to the castle to sell charcoal, boar meat, and other things. "No potatoes today, but I brought this for Otsu." He held up a package wrapped in straw. "What's that now? Rhubarb?" "No, it's alive. In Sekigahara, I sometimes hear nightingales singing. I caught one." You always come by way of Sekigahara, don't you?" "That's right. That's the only road." "Let me ask you a question. Have you seen a lot of samurai in that area lately?" "Some." "What are they doing there?" "Building cabins." "Have you seen them putting up fences, anything like that?" "No." "Have they been cutting down plum trees?" "Well, besides the cabins, they've been fixing bridges, so they've been cutting down all kinds of trees. For firewood, too." "Are they stopping people on the road?" "I don't think so. I haven't seen them do that." Skekuro cocked his head. "I've heard those samurai are from Lord Todo's fief, but I don't know what they're doing in Sekigahara. What do people in your village say?" They say they're ronin chased out of Nara and Uji. They didn't have any place to live, so they came to the mountains. Despite what Inshun had said, Sekuro thought this a not unreasonable explanation. Okubo Nagayasu, the magistrate of Nara, had not relaxed his efforts to keep his jurisdiction free of indigent ronin. "Where's Otsu?" asked Ushinosuke. "I want to give her her present." He always looked forward to seeing her, but not just because she gave him sweets and said nice things to him. There was something about her beauty that was mysterious, otherworldly. At times, he couldn't decide whether she was human or a goddess. "She's in the castle, I imagine," said Sekuro. Then, looking toward the garden, he said, "Oh, you seem to be in luck. Isn't that her over there?" "Otsu!" Ushinosuke called loudly. She turned and smiled. Running breathlessly to her side, he held up his package. "Look! I caught a nightingale. It's for you." "A nightingale?" Frowning, she kept her hands close to her sides. Ushinosuke looked disappointed. "It has a beautiful voice," he said. "Wouldn't you like to hear it?" "I would, but only if it's free to fly wherever it wants to. Then it'll sing pretty songs for us." "I guess you're right," he said with a little pout. "Do you want me to turn her loose?" "I appreciate your wanting to give me a present, but yes, that'll make me happier than keeping it." Silently, Ushinosuke split open the straw package, and like an arrow the bird flew away over the castle wall. "There, you see how glad it is to be free?" said Otsu. "They call nightingales harbingers of spring, don't they? Maybe somebody will bring you good news." "A messenger bringing news as welcome as the coming of spring? It's true there's something I'm longing to hear." As Otsu started walking toward the woods and bamboo grove in back of the castle, Ushinosuke fell in at her side. "Where are you going?" he asked. "I've been inside a lot lately. I thought I'd go up the hill and look at the plum blossoms for a change." "Plum blossoms? Those up there aren't much to look at. You should go to Sekigahara." "That might be nice. Is it far?" "A couple of miles or so. Why don't you go? I brought firewood today, so I have the ox with me." Having scarcely been outside the castle all winter, Otsu made up her mind quickly. Without telling anyone where she was going, the two of them strolled down to the back gate, which was used by tradesmen and others having business at the castle. It was guarded by a samurai armed with a lance. He nodded and smiled at Otsu. Ushinosuke, too, was a familiar figure, and he let them out the gate without checking the boy's written permission to be in the castle grounds. People in the fields and on the road spoke a friendly greeting to Otsu, whether they knew her or not. When the dwellings became sparser, she looked back at the white castle nestled on the skirt of the mountain and said, "Can I get back home while it's still light?" "Sure, but I'll come back with you anyway." "Araki village is beyond Sekigahara, isn't it?" "Doesn't matter." Chatting about various things, they passed a salt shop where a man was bartering some boar meat for a sack of salt. He finished his transaction, came out, and walked along the road behind them. With the snow melting, the road grew worse and worse. There were few travelers. "Ushinosuke," said Otsu, "you always come to Koyagyu, don't you?" "Yes." "Isn't Ueno Castle closer to Araki village?" "It is, but there's no great swordsman like Lord Yagyu at Ueno Castle." "Do you like swords?" "Uh-huh." He stopped the ox, let go of the rope, and ran down to the edge of the stream. There was a bridge from which a log had fallen. He put it back in place and waited for the man behind them to cross first. The man looked like a ronin. As he walked by Otsu, he eyed her brazenly, then glanced back several times from the bridge and from the other side, before disappearing into a fold of the mountain. "Who do you suppose that is?" asked Otsu nervously. "Did he frighten you?" "No, but—" "There are lots of ronin in the mountains around here." "Are there?" she said uneasily. Over his shoulder, Ushinosuke said, "Otsu, I wonder if you'd help me. Do you think you could ask Master Kimura to hire me? I mean, I could sweep the garden, draw water, do things like that." It was only recently that the boy had received special permission from Skekuro to enter the dojo and watch the men at practice, but already he had only one ambition. His ancestors bore the surname Kikumura. The head of the family for several generations had used the given name Mataemon. Ushinosuke had decided that when he became a samurai, he would take the name Mataemon, but none of the Kikumuras had done anything of particular note. He'd change his surname to that of his village, and if his dream came true, become famous far and wide as Araki Mataemon. As Otsu listened, she thought of Jotaro and was seized by a sense of loneliness. She was 25 now. He must be 19 or 20. Looking around at the plum blossoms, not yet in full bloom, she couldn't help but feel that spring had already passed for her. "Let's go back, Ushinosuke," she said suddenly. He gave her a questioning look, but obediently turned the ox around. "Stop!" shouted a loud male voice. 2 other ronin had joined the one from the salt shop. All 3 came and stood around the ox with their arms folded. "What do you want?" asked Ushinosuke. The men kept their eyes fixed on Otsu. "I see what you mean," said one. "She's a beauty, isn't she?" "I've seen her somewhere before," said the third man. "In Kyoto, I think." "She must be from Kyoto, certainly not from any of the villages around here." "I don't remember whether it was at the Yoshioka school or somewhere else, but I know I've seen her." "Were you at the Yoshioka school?" "For 3 years, after Sekigahara." "If you've got any business with us, say what it is," Ushinosuke said angrily. "We want to get back before dark." One of the ronin glared at him, as if noticing him for the first time. "You're from Araki, aren't you? One of the charcoal makers?" "Yes. So what?" "We don't need you. Run along home." "That's just what I'm going to do." He pulled the rope taut, and one man gave him a look that would have had most boys trembling with fright. "Get out of the way," said Ushinosuke. "This lady's going with us." "Going where?" "What difference does it make to you? Give me that rope." "No." "Say, he doesn't think I mean it." The other 2 men, squaring their shoulders and glowering, moved in on Ushinosuke. One presented a fist as hard as a pine knot in front of his chin. Otsu clutched the ox's back. The tilt of Ushinosuke's eyebrows said very clearly something was going to happen. "Oh no, stop!" she cried, hoping to keep the boy from doing anything rash. But the plaintive note in her voice just spurred him to action. He lashed out swiftly with one leg, caught the man in front of him, sending him staggering backward. No sooner was Ushinosuke's foot in contact with the ground again than he rammed his head into the gut of the man on his left. Simultaneously, he got a grip on the man's sword and pulled it from its scabbard. Then he began swinging. He moved with lightning quickness. He whirled and seemed to be attacking in every direction at the same time, all 3 opponents at once with equal force. Whether he was acting brilliantly out of instinct or out of childish recklessness, his unorthodox tactics took the ronin by surprise. The reverse swing of the sword drove forcefully into the chest of one man. Otsu cried out, but her voice was drowned by the scream of the wounded man. He fell toward the ox, a geyser of blood spurting into the animal's face. Terrified, the ox let out an indescribable shriek. Just then, Ushinosuke's sword cut deeply into its rump. With another shriek, the ox set off at a near gallop. The other 2 ronin rushed at Ushinosuke, who was leaping nimbly from rock to rock in the stream bed. "I didn't do anything wrong! It was you!" he shouted. Realizing he was out of their reach, the 2 ronin started after the ox. Ushinosuke jumped back onto the road and took after them, shouting, "Running away? You running away?" One man stopped and half-turned. "You little bastard! Leave him till later!" shouted the other man. The ox, blind with fear, left the valley road and ran up a low hill, traveled a short distance along the crest, and plunged down the other side. In a very short time, it covered a considerable distance, reaching a point not far from the Yagyu fief. Otsu, her eyes shut in resignation, managed to keep from being thrown by clinging to the pack saddle. She could hear the voices of the people they were passing, but was too stunned to utter a cry for help. Not that it would have done any good. None of the people commenting on the spectacle had the courage to stop the demented beast. When they were almost to Hanya Plain, a man came from a side road into the middle of the main road, which, though very narrow, was the Kasagi High Road. He had a letter case slung from his shoulder and appeared to be a servant of some sort. People were shouting, "Watch out! Get out of the way!" But he walked on, right in the path of the ox. Then there was a terrible cracking sound. "He's been gored! The idiot!" But it wasn't as the bystanders first thought. The sound they'd heard was not that of the ox striking the man, but of the man landing a stunning blow on the side of the animal's head. The ox lifted its heavy neck sideways, turned halfway around, and started back the other way. It hadn't gone 10 feet before it came to a dead halt, saliva streaming from its mouth, its whole body shaking. "Get down, quick," the man said to Otsu. Onlookers crowded around excitedly, staring at the man's foot, which was firmly planted on the rope. Once she was safely on the ground, Otsu bowed to her rescuer, though she was still too dazed to know where she was or what she was doing. "Why should a gentle animal like this go mad?" asked the man, as he led the ox to the side of the road and tied it to a tree. Catching sight of the blood on the animal's legs, he said, "What's this now? Why, it's been cut with a sword." While he was examining the wound and muttering to himself, Kimura Skekuro pushed through the ring of people and sent them on their way. "Aren't you Abbot Inshun's attendant?" he asked, even before he'd had a chance to catch his breath. "How fortunate to meet you here, sir. I have a letter for you from the abbot. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you to read it immediately." He took the letter from the case and handed it to Skekuro. "For me?" Skekuro asked with surprise. Having ascertained there was no mistake, he opened it and read, "Regarding the samurai at Sekigahara, I have, since our conversation yesterday, verified that they are not Lord Todo's men. They are riffraff, ronin expelled from the cities, who have holed up there for the winter. I hasten to inform you of this unfortunate error on my part." "Thank you," said Skekuro. "This agrees with what I've learned from another source. Tell the abbot I am much relieved, and trust that he is too." "Forgive me for delivering the letter in the middle of the road. I'll convey your message to the abbot. Goodbye." "Wait a minute. How long have you been at the Hozo-in?" "Not long." "What's your name?" "I'm called Torazo." "I wonder," mumbled Skekuro, scrutinizing the man's face. "Are you by any chance Hamada Toranosuke?" "No." "I've never met Hamada, but there's a man at the castle who insists Hamada's now serving as Inshun's attendant." "Yes, sir." "Is it a case of mistaken identity?" Torazo, red in the face, lowered his voice. "Actually, I am Hamada. I've come to the Hozo-in for reasons of my own. To avoid further disgrace to my teacher and greater shame to myself, I'd like to keep my identity secret, if you don't mind." "Don't worry. I had no intention of prying into your affairs." "I'm sure you've heard about Tadaki. His abandoning his school and retiring to the mountains was due to a mistake of mine. I've given up my status. Doing menial tasks at the temple will be good discipline. I didn't give the priests my real name. It's all very embarrassing." "The outcome of Tadaki's fight with Kojiro is no secret. Kojiro told everyone he met between Edo and Buzen. I take it you've resolved to clear your teacher's name?" "One of these days. I'll see you again, sir." Torazo took his leave swiftly, as though unable to endure another moment. Hemp seed. Hyogo was growing concerned. After going to Otsu's room with a letter from Takuan in his hand, he'd searched for her all over the castle grounds, more and more urgently as the hours passed. The letter, dated the 10th month of the previous year, but inexplicably delayed, told of Musashi's pending appointment as an instructor to the shogun. Takuan had asked that Otsu come to the capital as soon as possible, since Musashi would soon need a house as well as someone to look after it. Hyogo couldn't wait to see her face light up. Not finding her, he finally went to question the guard at the gate and was told men were out looking for her. Hyogo took a deep breath, thinking how unlike Otsu it was to cause people to worry, how unlike her not to leave word. She rarely acted impulsively, even in the smallest matters. Before he began to imagine the worst, however, news came that they were back, Otsu with Sukekuro and Ushinosuke with the men sent to Tsukigase. The boy, apologizing to everyone for no one knew what, was obviously in a hurry to be on his way. "Where do you think you're going?" asked one of the attendants. "I've got to get back to Araki. My mother will worry if I don't." "If you try to go back now," said Sukekuro, "those ronin will get you, and it's not likely they'd let you go alive. You can stay here tonight and go home in the morning." Ushinosuke mumbled something vaguely acquiescent and was told to go to a wood storehouse in the outer encirclement where the apprentice samurai slept. Beckoning to Otsu, Hyogo took her aside and told her what Takuan had written. He wasn't surprised when she said, "I'll leave in the morning," a deep blush revealing her feelings. Hyogo then reminded her of Munenori's coming visit and suggested she return to Edo with him, though he knew quite well what her answer would be. She was in no mood to wait 2 more days, much less 2 more months. He made another attempt, saying that if she waited until after the funeral service, she could travel with him as far as Nagoya, since he'd been invited to become a vassal of Lord Tokugawa of Owari. When she again demurred, he told her how much the idea of her making the long journey alone displeased him. In every town and inn along the way, she would encounter inconveniences, if not actual danger. She smiled. "You seem to forget. I'm used to traveling. There's nothing for you to worry about." That evening, at a modest farewell party, everyone expressed his affection for Otsu, and the next morning, which was bright and clear, family and servants gathered at the front gate to see her off. Sukekuro sent a man to fetch Ushinosuke, thinking that Otsu could ride his ox as far as Uji. When the man returned and reported the boy had gone home the night before after all, Sukekuro ordered a horse to be brought. Otsu, feeling she was of too low a status to be so favored, refused the offer, but Hyogo insisted. The horse, a dapple gray, was led by an apprentice samurai down the gentle slope to the outer gate. Hyogo went part way, then stopped. He couldn't deny it. At times he envied Musashi, as he would have envied any man whom Otsu loved. That her heart belonged to another did not diminish his affection for her. She'd been a delightful companion on the trip down from Edo, and in the subsequent weeks and months he had marveled at the devotion with which she had cared for his grandfather. Though deeper than ever, his love for her was selfless. Sekishusai had instructed him to deliver her to Musashi safely. Hyogo intended to do just that. It wasn't his nature to covet another man's good fortune, nor to think of depriving him of it. He could not think of any act as being apart from the way of the samurai. Carrying out his grandfather's wish would in itself have been an expression of his love. He was lost in reverie when Otsu turned and bowed her thanks to her well-wishers. As she set off, she brushed against some plum blossoms. Unconsciously watching the petals fall, Hyogo could almost smell the fragrance. He felt he was seeing her for the last time and took comfort in a silent prayer for her future life. He stood and stared as she disappeared from sight. "Sir?" Hyogo turned around and a smile came slowly to his face. "Ushinosuke, well, I hear you went home last night after I told you not to." "Yes, sir. My mother—" He was still at an age when mention of separation from his mother brought him to the verge of tears. "That's all right. It's good for a boy to take care of his mother. But how did you get by those ronin at Sekigahara?" "Oh, that was easy." "Was it now?" The boy smiled. "They weren't there. They heard Otsu was from the castle, so they were afraid of being attacked. I guess they must have gone to the other side of the mountain." "Aha! We don't have to worry about them any more, do we? Have you had breakfast?" "No," said Ushinosuke, slightly embarrassed. "I got up early to dig some wild potatoes for Master Kimura. If you like them, I'll bring you some too." "Thank you. Do you know where Otsu is?" "She just left for Edo." "Edo?" Hesitantly, he said, "I wonder if she asked you or Master Kimura what I wanted her to." "And what was that?" "I've been hoping you'd let me become a samurai's attendant." "You're still a little too young for that. Maybe when you're older." "But I want to learn swordsmanship. Won't you teach me, please? I have to learn while my mother's still alive." "Have you been studying under someone?" "No, but I've practiced using my wooden sword on trees and animals." "That's a good way to start. When you get a little older, you can come and join me in Nagoya. I'm going there to live soon." "That's way off in Owari, isn't it? I can't go so far away, not while my mother's still alive." Hyogo, not unmoved, said, "Come with me." Ushinosuke followed along silently. "We'll go to the dojo. I'll see if you have the natural ability to become a swordsman." "The dojo?" Ushinosuke wondered if he was dreaming. Since early childhood, he'd regarded the ancient Yagyu dojo as symbolizing everything he aspired to in the world. Though Skekuro had said he could enter, he had not done so yet. But now, to be invited inside by a member of the family— "Rinse your feet." "Yes, sir." Ushinosuke went to a small pond near the entrance and very carefully washed his feet, taking care to remove the dirt from under his toenails. Once inside, he felt small and insignificant. The beams and rafters were old and massive, the floor polished to a sheen he could see his reflection in. Even Hyogo's voice, when he said, "Get a sword," sounded different. Ushinosuke selected a black oak sword from among the weapons hanging on one wall. Hyogo took one too, and with the point directed toward the floor, walked to the middle of the room. "Are you ready?" he asked coldly. "Yes," said Ushinosuke, raising his weapon to chest level. Hyogo opened his stance slightly on the diagonal. Ushinosuke was puffed up like a hedgehog. His eyebrows were raised, his face was set in a fierce frown, and his blood raced. When Hyogo signaled with his eyes that he was about to attack, Ushinosuke grunted loudly. Feet pounding the floor, Hyogo advanced rapidly and struck laterally at Ushinosuke's waist. "Not yet!" shouted the boy. As though kicking the floor away from him, he leaped high in the air, clearing Hyogo's shoulder. Hyogo reached out with his left hand and lightly pushed the boy's feet upward. Ushinosuke did a somersault and landed behind Hyogo. He was up in a split second, running to retrieve his sword. "That's enough," said Hyogo. "No, once more!" Grabbing his sword, Ushinosuke held it high over his head with both hands and flew like an eagle toward Hyogo. Hyogo's weapon, aimed straight at him, stopped him dead in his tracks. He saw the look in Hyogo's eyes, and his own filled with tears. "This boy has spirit," thought Hyogo, but he pretended to be angry. "You're fighting dirty!" he shouted. "You jumped over my shoulder!" Ushinosuke did not know what to say to that. "You don't understand your status. Taking liberties with your betters. Sit down, right there." The boy knelt and put his hands out in front of him to bow in apology. As he came toward him, Hyogo dropped the wooden sword and drew his own weapon. "I'll kill you now. Don't bother to scream." Kill me?" "Stick out your neck. For a samurai, nothing is more important than abiding by the rules of proper conduct. Even if you are only a farm boy, what you did is unforgivable." "You're going to kill me just for doing something rude?" "That's right." After looking up at the samurai for a moment, Ushinosuke, resignation in his eyes, lifted his hands in the direction of his village and said, "Mother, I'm going to become part of the soil here at the castle. I know how sad you'll feel. Forgive me for not being a good son." Then he obediently extended his neck. Hyogo laughed and put his sword back in its scabbard. Patting Ushinosuke on the back, he said, "You don't think I'd really kill a boy like you, do you?" "You weren't serious?" "No." "You said proper conduct is important. Is it all right for samurai to play jokes like that?" "It wasn't a joke. If you're going to train to become a samurai, I have to know what you're made of." "I thought you meant it," said Ushinosuke, his breathing returning to normal. "You told me you hadn't had lessons," said Hyogo. "But when I forced you to the edge of the room, you jumped over my shoulder. Not many students, even with 3 or 4 years of training, could execute that ploy. I never studied with anyone, though." "It's nothing to hide. You must have had a teacher, and a good one. Who was he?" The boy thought for a moment, then said, "Oh, I remember how I learned that." "Who taught you?" "It wasn't a human being." "A goblin, maybe?" "No, a hemp seed." "What?" "A hemp seed." "How could you learn from a hemp seed?" "Well, way up in the mountains there are some of those fighters, you know, the ones who seem to disappear right in front of your eyes. I watched them train a couple of times." "You mean the ninja, don't you? It must have been the Iga group you saw. But what does that have to do with a hemp seed?" "Well, after hemp's planted in the spring, it doesn't take long before a little sprout comes up." "Yes?" "You jump over it. Every day you practice jumping back and forth. When it gets warmer, the sprout grows fast. Nothing else grows as fast, so you have to jump higher every day. If you don't practice every day, it's not long before the hemp is so high you can't jump over it." "I see." "I did it last year, and the year before that. From spring till fall." Skikuro came into the dojo just then and said, "Hyogo, here's another letter from Edo." After Hyogo read it, he said, "Otsu couldn't have gone very far, could she?" "Not more than 5 miles, probably. Has something come up?" "Yes. Takuan says Musashi's appointment has been cancelled. They seem to have doubts about his character. I don't think we should let Otsu go on to Edo without telling her." "I'll go." "No, I'll go myself." With a nod to Ushinosuke, Hyogo left the dojo and went directly to the stable. He was halfway to Uji when he began to have second thoughts. Musashi's not receiving the appointment would make no difference to Otsu. She was thinking of the man himself, not his status. Even if Hyogo managed to persuade her to stay a while longer in Koyagyu, she would no doubt want to go on to Edo. Why spoil her journey by telling her the bad news? He turned back toward Koyagyu and slowed down to a trot. Though he appeared to be at peace with the world, a fierce battle raged in his heart. If only he could see Otsu once more. While he had to admit to himself this was the real reason for going after her, he would not have admitted it to anyone else. Hyogo tried to rein in his emotions. Warriors had weak moments, foolish moments, like everybody else. Still, his duty, that of every samurai, was clear: to persevere until he reached a state of stoic balance. Once he had crossed the barrier of illusion, his soul would be light and free, his eyes open to the green willows around him, to every blade of grass. Love was not the only emotion capable of firing a samurai's heart. His was another world. In an age hungry for young men of talent, this was no time to be distracted by a flower along the wayside. What was important, as Hyogo saw it, was to be in the right place to ride the wave of the times. "Quite a crowd, isn't it?" Hyogo remarked light-heartedly. "Yes, Nara doesn't have many days as fine as this," replied Sekuro. "It's like an outing." Following a few steps behind them was Ushinosuke, for whom Hyogo was developing quite a fondness. The boy came to the castle more frequently now, and was on his way to becoming a regular attendant. He carried their lunches on his back, and had an extra pair of sandals for Hyogo tied to his obi. They were in an open field in the middle of town. On one side, the 5-story pagoda of the Kofukuji rose above the surrounding woods. Visible across the field were the houses of the Buddhist and Shinto priests. Though the day was bright and the air spring-like, a thin mist hung over the lower areas where townsmen lived. The crowd, numbering between 400 and 500 people, did not seem that large because of the vastness of the field. Some of the deer, for which Nara was famous, were nosing their way among the spectators, sniffing out tasty morsels of food here and there. "They haven't finished already, have they?" asked Hyogo. "No," said Sekuro. "They seem to be taking time off for lunch." "So even priests have to eat." Sekuro laughed. The occasion was a show of sorts. The larger cities had theaters, but in Nara and the smaller towns, shows were held in the open air. Magicians, dancers, puppeteers, as well as archers and swordsmen, all performed outdoors. Today's attraction was more than mere entertainment, though. Each year, the Lancer priests of the Hozoin held a tournament, at which they decided the order of seating at the temple. Since they were performing in public, the competitors fought hard, and the bouts were often violent and spectacular. There was a sign in front of the Kofukuji, clearly stating that the tournament was open to all who were devoted to the martial arts, but the outsiders who dared face the Lancer priests were very, very few. "Why don't we sit down somewhere and have our lunch?" said Hyogo. "We seem to have plenty of time." "Where would be a good spot?" said Sekuro, looking around. "Over here," called Ushinosuke. "You can sit on this." He indicated a piece of reed matting he had picked up somewhere and spread on a pleasant knoll. Hyogo admired the boy's resourcefulness and, in general, was pleased by the way his needs were looked after, although he did not regard solicitous as an ideal quality for a future samurai. After they had arranged themselves, Ushinosuke passed out their simple fare: balls of unpolished rice, sour plum pickles, and Swedish bean paste, all wrapped in dried bamboo to make them easier to carry. "Ushinosuke," said Sekuro, "run over to those priests there and get some tea, but don't tell them who it's for." "It'd be a nuisance if they came over to pay their respects," added Hyogo, who had a basket hat pulled down over his face. Skikuro's features were more than half hidden by a bandana of the type worn by priests. As Ushinosuke got to his feet, another boy, about 15 feet away, was saying, "I can't understand it. The matting was right here." "Forget it, Iori," said Gonnosuke. "It's no great loss." "Somebody must have swiped it. Who do you suppose would do a thing like that?" "Don't worry about it." Gonnosuke sat down on the grass, took out his brush and ink, and began listing his expenses in a small notebook, a habit he had recently acquired from Iori. In some ways, Iori was too serious for his years. He paid close attention to his personal finances, never wasted a thing, was meticulously neat, and felt grateful for every bowl of rice every fair day. He was, in short, fastidious, and he looked down on people who were not. For anyone who'd walk off with another person's property, even if it was only a cheap piece of matting, he had only contempt. "Oh, there it is!" he cried. "Those men over there took it. Hey, you!" He ran toward them, but stopped about 10 paces short to consider what he was going to say, and found himself face to face with Ushinosuke. "What do you want?" growled Ushinosuke. "What do you mean, what do I want?" snapped Iori. Regarding him with the coldness country folk reserve for outsiders, Ushinosuke said, "You're the one who called to us. Anybody who goes off with somebody else's things is a thief." "Thief? Why, you son of a bitch! That matting belongs to us." "Matting? I found it lying on the ground. Is that all you're upset about?" "A mat's important to a traveler," said Iori rather pompously. "It protects him from the rain, provides him with something to sleep on. Lots of things. Give it back." "You can have it, but first take back what you said about me being a thief." "I don't have to apologize to get back what belongs to us. If you don't give it back, I'll take it back." "Just try it. I'm Ushinosuke of Araki. I have no intention of losing to a runt like you. I'm the disciple of a samurai." "I bet you are," said Iori, standing a little straighter. "You talk big with all these people around, but you wouldn't dare fight if we were by ourselves." "I won't forget that." "Come over there later." "Where?" "By the pagoda. Come alone." They parted. Ushinosuke went for the tea, and by the time he came back with an earthenware teapot, the matches were underway again. Standing in a large circle with the other spectators, Ushinosuke looked pointedly at Iori, challenging him with his eyes. Iori's eyes answered. Both believed that winning was all that counted. The noisy crowd pushed this way and that, raising yellow clouds of dust. In the center of the circle stood a priest with a lance as long as a fowling pole. One after another, rivals stepped forward and challenged him. One after another, they were struck to the ground or sent flying through the air. "Come forward!" he cried, but eventually no more came. "If there's no one else, I'm going to leave. Is there any objection to declaring me, Nankobo, the winner?" After studying under Inye, he had created a style of his own and was now the chief rival of Inshun, who was absent today on the pretext of illness. No one knew whether he was afraid of Nankobo or preferred to avoid conflict. When no one came forward, the burly priest lowered his lance, holding it horizontally, and announced, "There's no challenger." "Wait!" called the priest, running out in front of Nankobo. "I'm Daun, a disciple of Inshun. I challenge you." "Get ready." After bowing to each other, the two men jumped apart. Their two lances stared at each other like living beings for such a long time that the crowd, bored, began shouting for action. Then, all at once, the shouting ceased. Nankobo's lance thudded into Daun's head, and, like a scarecrow toppled by the wind, his body leaned slowly to the side, then fell suddenly to the ground. 3 or 4 lancers ran forward, not to take revenge, but merely to drag the body away. Nankobo arrogantly threw back his shoulders and surveyed the crowd. "There seem to be a few brave men left. If indeed there are, come ahead." A mountain priest stepped out from behind a tent, took his traveling chest off his back, and asked, "Is the tournament open only to lancers of the Hozoin?" "No," chorused the Hozoin priests. The priest bowed. "In that case, I'd like to try my hand. Can anyone lend me a wooden sword?" Hyogo glanced at Skikuro and said, "This is getting interesting." "It is, isn't it?" "No question about the outcome." "I don't suppose there's any chance of Nankobo losing." "That's not what I meant. I don't think Nankobo will agree to fight. If he does, he'll lose. Skekuro looked puzzled, but didn't ask for an explanation. Someone handed the vagabond priest a wooden sword. He walked up to Nankobo, bowed, and issued his challenge. He was a man of about 40, but his body, like spring steel, strongly suggested training not in the ascetic fashion of mountain priests, but on the battlefield. A man who must have faced death many times and would be prepared to accept it philosophically. His manner of speaking was soft, his eyes placid. Despite his arrogance, Nankobo was no fool. "Are you an outsider?" he asked pointlessly. "Yes," replied the challenger with another bow. "Wait just a minute." Nankobo saw two things clearly. His technique might be better than the priest's. He couldn't win in the long run. Quite a few celebrated warriors, defeated at Sekigahara, were still masquerading as wandering priests. There was no telling who this man was. "I can't take on an outsider," he said, shaking his head. "I just asked the rules and was told it was all right." "It may be all right with others, but I prefer not to fight outsiders. When I fight, it's not for the purpose of defeating my opponent. It's a religious activity in which I discipline my soul by means of the lance." "I see," said the priest with a little laugh. He seemed to have something more to say, but hesitated. After mulling it over for a moment, he retired from the ring, returned the wooden sword, and disappeared. Nankobo chose this time to make his exit, ignoring the whispered comments that it was cowardly of him to back out. Trailed by 2 or 3 disciples, he strode away grandly, like a conquering general. "What did I tell you?" said Hyogo. "You were absolutely right. That man is without a doubt one of those hiding out on Mount Kudo. Change his white robe and bandana for a helmet and armor, and you'll find you're looking at one of the great swordsmen of a few years ago." When the crowd thinned out, Skekuro began looking around for Ushinosuke. He didn't find him. At a signal from Iori, he had gone over to the pagoda, where now they stood glaring fiercely at each other. "Don't blame me if you get killed," said Iori. "You talk big," said Ushinosuke, picking up a stick to use as a weapon. Iori, sword held high, rushed to the attack. Ushinosuke jumped back. Thinking he was afraid, Iori ran straight at him. Ushinosuke leaped over him, kicking him in the side of the head. Iori's hand went to his head, and he crashed to the ground. Recovering quickly, he was on his feet again in no time. The two boys faced each other with their weapons raised. Forgetting what Musashi and Gonnosuke had taught him, Iori charged with his eyes shut. Ushinosuke moved slightly to one side and knocked him down with his stick. Iori lay on his stomach, moaning, sword still in hand. "Ah! I won!" shouted Ushinosuke. Then, noticing that Iori was not moving at all, he grew frightened and ran. "No, you don't!" roared Gonnosuke, his 4-foot staff catching the boy on the hip. Ushinosuke fell with a shriek of pain, but after one look at Gonnosuke, he got to his feet and bounded off like a rabbit, only to collide head-on with Skekuro. "Ushinosuke! What's going on here?" Ushinosuke quickly hid behind Skekuro, leaving the samurai face-to-face with Gonnosuke. For a moment it appeared that a clash was inevitable. Skekuro's hand went to his sword. Gonnosuke tightened his grip on the staff. "Would you mind telling me," said Skekuro, "why you're chasing a mere child as though you wanted to kill him?" "Before I answer, let me ask a question. Did you see him knock that boy down?" "Is he with you?" "Yes. Is this one of your attendants?" "Not officially." Looking sternly at Ushinosuke, he said, "Why did you hit the boy and run away? Tell the truth now." Before Ushinosuke could open his mouth, Iori raised his head and shouted, "It was a bout!" Rising painfully to a sitting position, he said, "We had a bout, and I lost." "Did you two challenge each other in the proper way and agreed to fight it out?" asked Gonnosuke. There was a trace of amusement in his eyes as he looked from one to the other. Ushinosuke, deeply embarrassed, said, "I didn't know it was his mat when I picked it up." The two men grinned at each other, both aware that if they had not acted with restraint themselves, a trivial, childish affair could have ended in bloodshed. "I'm very sorry about this," said Skikuro. "So am I. I hope you'll forgive me." "Don't mention it. My master's waiting for us, so I think we'd better go." They went out the gate laughing, Gonnosuke and Iori going to the left, Skikuro and Ushinosuke to the right. Then Gonnosuke turned and said, "Could I ask you something? If we go straight down this road, will it take us to Koyagyu Castle?" Skikuro walked over to Gonnosuke, and some minutes later, when Hyogo joined them, told him who the travelers were and why they were here. Hyogo sighed sympathetically. "That's too bad. If only you'd come 3 weeks ago, before Otsu left to join Musashi in Edo." "He's not in Edo," said Gonnosuke. "No one knows where he is, not even his friends." "What'll she do now?" said Hyogo, regretting he hadn't brought Otsu back to Koyagyu. Though he held back his tears, Iori really wanted to go somewhere all alone and cry his heart out. On the way down, he'd talked incessantly of meeting Otsu, or so it had seemed to Gonnosuke. As the men's conversation shifted to events in Edo, he slowly drifted away. Hyogo asked Gonnosuke for more information about Musashi, for news about his uncle, for details about the disappearance of Ono Tadaaki. There seemed to be no end either to his questions or to Gonnosuke's supply of information. "Where are you going?" Ushinosuke asked Iori, coming up behind him and laying a sympathetic hand on his shoulder. "Are you crying?" "Of course not." But as he shook his head, the tears flew. "Do you know how to dig wild potatoes?" "Sure. There are some potatoes over there. You want to see who can dig the fastest?" Iori accepted the challenge, and they began digging. It was getting late in the day, and since there was still much to talk about, Hyogo urged Gonnosuke to spend a few days at the castle. Gonnosuke, however, said he preferred to continue his journey. While they were saying their farewells, they noticed the boys were missing again. After a moment, Skikuro pointed and said, "There they are over there. They seem to be digging." Iori and Ushinosuke were absorbed in their work, which, because of the brittleness of the roots, involved digging carefully to a great depth. The men, amused at their concentration, walked quietly up behind them and watched for several minutes before Ushinosuke looked up and saw them. He gasped slightly, and Iori turned around and grinned. Then they redoubled their efforts. "I've got it!" cried Ushinosuke, pulling up a long potato and laying it on the ground. Seeing Iori's arms sunk in the hole up to his shoulder, Gonnosuke said impatiently, "If you don't finish soon, I'm going on by myself." Placing his hand on his hip like an aged farmer, Iori forced himself to a standing position and said, "I can't do it. It'll take me the rest of the day." With a look of resignation, he brushed the dirt off his kimono. "You can't get the potato out after you've dug that far?" asked Ushinosuke. "Here, I'll pull it out for you." "No," said Iori, pulling back Ushinosuke's hand. "It'll break." He gently pushed the dirt back in the hole and packed it down. "Bye," called Ushinosuke, proudly shouldering his potato and accidentally revealing that the tip was broken off. Seeing that, Hyogo said, "You lost. You may have won the fight, but you're disqualified from the potato-digging contest." Sweepers and Salesmen. The cherry blossoms were pale, past their prime, and the thistle blossoms were wilting, hinting nostalgically of the time centuries ago when Nara had been the capital. It was a little warm for walking, but neither Gonnosuke nor Iori tired of the road. Iori tugged at Gonnosuke's sleeve and said worriedly, "That man's still following us." Keeping his eyes straight ahead, Gonnosuke said, "Pretend you don't see him." "He's been behind us ever since we left the Kofukuji." And he was at the inn where we stayed, wasn't he? Don't let it worry you. We don't have anything worth stealing. We have our lives. They're not nothing. I keep my life locked up. Don't you? I can take care of myself. Iori tightened the grip of his left hand on his scabbard. Gonnosuke knew the man was the mountain priest who had challenged Nankobo the previous day, but couldn't imagine why he'd be tailing them. Iori looked around again and said, "He's not there anymore." Gonnosuke looked back too. "He probably got tired." He took a deep breath and added, "But it does make me feel better." They put up at a farmer's house that night and early the next morning reached Amano and Kawachi. This was a small village of low-eaved houses, behind which ran a stream of pristine mountain water. Gonnosuke had come to have the memorial tablet to his mother placed in the Kongoji, the so-called Women's Mount Koya. But first he wanted to look up a woman named Oan, whom he had known since childhood, so there would be someone to burn incense before the tablet from time to time. If she could not be found, he intended to go on to Mount Koya, the burial place of the rich and the mighty. He hoped he wouldn't have to. Going there would make him feel like a beggar. Asking directions from a shopkeeper's wife, he was told that Oan was the wife of a brewer named Toroku, and their house was the fourth one on the right inside the temple gate. As he went through the gate, Gonnosuke wondered if the woman knew what she was talking about, for there was a sign saying that bringing sake and leeks into the sacred compound was prohibited. How could there be a brewery there? This little mystery was cleared up that evening by Toroku, who had made them feel welcome and readily agreed to talk to the abbot about the memorial tablet. Toroku said that Toyotomi Hideyoshi had once tasted and expressed admiration for the sake made for use by the temple. The priests had then established the brewery to make sake for Hideyoshi and the other daimyo who contributed to the temple's support. Production had fallen off somewhat after Hideyoshi's death, but the temple still supplied a number of special patrons. When Gonnosuke and Iori awoke the next morning, Toroku was already gone. He returned a little past noon and said that arrangements had been made. The Kongoji was situated in the Amano River valley, amid peaks the color of jade. Gonnosuke, Iori, and Toroku stopped for a minute on the bridge leading to the main gate. Cherry blossoms floated in the water beneath the bridge. Gonnosuke straightened his shoulders, and an air of reverence seemed to settle over him. Iori rearranged his collar. Approaching the main hall, they were greeted by the abbot, a tall, rather stout man wearing an ordinary priest's robe. A torn basket hat and a long staff would not have seemed unnatural. "Is this the man who wants to have a service said for his mother?" he asked in a friendly voice. "Yes, sir," replied Toroku, prostrating himself on the ground. Having expected a stern-visaged cleric in gold brocade, Gonnosuke was somewhat confused in his greeting. He bowed and watched as the abbot came down from the porch, slipped his big feet into dirty straw sandals, and came to a halt in front of him. Prayer beads in hand, the abbot directed them to follow him, and a young priest fell in behind them. They passed the hall of Yakushi, the refectory, the one-story treasure pagoda, and the priest's living quarters. When they reached the hall of Dainichi, the young priest came forward and spoke to the abbot. The latter nodded, and the priest opened the door with an enormous key. Entering the large hall together, Gonnosuke and Iori knelt before the priest's dais. Fully 10 feet above this was a huge golden statue of Dainichi, the universal Buddha of the esoteric sects. After a few moments, the abbot appeared from behind the altar, attired in his cassock, and arranged himself on the dais. The chanting of the sutra began, and he seemed to be subtly transformed into a dignified high priest, his authority evident in the set of his shoulders. Gonnosuke clasped his hands in front of him. A small cloud seemed to pass before his eyes, and from it emerged an image of Shiojiri Pass, where he and Musashi had tested each other. His mother was sitting to one side, straight as a board, looking worried, just as she had been when she called out the word that saved him in that fight. "Mother," he thought, "you don't have to worry about my future. Musashi has consented to be my teacher. The day is not far off when I'll be able to establish my own school. The world may be in turmoil, but I won't stray from the way, nor will I neglect my duties as a son." By the time Gonnosuke came out of his reverie, the chanting had stopped and the abbot was gone. Beside him, Iori sat transfixed, his eyes glued to the face of Dainichi, a miracle of sculptural sensitivity carved by the great Unke in the 13th century. "Why are you staring so, Iori?" Without moving his eyes, the boy said, "It's my sister. That Buddha looks like my sister." Gonnosuke burst out laughing. "What are you talking about? You've never even seen her. Anyway, no human could ever have the compassion and serenity of Dainichi." Iori shook his head vigorously. "I have seen her, near Lord Yagyu's residence in Edo, and talked to her. I didn't know she was my sister then, but just now, while the abbot was chanting, the Buddha's face turned into hers. She seemed to be saying something to me." They went out and sat down on the porch, reluctant to break the spell of the visions they had experienced. "The memorial service was for my mother," said Gonnosuke pensively. "But it's been a good day for the living, too. Sitting here like this, it's hard to believe fighting and bloodshed exist." The metal spire of the treasure pagoda glistened like a jeweled sword in the rays of the setting sun. All the other buildings stood in deep shadow. Stone lanterns lined the darkened path leading up the steep hill to a Muromachi-style tea-house and a small mausoleum. Near the tea-house, an old nun, her head covered with a white silk bandana, and a plump man of about 50 were sweeping leaves with straw brooms. The nun sighed and said, "I guess it's better than it was." Few people came to this part of the temple, even to clear away the winter's accumulation of leaves and bird skeletons. "You must be tired, Mother," said the man. "Why don't you sit down and rest? I'll finish up." He was dressed in a simple cotton kimono, sleeveless cloak, straw sandals, and leather socks with a cherry blossom design, and carried a short sword with an unadorned hilt made of sharkskin. "I'm not tired," she replied with a little laugh. "But what about you? You're not used to this. Aren't your hands chapped?" "No, not chapped, but they're covered with blisters." The woman laughed again, saying, "Now, isn't that a nice reminder to take home with you?" "I don't mind. I feel my heart's been purified. I hope that means our little offering of labor has pleased the gods." "Oh, it's getting so dark. Let's leave the rest for tomorrow morning." Gonnosuke and Iori were standing by the porch now. Koetsu and Myoshu came down the path slowly, hand in hand. When they got near the Dainichi hall, both started and cried, "Who's there?" Then Myoshu said, "It's been a lovely day, hasn't it? Have you come for sightseeing?" Gonnosuke bowed and said, "No, I've had a sutra read for my mother." "It's nice to meet young people who are grateful to their parents." She gave Iori a maternal pat on the head. "Koetsu, do you have any of those wheat cakes left?" Taking a small package from his sleeve, Koetsu offered it to Iori, saying, "Forgive me for offering you leftovers." "Gonnosuke, may I accept it?" asked Iori. "Yes," said Gonnosuke, thanking Koetsu on Iori's behalf. "From the way you talk, you seem to be from the east," said Myoshu. May I ask where you're going? It seems to be on an endless journey on a never-ending road. This boy and I are fellow disciples in the way of the sword. It's an arduous path you've chosen. Who is your teacher? His name is Miyamoto Musashi. Musashi? You don't say! Myoshu gazed into space, as though conjuring up a pleasant memory. Where is Musashi now? Asked Koetsu. It's been a long time since last we saw him. Gonnosuke told them of Musashi's fortunes during the past couple of years. As he listened, Koetsu nodded and smiled, as if to say, "That's what I'd expect of him." When he finished, Gonnosuke asked, "May I inquire who you are?" "Oh, forgive me for not telling you before." Koetsu introduced himself and his mother. "Musashi stayed with us for a while, several years ago. We're very fond of him, and often talk about him even now." He then told Gonnosuke about 2 or 3 incidents that had occurred when Musashi was in Kyoto. Gonnosuke had long known of Koetsu's reputation as a sword polisher, and more recently he had heard of Musashi's relationship with the man. But he'd never expected to run into this wealthy townsman tidying up neglected temple grounds. "Is there a grave of someone close to you here?" he asked. "Or perhaps you've come for an outing?" "No, nothing so frivolous as an outing," exclaimed Koetsu. "Not in a holy place like this. Have you heard from the priests something of the history of the Kongoji?" "No." "In that case, allow me, in the priest's stead, to tell you a little about it. Please understand, however, that I'm merely repeating what I've heard." Koetsu paused and looked around slowly, then said, "We have just the right moon tonight," and pointed out the landmarks. Above them the mausoleum, Miedo, and Kangetsu-te. Below, the Taishido, Shinto shrine, treasure pagoda, refectory, and 2-story gate. "Look carefully," he said, seemingly under the spell of the lonely setting. "That pine tree, those rocks, every tree, every blade of grass here, partake of the invisible constancy, the elegant tradition of our country." He went on in this vein, solemnly telling how in the 14th century, during a conflict between southern and northern courts, the mountain had been a stronghold of the southern court. How Prince Morinaga, known also as Daito no Miya, had held secret conferences to plan the overthrow of the Hojo regents. How Kusunoki Masashige and other loyalists had fought the armies of the northern court. Later, the Ashikagas had come to power, and Emperor Go Murakami, driven from Mount Otoko, had been forced to flee from place to place. Finally, he took refuge at the temple and for many years lived the same sort of life as the mountain priests, suffering the same deprivations. Using the refectory as his seat of government, he had worked tirelessly to recover the imperial prerogatives seized by the military. At an earlier time, when samurai and courtiers had gathered around the ex-emperors Kogon, Komyo, and Suko, the monk Zenge had written poignantly, "The priests' quarters and mountain temples were all swept away. The loss is indescribable." Gonnosuke listened humbly, respectfully. Iori, awed by the gravity of Koetsu's voice, could not take his eyes from the man's face. Koetsu took a deep breath and went on. "Everything here is a relic of that age. The mausoleum is the last resting place of the Emperor Kogon. Since the decline of the Ashikagas, nothing's been properly taken care of. That's why my mother and I decided to do a little cleaning up as a gesture of reverence." Pleased by the attentiveness of his audience, Koetsu searched diligently for words to express his heartfelt emotions. While we were sweeping, we found a stone with a poem carved on it, perhaps by a soldier priest of that age. It said, "Though the war goes on, even for 100 years, spring will return. Live with a song in your hearts, you, the Emperor's people." Think of the bravery, the largeness of spirit it took for a simple soldier, after fighting for years, perhaps decades, to protect the Emperor, to be able to rejoice and sing. I'm sure it's because the spirit of Masashige communicated itself to him. Though 100 years of fighting have passed, this place remains a monument to the imperial dignity. Isn't this something for which we should be very grateful? "I didn't know this was the site of a sacred battle," said Gonnosuke. "I hope you'll forgive my ignorance." "I'm glad I had a chance to share with you some of my thoughts on the history of our country." The four of them strolled down the hill together. In the moonlight, their shadows seemed thin and unsubstantial. As they passed the refectory, Koetsu said, "We've been here 7 days. We'll be leaving tomorrow. If you see Musashi, please tell him to come see us again." Gonnosuke assured him that he would. The shallow, swift-flowing stream along the outer temple wall was like a natural moat and was crossed by a dirt-floored bridge. Gonnosuke and Iori had hardly set foot on the bridge when a large white figure, armed with a staff, emerged from the shadows and flew at Gonnosuke's back. Gonnosuke evaded the attack by sliding to one side, but Iori was knocked off the bridge. The man plunged on past Gonnosuke to the road on the other side of the bridge. Turning around, he took a solid stance, his legs resembling small tree trunks. Gonnosuke saw it was the priest who had been following him the previous day. "Who are you?" shouted Gonnosuke. The priest said nothing. Gonnosuke moved his staff into striking position and shouted, "Who are you? What reason do you have for attacking Muso Gonnosuke?" The priest acted as if he hadn't heard. His eyes spat fire as his toes, protruding from heavy straw sandals, inched forward like a centipede in motion. Gonnosuke growled and cursed under his breath. His short, heavy limbs bursting with the will to fight, he too inched forward. The priest's staff broke in two with a resounding crack. One part flew through the air, the other the priest hurled with all his might at Gonnosuke's face. It missed, but while Gonnosuke was recovering his balance, his opponent drew his sword and stomped out onto the bridge. "You bastard!" shouted Iori. The priest gasped and put his hand to his face. The small stones Iori had thrown had found their mark, one hitting him squarely in the eye. He spun around and ran down the road. "Stop!" shouted Iori, scrambling up the bank with a handful of stones. "Never mind," said Gonnosuke, putting his hand on Iori's arm. "I guess that'll show him," gloated Iori, casting the stones toward the moon. Soon after they returned to Toroku's house and went to bed, a squall came up. The wind roared through the trees, threatening to tear the roof off the house, but this was not the only thing that kept them from falling asleep right away. Gonnosuke lay awake, thinking about past and present, wondering if the world was really better off now that it had been in bygone ages. Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu had won the hearts of the people, as well as the authority to govern. But, he wondered, hadn't the true sovereign been virtually forgotten, the people led to worship false gods? The age of the Hojos and Ashikagas had been a hateful one, blatantly contradicting the very principle on which the country was founded. Still, even then, great warriors, like Masashige and his son, and loyalists from many provinces had followed the true warrior's code. What had become of the way of the samurai? Gonnosuke asked himself. Like the way of the townsman, and the way of the farmer. It seemed to exist now only for the sake of the military ruler. Gonnosuke's thoughts made his body feel warm all over. The peaks of Kawachi, the woods around the Kongoji, the howling storm seemed to become living beings, calling to him in a dream. Iori could not get the unknown priest out of his mind. He was still thinking of the ghostly white figure much later when the storm intensified. He pulled the covers over his eyes and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When they set out the next day, the clouds above the mountains were rainbow-colored. Just outside the village, a traveling merchant materialized from the morning mist and wished them a jovial good morning. Gonnosuke replied perfunctorily. Iori, absorbed in the thoughts that had kept him awake the night before, was no more talkative. The man tried to strike up a conversation. "You stayed at Toroku's house last night, didn't you? I've known him for years. Fine people, him and his wife." This elicited only a mild grunt from Gonnosuke. "I also called at Koyagyu Castle from time to time," said the merchant. "Kimura Skikuro had done me a lot of favors." This met with another grunt. "I see you've been to the women's Mount Koya. I suppose now you'll be going to Mount Koya itself. It's just the right time of the year. The snow's gone, and all the roads have been repaired. You can take your time crossing Amami and Kiima passes, spend the night at Hashimoto or Kamuro." The man's probing about their itinerary made Gonnosuke suspicious. "What business are you in?" he asked. "I sell braided cord," said the man, pointing to the small bundle on his back. "The cord's made of flat-braided cotton. It was only invented recently, but it's getting popular fast." "I see," said Gonnosuke. "Toroku's helped me a lot, telling worshippers at the Kongoji about my cord. As a matter of fact, I was planning to stay at his house last night, but he said he already had 2 guests. That was sort of a disappointment. When I stay with him, he always fills me up with good sake." He laughed. Relaxing a bit, Gonnosuke began asking questions about places along the way, for the merchant was quite familiar with the local countryside. By the time they reached Amami Plateau, the conversation had grown fairly friendly. "Hey, Sugizo!" A man came trotting along the road to catch up with them. "Why did you go off and leave me? I was waiting at Amano village. You said you'd stop by for me." "Sorry, Gensuke," said Sugizo. "I fell in with these 2, and we got to talking. I forgot all about you." He laughed and scratched his head. Gensuke, who was dressed like Sugizo, turned out to be a cord salesman too. As they walked, the 2 merchants fell to discussing business. Coming to a gully about 20 feet deep, Sugizo suddenly stopped talking and pointed. "Ooh, that's dangerous," he said. Gonnosuke stopped and looked at the gully, which might have been a gap left by an earthquake, perhaps one that happened a very long time ago. "What seems to be the trouble?" he asked. "Those logs, they're not safe to cross. See there? Some of the rocks supporting them have been washed away. We'll fix it so the logs are steady." Then he added, "We should do that for the sake of other travelers." Gonnosuke watched as they squatted at the edge of the cliff and began packing rocks and dirt under the logs. While thinking that these 2 merchants traveled a great deal, and thus knew the difficulties of travel as well as anybody, he was a little surprised. It was unusual for men like them to care enough about others to go to the trouble of repairing a bridge. Iori didn't give the matter any thought. Impressed by their show of concern, he contributed by gathering rocks for them. "That should do it," said Gensuke. He took a step on the bridge, decided it was safe, and said to Gonnosuke, "I'll go first." Holding his arms out for balance, he crossed quickly to the other side, then beckoned for the others to follow. At Sugizo's urging, Gonnosuke went next, Iori just behind him. They were not quite to the middle when they let out a shout of surprise. Ahead of them, Gensuke had a lance pointed at them. Gonnosuke looked back and saw Sugizo had also acquired a lance. "Where did the lances come from?" thought Gonnosuke. He swore, bit his lip angrily, and considered the awkwardness of his position. "Gonnosuke! Gonnosuke!" Taken off guard, Iori clung to Gonnosuke's waist, while Gonnosuke, holding his arm around the boy, shut his eyes for an instant, entrusting his life to the will of heaven. "You bastards!" "Shut up!" shouted the priest, who stood higher up on the road, behind Gensuke, his left eye swollen and black. "Keep calm," Gonnosuke told Iori in a soothing voice. Then he shouted, "So you're behind this? Well, watch out, you thieving bastards! You've tangled with the wrong man this time!" The priest stared coldly at Gonnosuke. "You're not worth robbing. We know that. If you're no smarter than that, what are you doing trying to be a spy?" "You calling me a spy? Tokugawa dog! Throw that staff away. Put your hands behind your back, and don't try anything funny." "Ah!" sighed Gonnosuke, as though the will to fight was deserting him. "Look, you're making a mistake. I did come from Edo, but I'm not a spy. My name is Musou Gonnosuke. I'm a shugyosha. Never mind the lies. What makes you think I'm a spy? Our friends in the East told us some time ago to be on the lookout for a man traveling with a young boy. You were sent down here by Lord Hojo of Awa, weren't you? No. Drop the staff and come along peacefully. I'm not going anywhere with you. Then you'll die right here." Gensuke and Sugizo began to close in from front and back, lances ready for action. To keep Iori out of harm's way, Gonnosuke slapped him on the back. With a loud shriek, Iori dived into the bushes covering the bottom of the gully. Thundering, "Yaw!" Gonnosuke rushed Sugizo. The lance requires some space and good timing to be effective. Sugizo extended his arm to thrust his weapon forward, but missed the exact moment. A loud croak came from his throat as the blade cut through thin air. Gonnosuke slammed into him, and he fell backward, with Gonnosuke on top of him. When Sugizo attempted to rise, Gonnosuke rammed his right fist into his face. Sugizo bared his teeth, but the effect was ludicrous, for his face was already a bloody mess. Gonnosuke stood up, used Sugizo's head for a springboard, and cleared the distance to the end of the bridge. Staff poised, he shouted, "I'm here waiting, you cowards!" Even as he shouted, 3 ropes came slithering across the top of the grass, one weighted with a sword guard, another with a short sword in its scabbard. One rope looped around Gonnosuke's arm, another around his legs, and the third around his neck. In a moment, still another rope wound around his staff. Gonnosuke wriggled like an insect caught in a spider web, but not for long. 6 men ran out of the woods behind him. By the time they were finished, he lay helpless on the ground, trussed up tighter than a bundle of straw. With the exception of the surly priest, all his captors were dressed as cord salesmen. "No horses?" asked the priest. "I don't want to walk him all the way to Mount Kudo." "We can probably hire a horse in Amami village." A pear blossom. In the dark, solemn forest of cryptomerias, the voices of the lowly shrike, mingling with those of the celestial bulbul, sounded like the jeweled tones of the mythical Kalavinka bird. 2 men coming down from the top of Mount Koya, where they had visited the halls and pagodas of the Kogonbuji, and paid their respects at the inner shrine, stopped on a small arched bridge between the inner and outer temple precincts. "Nuinosuke," said the older man pensively, "the world is indeed fragile and impermanent, isn't it?" From his heavy homespun cloak and utilitarian hakama, he might have been taken for a country samurai, were it not for his swords, which were of outstanding quality, and the fact that his companion was far too suave and well-groomed for a provincial samurai's attendant. "You saw them, didn't you?" he continued. "The graves of Oda Nobunaga, Akechi Mitsuhide, Ishida Mitsunari, Kobayakawa Kingo, all brilliant, famous generals only a few years ago. And over there, those moss-covered stones mark the burial places of great members of the Minamoto and Taira clans. Friend and foe, all together here, aren't they? All of them, nothing more than lonely stones. Were names like Uesugi and Takeda really great? Or were we only dreaming? It gives me an odd feeling. Somehow it seems the world we live in is unreal. Is it that? Or is it this place that's unreal? Who knows? Who do you suppose thought of calling this the Bridge of Illusions? It's a well-chosen name, isn't it? I think illusion is truth, just as enlightenment is reality. If illusion were unreal, the world couldn't exist. A samurai who devotes his life to his master cannot, not for an instant, allow himself to be nihilistic. That's why the Zen I practice is living Zen. It's the Zen of the tainted world, the Zen of hell. A samurai who trembles at the thought of impermanence or despises the world cannot perform his duties. Enough of this place. Let's go back to the other world. He walked quickly, with a remarkably firm step for a man of his age. Catching sight of priests from the Seiganji, he frowned and grumbled. Why did they have to do that? He'd stayed at the temple the night before. Now about 20 young priests were lined up along the pathway, waiting to see him off, though he had said his farewells that morning with the intention of avoiding a display of this sort. He ran the gauntlet, saying polite goodbyes, and hurried on down the road, overlooking the patchwork of valleys known as Kuju-Kutani. Only when he regained the ordinary world did he relax. Conscious as he was of his own fallible human heart, the odor of this world came as relief. "Hello, who are you?" The question came at him like a shot as they rounded a bend in the road. "Who are you?" asked Nuinosuke. The well-built, light-complexioned samurai standing in the middle of the road said politely, "Forgive me if I'm mistaken, but aren't you Lord Hosokawa Tadatoshi's senior retainer, Nagaoka Sado?" "I'm Nagaoka, to be sure. Who are you, and how did you know I was in the vicinity?" "My name is Daisuke. I'm the only son of Gesso, who lives in retirement on Mount Kudo." Seeing the name did not ring a bell, Daisuke said, "My father has long since discarded his former name, but until the Battle of Sekigahara, he was known as Sanada Saemon-nosuke." "Do you mean Sanada Yukimura?" "Yes, sir." With a bashfulness seemingly at odds with his appearance, Daisuke said, "A priest from the Seiganji dropped in at my father's house this morning. He said you'd come to Mount Koya for a short visit. Though we heard you were traveling incognito, my father thought it'd be a pity not to invite you to have a cup of tea with him." "That's very kind of him," replied Sado. He squinted for a minute, then said to Nuinosuke, "I think we ought to accept, don't you?" "Yes, sir," replied Nuinosuke without enthusiasm. Daisuke said, "It's still fairly early in the day, but my father would be honored if you'd spend the night with us." Sado hesitated a moment, wondering if it was wise to accept the hospitality of a man regarded as an enemy of the Tokugawas, then nodded and said, "We can decide about that later, but I'll be delighted to join your father for a cup of tea. Don't you agree, Nuinosuke?" "Yes, sir." Nuinosuke seemed a bit on edge, but as they started down the road behind Daisuke, master and attendant exchanged knowing glances. From the village of Mount Kudo, they climbed a little farther up the mountain to a residence set apart from the other houses. The enclosure, surrounded by a low stone wall topped by a fence of woven grass, resembled the semi-fortified house of a lesser provincial warlord. But all in all, one got the impression of refinement rather than military preparedness. "My father's over there, by that thatched building," said Daisuke as they went through the gate. There was a small vegetable garden, sufficient to provide onions and greens for the morning and evening soup. The main house stood in front of a cliff. Near the side veranda was a bamboo grove, beyond which 2 more houses were just visible. Nuinosuke knelt on the veranda outside the room Sado was shown to. Sado sat down and remarked, "It's very quiet here." A few minutes later, a young woman who appeared to be Daisuke's wife quietly served tea and left. While Sado waited for his host, he took in the view, the garden and the valley. Below was the village, and in the distance the inn-town of Kamuro. Tiny flowers bloomed on the moss clinging to the overhanging thatched roof, and there was the pleasant fragrance of a rare incense. Though he could not see it, he could hear the stream running through the bamboo grove. The room itself evoked a feeling of quiet elegance, a gentle reminder that the owner of this unpretentious dwelling was the second son of Sanada Masayuki, lord of Ueda Castle and recipient of an income of 190,000 bushels. The posts and beams were thin, the ceiling low. The wall behind the small, rustic alcove was of roughly finished red clay. The flower arrangement in the alcove consisted of a single sprig of pear blossoms in a slender yellow and light green ceramic vase. Sado thought of Po Chui's solitary pear blossom bathed by the spring rain, and of the love that united the Chinese emperor and young Kuefei, as described in the Chang Heike. He seemed to hear a voiceless sob. His eye moved to the hanging scroll above the flower arrangement. The characters, large and naive, spelled out Hokoku Daimyojin, the name Hideyoshi was given when he was elevated to the rank of a god after his death. To one side, a notation in much smaller characters said that this was the work of Hideyoshi's son, Hideyori, at the age of 8. Feeling it discourteous to Hideyoshi's memory to have his back turned to the scroll, Sado shifted a little to the side. As he did so, he realized suddenly that the pleasant smell came not from incense burning right then, but from the walls and shoji, which must have absorbed the fragrance when incense was placed there morning and evening to purify the room in Hideyoshi's honor. Presumably, an offering of sake was also made daily, as to established Shinto deities. "Ah," he thought, "Yukimura's as devoted to Hideyoshi as they say." What he could not fathom was why Yukimura did not hide the scroll. He had the reputation of being an unpredictable man, a man of the shadows, lurking and waiting for a propitious moment to return to the center of the country's affairs. It took no stretch of the imagination to conceive of guests later reporting his sentiments to the Tokugawa government. Footsteps approached along the outside corridor. The small, thin man who entered the room wore a sleeveless cloak with only a short sword in the front of his obi. There was an air of modesty about him. Dropping to his knees and bowing to the floor, Yukimura said, "Forgive me for sending my son to bring you and for interrupting your journey." This show of humility made Sado uncomfortable. From the legal viewpoint, Yukimura had given up his status. He was now only a ronin who had taken the Buddhist name Denshin Gesso. Nevertheless, he was the son of Sanada Masayuki, and his older brother, Nobuyuki, was a daimyo and had close connections with the Tokugawas. Being only a retainer, Sado was of much lower rank. "You shouldn't bow to me that way," he said, returning the greeting. "It's an unexpected honor and pleasure to meet you again. I'm glad to see you're in good health." "You seem to be too," replied Yukimura, relaxing while Sado was still bowing. "I'm pleased to hear Lord Tadatoshi has returned to Buzen safely." "Thank you. This is the 3rd year since Lord Yusai passed away, so he thought it was time." "Has it been that long?" "Yes. I've been in Buzen myself, though I have no idea what use Lord Tadatoshi might have for a relic like myself. I served his father and grandfather too, as you know." When the formalities were over and they began talking of this and that, Yukimura asked, "Have you seen our Zen master recently?" "No, I've seen or heard nothing of Gudo for some time. That reminds me, it was in his meditation room that I first saw you. You were only a boy then, and you were with your father." Sado smiled happily as he reminisced about the time he had been put in charge of constructing the Shunpoin, a building the Hosokawas had donated to the Myoshinji. "A lot of hellions came to Gudo to get the rough edges smoothed off," said Yukimura. "He accepted them all, not caring whether they were old or young, daimyo or ronin. Actually, I think he particularly liked young ronin," mused Sado. "He used to say that a true ronin did not seek fame or profit, did not curry favor with the powerful, did not attempt to use political power for his own ends, did not exempt himself from moral judgments. Rather, he was as broad-minded as floating clouds, as quick to act as the rain, and quite content in the midst of poverty. He never set himself any targets, and never harbored any grudges." "You remember that after all these years?" asked Yukimura. Sado nodded ever so slightly. "He also maintained that a true samurai was as hard to find as a pearl in the vast blue sea. The buried bones of the innumerable ronin who sacrificed their lives for the good of the country he likened to pillars supporting the nation." Sado looked straight into Yukimura's eyes as he said this, but the latter did not seem to notice the allusion to men of his own adopted status. "That reminds me," he said. "One of the ronin who sat at Gudo's feet in those days was a young man from Mimasaka named Miyamoto Musashi? That's it, Musashi. He impressed me as being a man of great depth, even though he was only about 20 at the time, and his kimono was always filthy." "It must be the same man." "Then you do remember him?" "No, I didn't hear of him until recently when I was in Edo." "He's a man to watch. Gudo said that his approach to Zen was promising, so I kept an eye on him. Then he suddenly disappeared. A year or 2 later, I heard he'd won a brilliant victory against the house of Yoshioka. I remember thinking at the time that Gudo must have a very good eye for people." "I came across him quite by accident. He was in Shimosa and gave some villagers a lesson in how to protect themselves from bandits. Later he helped them turn a tract of wasteland into paddy. I think he may be the true ronin Gudo had in mind, the pearl in the vast blue sea." "Do you really think so? I recommended him to Lord Tadatoshi, but I'm afraid finding him is as hard as discovering a pearl. One thing you can be sure of, if a samurai like that took an official position, it wouldn't be for the sake of the income. He'd be concerned with how his work measured up to his ideals. It may be that Musashi would prefer Mount Kudo to the house of Hosokawa." "What?" Sado brushed off his remark with a short laugh, as if it were a slip of the tongue. "You're joking, of course," said Yukimura. "In my present circumstances, I can hardly afford to hire a servant, let alone a well-known ronin. I doubt whether Musashi would come even if I did invite him." "There's no need to deny it," said Sado. "It's no secret the Hosokawas are on the side of the Tokugawas, and everybody knows you are the support on which Hideori leans most heavily. Looking at the scroll in the alcove, I was impressed by your loyalty." Seemingly offended, Yukimura said, "The scroll was given to me by a certain person at Osaka Castle in lieu of a memorial portrait of Hideyoshi. I tried to take good care of it, but Hideyoshi is dead." He swallowed and went on. "Times change, of course. It doesn't take an expert to see that Osaka has fallen on bad days, while the power of the Tokugawas continues to grow. But I'm not able by nature to change my loyalty and serve a second lord. I wonder if people will believe it's that simple. If I may speak candidly, everybody says Hideori and his mother furnish you great sums every year, and at a wave of the hand you could muster 5,000 or 6,000 ronin." Yukimura laughed deprecatingly. "Not a word of truth in it. I tell you, Sado, there's nothing worse than having people make you out to be more than you are." "You can't blame them. You went to Hideyoshi when you were young, and he liked you better than anyone else. I understand your father's been heard to say you're the Kusunoki Masashige, or the Kung Ming of our times." "You embarrass me." "Isn't it true?" "I want to spend the rest of my days here, quietly, in the shadow of the mountain where the Buddha's law is preserved. That's all. I'm not a man of refinement. It's enough for me if I can expand my fields a little, live to see my son's child born, have freshly made buckwheat noodles in the fall, eat fresh greens in the spring. Beyond that, I'd like to live a long life, far removed from wars or rumors of war." "Is that really all there is to it?" Sado asked mildly. "Laugh if you will, but I've been spending my free time reading Lao Tzu and Chuang Tzu. The conclusion I've come to is that life is enjoyment. Without enjoyment, what use is there in living?" "Well, well," exclaimed Sado, feigning surprise. They talked for another hour or so, over cups of fresh tea served by Daisuke's wife. Eventually Sado said, "I fear I've stayed too long, wasting your time with my chatter. Nuinosuke, shall we be going?" "Don't hurry off," said Yukimura. "My son and his wife have made some noodles. Poor country food, but I wish you'd have some with us. If you're planning to stop over at Kamuro, you have plenty of time." Daisuke appeared just then to ask his father if he was ready to have the meal served. Yukimura stood up and led the way down a corridor to the back part of the house. When they were seated, Daisuke offered Sado a pair of chopsticks, saying, "I'm afraid the food isn't too good, but try some anyway." His wife, not accustomed to having strangers around, diffidently held out a sake cup, which Sado politely refused. Daisuke and his wife lingered a moment longer before excusing themselves. "What's that noise I can hear?" asked Sado. It sounded rather like a loom, though louder and with a slightly different quality. "Oh, that! It's a wooden wheel for making cord. I'm sorry to say I've had to put the family and servants to work braiding cord, which we sell to help with the finances." Then he added, "We're all used to it, but I suppose it might be annoying to anyone who's not. I'll send word to have it stopped." "No, that's all right. It doesn't bother me. I'd hate to think I was holding up your work." As he started to eat, Sado thought about the food, which sometimes provides insight into a man's condition. But he found nothing revealing there. Yukimura was not at all like the young samurai he had known years before, but he seemed to have shrouded his present circumstances in ambiguity. Sado then thought about the sounds he heard, kitchen noises, people coming and going, and a couple of times the clink of money being counted. The dispossessed daimyo were not accustomed to physical labor, and sooner or later they would run out of treasures to sell. It was conceivable that Osaka Castle had ceased to be a source of funds. Still, the idea of Yukimura in tight straits was oddly disturbing. He had been aware that his host might be trying to piece together bits of conversation to form a picture of how things were going with the house of Hosokawa, but there was no indication of this. What stood out about his recollections of their meeting was that Yukimura had not asked about his visit to Mount Koya. Sado would have answered readily, for there was nothing mysterious about it. Many years ago, Hosokawa Yusai had been sent by Hideyoshi to the Seiganji and had stayed for quite some time. He had left behind books, some writings, and some personal effects, which had become important keepsakes. Sado had gone through them, sorted them out, and arranged for the temple to turn them over to Tadatoshi. Nuinosuke, who hadn't moved from the veranda, cast an anxious look toward the back of the house. Relations between Edo and Osaka were strained, to say the least. Why was Sado taking a risk like this? He didn't imagine Sado to be in any immediate danger, but he'd learned that the lord of Kii province, Asano Nagaakira, had instructions to keep a strict watch on Mount Kudo. If one of Asano's men reported that Sado had paid a secret visit to Yukimura, the shogunate would become suspicious of the house of Hosokawa. "Now's my chance," he thought, as the wind suddenly swept through the forsythia and caria blossoms in the garden. Black clouds were forming rapidly, and it began to sprinkle. He hurried down the corridor and announced, "It's starting to rain, sir. If we're going to leave, I think now is the time." Grateful for the opportunity to break away, Sado stood up immediately. "Thank you, Nuinosuke," he said. "By all means, let's be on our way." Yukimura refrained from urging Sado to stay overnight. He called Daisuke and his wife and said, "Give our guests some straw rain capes, and you, Daisuke, go with them to Kamuro." At the gate, after expressing thanks for Yukimura's hospitality, Sado said, "I'm sure we'll meet again one of these days. Maybe it'll be another day of rain, or maybe there'll be a strong wind blowing. Until then, I wish you the best of health." Yukimura grinned and nodded. "Yes, one of these days." For an instant, each man saw the other in his mind's eye, mounted on horseback and carrying a lance. But for the present, there was only the host bowing amidst falling apricot petals, and the departing guest in a straw cape streaked with rain. As they walked slowly down the road, Daisuke said, "It won't rain much, and this time of year we have a little shower like this every day." Still, the clouds above Senjo Valley and the peaks of Koya looked threatening, and they unconsciously quickened their pace. Entering Kamuro, they were greeted by the sight of a man sharing the back of a horse with bundles of firewood and tied so tightly he couldn't move. Leading the horse was a white-robed priest who called Daisuke's name and ran toward him. Daisuke pretended not to notice. "Someone's calling you," said Sado, exchanging glances with Nuinosuke. Forced to take notice of the priest, Daisuke said, "Oh, Rin Shobo! Sorry, I didn't see you." "I've come straight from Kima Pass," said the priest in a loud, excited voice. The man from Edo, the one who we're told to watch for. I spotted him in Nara. He put up quite a fight, but we took him alive. Now, if we take him to Gesso and force him to talk, we'll find out—" "What are you talking about?" broke in Daisuke. "The man on the horse. He's a spy from Edo." "Can't you shut up, you fool?" hissed Daisuke. "Do you know who the man with me is? Nagaoka Sado of the House of Hosokawa. We rarely have the privilege of seeing him, and I'll not have you disturbing us with your silly joke." Rin Shobo's eyes, turning to the two travelers, betrayed his shock, and he barely caught himself before blurting out, "House of Hosokawa?" Sado and Nuinosuke were trying to look poised and indifferent, but the wind whipped at their rain-capes, making them flap out like the wings of a crane and rather spoiling their efforts. "Why?" asked Rin Shobo in a low voice. Daisuke drew him a little to one side and spoke in a whisper. When he returned to his guests, Sado said, "Why don't you go back now? I'd hate to put you to any more trouble." After watching them until they were out of sight, Daisuke said to the priest, "How could you be so stupid? Don't you know enough to open your eyes before you open your mouth? My father wouldn't be pleased to hear about this." "Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't know." Despite his robes, the man was no priest. He was Toriumi Benzo, one of Yukimura's leading retainers. The Port. "Gonnosuke! Gonnosuke! Gonnosuke!" Iori couldn't seem to stop himself. He called the name over and over and over. Having found some of Gonnosuke's belongings lying on the ground, he was convinced the man was dead. A day and a night had passed. He'd been in a walking daze, oblivious of his wariness. His legs, hands, and head were spattered with blood, his kimono badly torn. Seized by a spasm, he would look up at the sky and cry, "I'm ready!" or stare at the ground and curse. "Have I gone crazy?" he thought, suddenly feeling cold. Looking into a puddle of water, he recognized his own face and felt relieved. But he was alone, with no one to turn to, only half believing he was still alive. When he'd awoken at the bottom of the ravine, he couldn't remember where he'd been the past several days. It didn't occur to him to try to go back to the Kogonji or Koyagyu. An object glinting with the colors of the rainbow caught his eye. A pheasant. He became aware of the fragrance of wild wisteria in the air and sat down. As he tried to make sense of his situation, thoughts of the sun captured his mind. He imagined it as being everywhere, beyond the clouds, among the peaks, in the valleys. He shifted to a kneeling position, clasped his hands, shut his eyes, and began praying. When he opened his eyes a few minutes later, the first thing he saw was a glimpse of ocean, blue and misty, between two mountains. "Little boy," said a motherly voice, "are you all right?" "Huh?" With a start, Iori turned his hollow eyes toward the two women who were staring at him curiously. "What do you suppose is wrong with him, mother?" asked the younger woman, regarding Iori with distaste. Looking puzzled, the older woman walked over to Iori, and seeing the blood on his clothes, she frowned. "Don't those cuts hurt?" she asked. Iori shook his head. She turned to her daughter and said, "He seems to understand what I say." They asked his name, where he had come from, where he had been born, what he was doing here, and whom he had been praying to. Little by little, as he searched around for the answers, his memory came back. More sympathetic now, the daughter, whose name was Otsuru, said, "Let's take him back to Sakai with us. Maybe he'd be useful in the shop. He's just the right age." "That might be a good idea," said her mother, Ose. "Will he come?" "He'll come. Won't you?" Iori nodded and said, "Uh-huh." "Come along, then, but you'll have to carry our luggage." "Oh." Iori acknowledged their remarks with a grunt, but otherwise said nothing on the journey down the mountain, along a country road and into Kishiwada. But among people again he became talkative. "Where do you live?" he asked. "In Sakai." "Is that near here?" "No, it's near Osaka." "Where's Osaka?" "We'll take a ship from here and go to Sakai. Then you'll know." "Really? A ship?" Excited by the prospect, he rattled on for several minutes, telling them how he'd ridden any number of ferry boats on the way from Edo to Yamato. But though the ocean wasn't far from his birthplace in Shimosa, he'd never been out to sea in a ship. "That'll make you happy then, won't it?" said Otsuru. "But you mustn't call my mother auntie. Say madam when you speak to her." "Oh." "And you mustn't answer huh. Say yes, ma'am." "Yes, ma'am." "That's better. Now, if you stay with us and work hard, I'll see you're made a shop assistant." "What does your family do?" "My father's a shipping broker." "What's that?" "He's a merchant. He owns a lot of ships, and they sail all over western Japan." "Oh, just a merchant?" sniffed Iori. "Just a merchant? Why!" exclaimed the girl. The mother was inclined to overlook Iori's bluntness, but the daughter was indignant. Then she hesitated, saying, "I suppose he's never seen merchants other than candy sellers or clothing salesmen." The fierce pride of the Kansai merchants took over, and she informed him that her father had 3 warehouses, large ones, in Sakai, and several tens of vessels. She gave him to understand that there were branch offices in Shimonoseki, Marukame, and Shikama, and that the services performed for the House of Hosokawa and Kokura were of such great importance that her father's ships had the status of official vessels. "And," she went on, "he's allowed to have a surname and carry 2 swords like a samurai. Everyone in western Honshu and Kyushu knows the name of Kobayashi Tarozaemon of Shimonoseki. In time of war, daimyo like Shimazu and Hosokawa never have enough ships, so my father is just as important as a general." "I didn't mean to make you angry," said Iori. The 2 women laughed. "We're not angry," said Otsuru, "but a boy like you, what do you know of the world?" "I'm sorry." Turning a corner, they were greeted by the tang of salt air. Otsuru pointed to a ship tied up at Kishiwada Pier. It had a capacity of 500 bushels and was loaded with local produce. "That's the ship we'll go home in," she said proudly. The ship captain and a couple of Kobayashi agents came out of a dockside tea-house to meet them. "Did you have a nice walk?" asked the captain. "I'm sorry to say we're very heavily loaded, so I couldn't keep much space open for you. Shall we go on board?" He led the way to the stern of the ship, where a space had been partitioned off with curtains. A red rug had been spread, and elegant Momoyama-style lacquered utensils contained an abundance of food and sake. Iori had the feeling he was entering a small, well-appointed room in a daimyo's mansion. The ship reached Sakai in the evening, after an uneventful voyage up Osaka Bay. The travelers went directly to the Kobayashi establishment, facing the wharf, where they were welcomed by the manager, a man named Sahe, and a large group of assistants who had gathered at the spacious entrance. As Osei was going into the house, she turned and said, "Sahe, will you look after the child, please?" "You mean the dirty little urchin who came off the ship?" "Yes. He seems quick-witted, so you should be able to put him to work, and do something about his clothes. He may have lice. See that he washes well, and give him a new kimono. Then he can go to bed." Iori didn't see the mistress of the house or her daughter for the next few days. There was a half-length curtain separating the office from the living quarters in the back. It was like a wall. Without special permission, not even Sahe dared go beyond it. Iori was given a corner of the shop, as the office was called, in which to sleep, and though he was grateful for being rescued, he soon became dissatisfied with his new way of life. The cosmopolitan atmosphere into which he'd been dropped had a certain fascination. He gaped at the foreign innovations he saw on the streets, at the ships in the harbor, and the signs of prosperity evident in the way people lived. But it was always, "Hey, boy, do this, do that." From the lowest assistant to the manager, they made him chase around like a dog. Not at all like their attitude when speaking to a member of the household or a customer. Then they turned into fawning sycophants. And from morning to night they talked of money, money. If it was not that, it was work, work. And they called themselves human beings, thought Iori. He longed for the blue sky and the smell of warm grass under the sun, and decided any number of times to run away. The yearning was strongest when he remembered Musashi talking about ways of nourishing the spirit. He visualized how Musashi had looked, and the face of the departed Gonnosuke and Otsu. Matters came to a head one day when Sahe called, "Io! Io! Where are you?" Getting no answer, he stood up and walked to the black-lacquered keyaki beam forming the threshold of the office. "You there, the new boy!" he shouted. "Why don't you come when you're called?" Iori was sweeping the walk between the office and the storehouse. He looked up and asked, "Were you calling me?" "Were you calling me, sir?" "I see. I see, sir." "Yes, sir." "Don't you have ears? Why didn't you answer me?" "I heard you say Io. That couldn't be me. My name is Iori, sir." "Io's enough. And another thing, I told you the other day to stop wearing that sword." "Yes, sir." "Give it to me." Iori hesitated a moment, then said, "It's a keepsake from my father. I couldn't let go of it." "Impudent brat! Give it to me." "I don't want to be a merchant anyway." "If it weren't for merchants, people couldn't live," Sahe said forcefully. "Who'd bring in goods from foreign countries? Nobunaga and Hideyoshi are great men, but they couldn't have built all those castles, Azuchi, Jirakudai, Fushimi, without the help of merchants. Just look at the men here in Sakai, Namban, Luzon, Fukien, Amoy. They're all carrying on trade on a large scale." "I know that." "How would you know?" "Anybody can see the big weaving houses at Ayamachi, Kinumachi, and Nishikimachi, and up on the hill, Luzonya's establishment looks like a castle. There are rows and rows of warehouses and mansions belonging to rich merchants. This place, well, I know Madam and Otsuru are proud of it, but it doesn't amount to anything by comparison." "Why, you little son of a bitch!" Sahe was barely out the door before Iori had dropped his broom and fled. Sahe summoned some dock workers and ordered them to catch him. When Iori was dragged back, Sahe was fuming. "What can you do with a boy like that? He talks back and makes fun of all of us. Punish him good today." Going back into the office, he added, "Take that sword away from him." They removed the offending weapon and tied Iori's hands behind him. When they fastened the rope to a large crate of cargo, Iori looked like a monkey on a leash. "Stay there a while," said one of the men, smirking. "Let people make fun of you." The others guffawed and went back to their work. There was nothing Iori hated more than this. How often Musashi and Gonnosuke had admonished him not to do things he might be ashamed of. First he tried pleading, then promised to mend his ways. When this proved ineffective, he switched to invective. "The manager's a fool, crazy old fart. Let me loose and give me back my sword. I won't stay in a house like this." Sahe came out and shouted, "Quiet!" He then tried to gag Iori, but the boy bit his finger, so he gave up and had the dock workers do it. Iori tugged at his bonds, pulling this way and that. Already under a terrible strain from being exposed to public view, he burst into tears when a horse urinated and the foamy liquid trickled toward his feet. As he was quieting down, he saw something that almost made him faint. On the other side of a horse was a young woman, her head protected from the sweltering sun by a broad-brimmed lacquered hat. Her hemp kimono was tied up for traveling, and she carried a thin bamboo pole. In vain he tried to cry out her name. Stretching his neck out, he almost choked with the effort. His eyes were dry, but his shoulders shook with his sobbing. It was maddening. Otsu was so near. Where was she going? Why had she left Edo? Later in the day, when a ship tied up at the pier, the neighborhood became even busier.
"Sahe, what's this boy doing out here, looking like a trained bear on exhibit? It's cruel to leave him like that. It's also bad for business."
The man calling into the office was a cousin of Torozaemon. He was usually called Nambanya, the name of the shop where he worked. Black pockmarks added a certain sinisterness to the anger in his face. Despite his appearance, he was a friendly man and often gave sweets to Iori.
"I don't care if you are punishing him," he continued. "It's not right to do it out on the street. It's bad for the Kobayashi name. Untie him."
"Yes, sir." Sahe complied immediately, all the while regaling Nambanya with a detailed account of how useless Iori was.
"If you don't know what to do with him," said Nambanya, "I'll take him home with me. I'll speak to Ose about it today." The manager, fearing the consequences when the mistress of the house heard what had happened, suddenly had an urge to soothe Iori's feelings. Iori, for his part, wouldn't have anything to do with the man for the rest of the day. On his way out that evening, Nambanya stopped in Iori's corner of the shop. A little drunk, but in high spirits, he said, "Well, you won't be going with me after all. The women wouldn't hear of it. Ha!"
His conversation with Ose and Otsuru did have one salutary effect, however. The very next day, Iori entered a temple school in the neighborhood. He was allowed to wear his sword to school, and neither Sahe nor the others gave him further trouble. But still he was unable to settle down. When he was inside, his eyes often strayed to the street. Every time a young woman, even remotely like Otsu, passed, his color changed. Sometimes he ran out for a closer look. One morning, toward the beginning of the 9th month, a prodigious quantity of luggage began arriving by riverboat from Kyoto. By midday, chests and baskets were piled high in front of the office. Tags identified the property as that of samurai in the house of Hosokawa. They had been in Kyoto on business similar to that which had brought Sado to Mount Koya, looking after the posthumous affairs of Hosokawa Yusai. Now they sat drinking barley tea and fanning themselves, some in the office, some under the eaves outside. Coming back from school, Iori got as far as the street. He stopped and turned pale. Kojiro, seated atop a large basket, was saying to Sahe, "It's too hot out here. Hasn't our ship docked yet?" Sahe looked up from the manifest in his hands and pointed toward the pier. "Your ship is the Tatsumi Maru. It's right over there. As you can see, they haven't finished loading, so your places on board aren't ready yet. I'm sorry." "I'd much prefer to wait on board. It should be a little cooler there." "Yes, sir. I'll go and see how things are coming along." Too rushed to wipe the sweat from his forehead, he scurried out to the street, where he caught sight of Iori. "What are you doing there, looking as though you'd swallowed a ramrod? Go and wait on the passengers. Barley tea, cold water, hot water. Give them whatever they want." Iori went to a shed at the entrance of the alley by the storehouse, where a kettle of water was kept boiling. But instead of going about his business, he stood glaring at Kojiro. He was usually called Ganryu now, the rather scholarly-sounding name seeming more appropriate to his present age and status. He was heavier and more solid. His face had filled out. His once piercing eyes were serene and untroubled. He no longer made frequent use of his rapier tongue, which in the past had caused so much injury. Somehow, the dignity of his sword had become a part of his personality. One result was that he had gradually been accepted by his fellow samurai. They not only spoke highly of him, but actually respected him. Pouring sweat, Sahe returned from the ship, apologized again for the long wait, and announced, "The seats amidship are still not ready, but those in the prow are." This meant the foot soldiers and younger samurai could go on board. They proceeded to gather up their belongings and left in a group. There remained only Kojiro and 6 or 7 older men, all officials of some importance in the fief. "Sado hasn't come yet, has he?" said Kojiro. "No, but he should be here before long." "We'll be getting the sun from the west soon," Sahe said to Kojiro. "It'll be cooler if you move inside." "The flies are terrible," complained Kojiro, "and I'm thirsty. Could I have another cup of tea?" "Right away, sir." Without getting up, Sahe shouted toward the hot water shed, "Io, what are you doing? Bring some tea for our guests." He busily addressed himself to his manifest again, but realizing Iori had not answered, he started to repeat his order. Then he saw the boy approaching slowly with several cups of tea on a tray. Iori offered tea to each of the samurai, bowing politely each time. Standing before Kojiro with the last 2 cups, he said, "Please, have some tea." Kojiro absent-mindedly extended his hand, but abruptly withdrew it as his eyes met Iori's. Startled, he exclaimed, "Why, it's—" Breaking into a grin, Iori said, "The last time I had the bad luck to run into you was in Musashino." "What's that?" rasped Kojiro, in a tone hardly appropriate to his present status. He was about to say something else when Iori shouted, "Oh, you remember me!" and slung the tray at his face. "Oh!" cried Kojiro, grabbing Iori by the wrist. Though the tray missed him, a bit of hot tea caught him in the left eye. The rest of the tea spilled onto his chest and lap. The tray crashed into a corner post. "You little bastard!" shouted Kojiro. He threw Iori onto the dirt floor and planted one foot on top of him. "Manager!" he called angrily. "This brat is one of your boys, isn't he? Come here and hold him down. Even if he is only a child, I won't stand for this." Frightened out of his wits, Sahe rushed to do as he was told, but somehow Iori managed to draw his sword and take a swing at Kojiro's arm. Kojiro kicked him to the middle of the room and jumped back a pace. Sahe turned and rushed back, screaming his lungs out. He reached Iori just as the boy jumped to his feet. "You keep out of this!" Iori cried then, looking Kojiro straight in the face, he spat out, "Serves you right!" and ran outside. Kojiro picked up a carrying pole that happened to be handy and threw it at the boy, scoring a perfect hit behind his knee. Iori landed flat on his face. At Sahe's command, several men fell on Iori and hauled him back to the hot water shed, where a servant was wiping off Kojiro's kimono and hakama. "Please, forgive this outrage," pleaded Sahe. "We don't know how to apologize," said one of the assistants. Without looking at them, Kojiro took a damp towel from the servant and wiped off his face. Iori had been forced to the ground, his arms bent tightly behind him. "Let me go!" he begged, his body writhing in pain. "I won't run away! I'm a samurai's son! I did it on purpose, and I'll take my punishment like a man." Kojiro finished straightening his clothing and smoothed his hair. "Let him go," he said quietly. Not knowing what to make of the placid expression on the samurai's face, Sahe stammered,
"Are you sure it's all right?"
"Yes, but—" The word sounded like a nail being driven into a board. "Although I have no intention of becoming involved with a mere child, if you feel he should be punished, I can suggest a method. Pour a dipperful of boiling water over his head. It won't kill him."
"Boiling water?"
Sahe recoiled at the suggestion. "Yes. If you want to let him go, that's all right, too." Sahe and his men looked at each other uncertainly.
"We can't let something like that go unpunished."
"He's always up to no good."
"He's lucky he didn't get killed. Bring a rope."
When they started to tie him, Iori fought off their hands. "What are you doing?" he screamed. Sitting on the ground, he said, "I told you I wouldn't run away, didn't I? I'll take my punishment. I had a reason for doing what I did. A merchant might apologize, not me. The son of a samurai is not going to cry over a little hot water."
"All right," said Sahe. "You asked for it."
He rolled up his sleeve, filled a dipper with boiling water, and walked slowly toward Iori. "Shut your eyes, Iori. If you don't, you'll go blind." The voice came from across the street. Not daring to look to see whose voice it was, Iori shut his eyes. He recalled the story Musashi had told him once in Musashino. It was about Kaisen, a Zen priest highly revered by the warriors of Kai province. When Nobunaga and Ieyasu attacked Kaisen's temple and put it to the torch, the priest seated himself calmly in the upper floor of the gate and, while burning to death, uttered the words, "If your heart is obliterated through enlightenment, the fire is cool." "It's only a little dipper of hot water," Iori told himself. "I mustn't think that way." He tried desperately to become a selfless void, free of delusion, without sorrows. Perhaps if he had been younger or much older, but at his age he was too much a part of the world he lived in. When was it coming? For a giddy moment he thought the sweat dripping from his forehead was boiling water. A minute seemed like 100 years. "Why, it's Sado," said Kojiro. Sahe and all the others turned and stared at the old samurai. "What's going on here?" Sado asked, coming across the street with Nuinosuke at his side. Kojiro laughed and said lightly, "You caught us at an odd moment. They're punishing the boy." Sado looked intently at Iori. "Punishing him? Well, if he's done something bad, he should be punished. Go right ahead. I'll watch." Sahe glanced out of the corner of his eye at Kojiro, who sized the situation up immediately and knew he was the one who would be held responsible for the severity of the punishment. "That's enough," he said. Iori opened his eyes. He had a little trouble focusing them, but when he recognized Sado, he said happily, "I know you. You're the samurai who came to the Tokuganji in Hotengahara." "You remember me?" "Yes, sir." "What's happened to your teacher, Musashi?" Iori sniffled and put his hands to his eyes. Sado's knowing the boy came as a shock to Kojiro. Thinking about it for a moment, he decided it must have something to do with Sado's search for Musashi. But he certainly didn't want Musashi's name to come up in a conversation between himself and the senior retainer. He knew that one of these days he would have to fight Musashi, but it was no longer a strictly private matter. In fact, a split had developed in both the main line and the branches of the House of Hosokawa, one faction thinking highly of Musashi, the other partial to the former Ronin who is now the clan's chief sword instructor. Some said the real reason the fight was inevitable was behind-the-scenes rivalry between Sado and Kakube. To Kojiro's relief, The boatswain of the Tatsumimaru arrived just then, with word that the ship was ready. Sado, remaining behind, said, "The ship doesn't leave till sundown, does it?" "That's right," replied Sahe, who was pacing about the office, worrying about the consequences of today's affair. "I have time for a little rest, then." "Plenty of time. Please, have some tea." Otsuru appeared at the inner door and beckoned to the manager. After listening to her for a couple of minutes, Sahe came back to Sado and said, "The office is not really the place to receive you. It's only a step through the garden to the house. Would you mind going there?" "That's very kind," replied Sado. "To whom am I indebted? The lady of the house?" "Yes, she said she'd like to thank you." "What for?" Sahe scratched his head. I imagine for seeing that Iori came to no harm. Since the master isn't here—" "Speaking of Iori, I'd like to talk to him. Would you call him?" The garden was what Sado would have expected in the house of a rich Sakai merchant. Though bounded on one side by a storehouse, it was a world apart from the hot, noisy office. Rocks and plants were all freshly watered, and there was a running brook. Ose and Otsuru were kneeling in a small, elegant room facing the garden. There was a wool rug on top of the tatami and trays of cakes and tobacco. Sado noticed the spicy fragrance of mixed incense. Sitting down at the edge of the room, he said, "I won't come in. My feet are dirty." While serving him tea, Ose apologized for her employees and thanked him for saving Iori. Sado said, "I had occasion some time ago to meet that boy. I'm happy to have found him again. How does it happen he's staying in your house?" After hearing her explanation, Sado told her about his long search for Musashi. They chatted amiably for a while, then Sado said, "I was watching Iori from across the street for several minutes. I admired his ability to remain calm. He conducted himself very well. As a matter of fact, I think it's a mistake to raise a boy with that much spirit in a merchant's establishment. I wonder if you wouldn't consent to turning him over to me. In Kokura, he could be brought up as a samurai." Ose agreed readily, saying, "It would be the best thing that could possibly happen to him." Otsuru got up to go look for Iori, but just then he emerged from behind a tree where he had overheard the whole conversation. "Do you object to going with me?" asked Sado. Bursting with happiness, Iori begged to be taken to Kokura. While Sado drank his tea, Otsuru got Iori ready for the trip. Kimono, hakama, leggings, basket hat, all new. It was the first time he had ever worn a hakama. That evening, as the Tatsumimaru spread its black wings and sailed forth under clouds turned golden by the setting sun, Iori looked back at a sea of faces, Otsuru's, her mother's, Sahe's, those of a large group of well-wishers, the face of the city of Sakai. With a broad smile on his face, he took off his basket hat and waved at them. The Writing Teacher. The sign at the entrance to a narrow alley in the fishmonger's district of Okazaki read, "Enlightenment for the Young, Lessons in Reading and Writing," and bore the name Muka, who was, from all appearances, one of the many impoverished but honest ronin making a living by sharing his warrior-class education with the children of commoners. The curiously amateurish calligraphy brought a smile to the lips of passers-by, but Muka said he wasn't ashamed of it. Whenever it was mentioned, he always replied in the same way, "I'm still a child at heart. I'm practicing along with the children." The alley ended in a bamboo grove, beyond which was the riding ground of the House of Honda. In fair weather it was always covered by a cloud of dust, since the cavalrymen often practiced from dawn to dusk. The military lineage they were so proud of was that of the famous Mikawa warriors, the tradition that had produced the Tokugawas. Muka stirred from his midday nap, went to the well, and drew water. His solid gray, unlined kimono and gray hood might well have been the dress of a man of 40, but he was in fact not yet 30. After washing his face, he walked into the grove, where he cut down a thick bamboo with a single sword stroke. After washing the bamboo at the well, he went back inside. Blinds hanging on one side kept out the dust from the riding ground, but since this was the direction from which light came, the one room seemed smaller and darker than it actually was. A board lay flat in one corner. Above it hung an anonymous portrait of a Zen priest. Muka set the piece of bamboo on the board and tossed a bindweed flower into the hollow center. Not bad, he thought, as he backed away to examine his work. Sitting down in front of his table, he took his brush and began practicing, using as models a manual on squarish, formal characters by Chu Suiliang and a rubbing of the priest Kobo Daishi's calligraphy. He had evidently been progressing steadily during the year he had lived there, for the characters he wrote now were far superior to the ones on the sign. "May I trouble you?" asked the woman from next door, the wife of a man who sold writing brushes. "Come in, please," said Muka. "I only have a minute. I was just wondering. A few minutes ago I heard a loud noise. It sounded like something breaking. Did you hear it?" Muka laughed. "That was only me, cutting down a piece of bamboo." "Oh, I was worried. I thought something might have happened to you. My husband says the samurai prowling around here are out to kill you." "It wouldn't matter if they did. I'm not worth 3 coppers anyway." "You shouldn't be so easygoing. Lots of people get killed for things they don't even remember doing. Think how sad all the girls would be if some harm came to you." She went on her way, not asking, as she often did, "Why don't you take a wife? It isn't that you don't like women, is it?" Muka never gave a clear answer, though he'd brought it on himself by carelessly revealing enough to suggest that he would make a fine catch. His neighbors knew he was a ronin from Mimasaka who liked to study and had lived for a time in Kyoto and in and around Edo. He professed to want to settle down in Okazaki and run a good school. Since his youth, diligence and honesty were apparent. It wasn't surprising that a number of girls had shown an interest in marriage, as well as several parents with eligible daughters. This small corner of society had a certain fascination for Muka. The brush seller and his wife treated him kindly, the wife teaching him how to cook and sometimes doing his washing and sewing. All in all, he enjoyed living in the neighborhood. Everybody knew everybody else, and all sought out new ways to make their lives interesting. There was always something going on, if not a festival or street dances or a religious celebration, then a funeral or a sick person to be cared for. That evening he passed the brush seller's house as he and his wife were having dinner. With a click of her tongue, the wife said, "Where does he go? He teaches the children in the morning, takes a nap or studies in the afternoon, then in the evening he's gone. He's just like a bat." Her husband chuckled. "What's wrong with that? He's single. You ought not to begrudge him his nightly excursions." In the streets of Okazaki, the sounds of a bamboo flute mingled with the buzzing of captive insects in wooden cages, the rhythmical wail of blind street singers, the cries of vendors of melons and sushi. There was nothing here of the frantic bustle that characterized Edo. Lanterns flickered. People strolled about in summer kimono. In the lingering heat of a summer day, everything seemed relaxed and in its place. As Muka passed, the girls whispered, "There he goes again, paying no attention to anybody as usual." Some of the young women bowed to him, then turned to their friends and speculated on his destination. Muka walked straight on, past the side streets where he might have purchased the favors of the Okazaki harlots, regarded by many to be one of the chief local attractions along the Tokaido highroad. At the western edge of town, he stopped and stretched, letting the heat out of his sleeves. Ahead of him were the rushing waters of the Yahagi River and the 208-span Yahagi Bridge, the longest on the Tokaido. He walked toward the thin figure waiting for him at the first post. "Musashi!" Musashi smiled at Matahachi, who was wearing his priest's robe. "Has the master returned?" he asked. "No." They walked across the bridge, shoulder to shoulder. On a pine-covered hill on the opposite bank stood an old Zen temple. Since the hill was known as Hachijo, the temple had come to be called Hachijoji. They climbed up the dark slope in front of the gate. "How are things?" asked Musashi. "Practicing Zen must be difficult." "It is," replied Matahachi, bowing his bluish-shaved head dejectedly. "I've often thought of running away. If I have to go through a mental torture to become a decent human being, I might as well put my head in a noose and forget about it." "Don't let it discourage you. You're still only at the beginning. Your real training won't come until after you've appealed to the master and persuaded him to take you as a disciple. It's not always impossible. I've learned to discipline myself a little, and whenever I feel low, I think of you. If you can overcome your difficulties, I should be able to overcome mine." "That's the way it should be. There's nothing I can do that you can't do too." "Remembering Takuan helps. If it hadn't been for him, I'd have been executed." "If you can bear up under hardship, you can experience a pleasure greater than the pain," Musashi said solemnly. "Day and night, hour by hour, people are buffeted by waves of pain and pleasure, one after the other. If they try to experience only pleasure, they cease to be truly alive. Then the pleasure evaporates." "I'm beginning to understand." Think of a simple yawn. The yawn of a person who's been working hard is different from the yawn of a lazy man. Lots of people die without knowing the pleasure yawning can bring. I hear talk like that at the temple. I hope the day soon comes when I turn you over to the master. I want to ask him for guidance, too. I need to know more about the way. When do you suppose he'll come back? It's hard to say. Zen masters sometimes float around the country like a cloud for 2 or 3 years at a time. Now that you're here, you should resolve to wait 4 or 5 years for him, if it comes to that. You too? Yes. Living in that back alley among poor and honest people is good training, part of my education. It's not time wasted. After leaving Edo, Musashi had passed through Atsugi. Then, driven by doubts about his future, he had disappeared into the Tanzawa Mountains, to emerge 2 months later more worried and haggard than ever. Solving one problem only led him to another. At times he was so tortured his sword seemed like a weapon turned against him. Among the possibilities he had considered was choosing the easy way. If he could bring himself to live in a comfortable, ordinary way with Otsu, life would be simple. Almost any fief would be willing to pay him enough to live on, perhaps 500 to 1,000 bushels. But when he put it to himself in the form of a question, the answer was always no. An easy existence imposed restrictions. He could not submit to them. At other times, he felt as lost in base, craven illusions as the hungry demons in hell. Then, for a time, his mind would clear, and he would bask in the pleasure of his proud isolation. In his heart there was a continual struggle between light and dark. Night and day he wavered between exuberance and melancholy. He'd think of his swordsmanship and be dissatisfied. Thinking of how long the way was, how far he was from maturity, a sickness came over his heart. Other days, the mountain life cheered him and his thoughts strayed to Otsu. Coming down from the mountains, he'd gone to the Yugyoji in Fujisawa for a few days, then on to Kamakura. It was here that he'd met Matahachi. Determined not to return to a life of indolence, Matahachi was in Kamakura because of the many Zen temples there, but he was suffering from an even deeper sense of malaise than Musashi. Musashi reassured him, "It's not too late. If you learn self-discipline, you can make a fresh start. It's fatal to tell yourself that it's all over, that you're no good." He felt constrained to add, "To tell the truth, I myself have run up against the wall. There are times when I wonder if I have any future. I feel completely empty. It's like being confined in a shell. I hate myself. I tell myself I'm no good. But by chastising myself and forcing myself to go on, I manage to kick through the shell. Then a new path opens up before me. Believe me, it's a real struggle this time. I'm floundering around inside the shell, unable to do a thing. I came down from the mountains because I remembered a person who I think can help me." The person was the priest Gudo. Matahachi said, "He's the one who helped you when you were first seeking the way, isn't he? Couldn't you introduce me and ask him to accept me as his disciple?" At first, Musashi was skeptical about Matahachi's sincerity, but after hearing of the trouble he'd been in Edo, he decided that he really meant it. The two of them made inquiries about Gudo at a number of Zen temples, but learned little. Musashi knew the priest was no longer at the Myoshinji in Kyoto. He had left several years earlier and traveled for some time in the east and northeast. He also knew he was a most erratic man, who might be in Kyoto giving lectures on Zen to the emperor one day and out wandering the countryside the next. Gudo had been known to stop several times at the Hachioji in Okazaki, and one priest suggested that might be the best place to wait for him. Musashi and Matahachi sat in the little shed where Matahachi slept. Musashi often visited him here, and they talked late into the night. Matahachi wasn't allowed to sleep in the dormitory, which, like the other buildings of the Hachioji, was a rustic, thatched-roof affair, since he had not yet been officially accepted as a priest. "Oh, these mosquitoes!" said Matahachi, waving away smoke from the insect repellent, then rubbing his irritated eyes. "Let's go outside." They walked to the main hall and sat down on the porch. The grounds were deserted, and there was a cool breeze. "Reminds me of the Shippoji," said Matahachi, his voice barely audible. "It does, doesn't it?" said Musashi. They fell silent. They always did at times like this, thoughts of home invariably bringing back memories of Otsu or Osugi, or events neither of them wanted to talk about for fear of upsetting their present relationship. But after a few moments, Matahachi said, "The hill the Shippoji was on was higher, wasn't it? There isn't any ancient cryptomeria here, though." He paused, stared for a time at Musashi's profile, then said diffidently, "There's a request I've been wanting to make, but—" "What is it?" "Otsu—" Matahachi began, but immediately choked up. When he thought he could manage it, he went on. "I wonder what Otsu's doing right now, and what will happen to her. I think of her often these days, apologizing in my heart for what I did. I'm ashamed to admit it, but in Edo I made her live with me. Nothing happened, though.
She refused to let me touch her. I guess after I went to Sekigahara, Otsu must have been like a fallen blossom. Now she's a flower blooming on a different tree, in a different soil." His face showed his earnestness, and his voice was grave. "Takezo, no, Musashi, I beg you, marry Otsu. You're the only person who can save her. I've never been able to bring myself to say that, but now that I've decided to become a disciple of Gudo, I'm resigned to the fact that Otsu is not mine. Even so, I worry about her. Won't you look for her and give her the happiness she longs for?" It was about 3 o'clock in the morning when Musashi started down the dark mountain path. His arms were folded, his head was bowed. Matahachi's words rang in his ears. Anguish seemed to tug at his legs. He wondered how many nights of torment Matahachi must have spent mustering up the courage to speak. Yet it seemed to Musashi that his own dilemma was uglier and more painful. Matahachi, he thought, was hoping to flee from the flames of the past to the cool salvation of enlightenment, trying, like a baby being born, to find in the twofold mysterious pain of sadness and ecstasy a life worth living. Musashi had not been able to say, "I can't do that," much less, "I don't want to marry Otsu. She's your fiancée. Repent, purify your heart, and win her back." In the end, he had said nothing, for anything he might have said would have been a lie. Matahachi had pleaded fervently, "Unless I'm sure Otsu will be cared for, it'll do me no good to become a disciple. You're the one who urged me to train and discipline myself. If you're my friend, save Otsu. That's the only way to save me." Musashi had been surprised when Matahachi had broken down and wept. He hadn't suspected he was capable of such depth of feeling. And when he'd stood up to leave, Matahachi clutched his sleeve and begged for an answer. "Let me think about it," was all Musashi could say. Now he cursed himself for being a coward and lamented his inability to overcome his inertia. Musashi thought sadly that those who have not suffered from this malady cannot know its agony. It was not a matter merely of being idle, which is often a pleasant state, but of wanting desperately to do something and not be able to. Musashi's mind and eyes seemed dull and empty. Having gone as far as he could in one direction, he found himself powerless either to retreat or to embark on a new path. It was like being imprisoned in a place with no exit. His frustration bred self-doubt, recrimination, tears. Getting angry with himself, recalling all the things he had done wrong, did not help. It was because he was experiencing early symptoms of his ailment that he had parted with Iori and Gonnosuke and severed ties with his friends in Edo. But his intention to kick through the shell before it was well formed had failed. The shell was still there, enclosing his empty self like the abandoned skin of a cicada. He walked on irresolutely. The wide expanse of the Yahagi River came into view, and the wind coming off the river felt cool on his face. Suddenly, warned by a piercing whistle, he leapt to one side. The shot passed within 5 feet of him, and the report of a musket reverberated across the river. Counting 2 breaths between the bullet and the sound, Musashi concluded the gun had been fired from quite a distance. He jumped under the bridge and clung bat-like to a post. Several minutes passed before 3 men came running down Hachijo Hill like pine cones driven by the wind. Near the end of the bridge, they stopped and began searching for the body. Convinced he'd scored a hit, the musketeer threw away the fuse. He was dressed in darker clothes than the other 2 and masked, only his eyes visible. The sky had lightened a little, and brass ornaments on the gun butt gave off a soft glow.
Musashi couldn't imagine who in Okazaki wanted him dead. Not that there was any shortage of candidates. In the course of his battles, he had defeated many men who might still burn with the desire for revenge. He had killed many others whose families or friends might wish to pursue a vendetta. Any person who followed the way of the sword was constantly in danger of being killed. If he survived one close call, chances were that by that very act he made new enemies or created a new peril. Danger was the grindstone on which the swordsman whetted his spirit. Enemies were teachers in disguise. To be taught by danger to be alert even when asleep, to learn from enemies at all times, to use the sword as a means of letting people live. Governing the realm, achieving enlightenment, sharing one's joys in life with others, they were all inherent in the way of the sword. As Musashi crouched under the bridge, the cold reality of the situation stimulated him, and his lassitude evaporated. Breathing very shallowly, noiselessly, he let his attackers approach. Failing to find the corpse, they searched the deserted road and the space under the end of the bridge. Musashi's eyes widened. Though dressed in black like bandits, the men carried samurai swords and were well shod. The only samurai in the district were those serving the house of Honda in Okazaki and the Owari house of Tokugawa in Nagoya. He was not aware of having enemies in either fief. One man dived into the shadows and recovered the fuse, then lit it and waved it, leading Musashi to think there were more men across the bridge. He couldn't move, not now anyway. If he showed himself, he would invite more musket fire. Even if he gained the opposite bank, danger, perhaps greater danger, lay waiting. But he couldn't stay where he was much longer either. Knowing he had not crossed the bridge, they would move in on him and possibly discover his hiding place. His plan came to him like a flash of light. It was not reasoned out by the theories of the art of war, which constituted the fiber of the trained warrior's intuition. To reason out a mode of attack was a dilatory process, often resulting in defeat in situations where speed was of the essence. The warrior's instinct was not to be confused with animal instinct. Like a visceral reaction, it came from a combination of wisdom and discipline. It was an ultimate reasoning that went beyond reason, the ability to make the right move in a split second without going through the actual process of thinking.
"There's no point in your trying to hide," he shouted. "If you're looking for me, I'm right here."
The wind was fairly strong now. He wasn't sure whether his voice carried or not. The question was answered by another shot. Musashi, of course, was no longer there. While the bullet was still in the air, he jumped 9 feet nearer the end of the bridge. He rushed into their midst. They separated slightly, facing him from 3 directions, but totally lacking in coordination. He struck downward at the man in the middle with his long sword, simultaneously slicing laterally with his short sword at the man on his left. The third man fled across the bridge, running, stumbling, and bouncing off the railing. Musashi followed at a walk, keeping to one side and stopping from time to listen. When nothing more happened, he went home and to bed. The next morning, 2 samurai appeared at his house. Finding the entranceway full of children's sandals, they went around to the side.
"Are you Muka-sensei?"
asked one.
"We're from the house of Honda."
Musashi looked up from his writing and said, "Yes, I'm Muka."
"Is your real name Miyamoto Musashi? If it is, don't try to conceal it."
"I'm Musashi."
"I believe you're acquainted with Watari Shima."
"I don't think I know him."
"He says he's been at 2 or 3 haiku parties when you were present."
"Now that you mention it, I do remember him. We met at the house of a mutual friend."
"He was wondering if you wouldn't come and spend an evening with him."
"If he's looking for someone to compose haiku with, he has the wrong man.
Though it's true I've been invited to a few such parties, I'm a simple man, with little experience in such matters. I think what he has in mind is discussing the martial arts with you."
Musashi's pupils were staring worriedly at the two samurai. For a few moments, Musashi gazed at them too, then said,
"In that case, I shall be delighted to call on him. When? Could you come this evening? Fine. He'll send a palanquin for you. That's very kind of him. I'll be waiting."
After they'd gone, he turned back to his pupils.
"Come now," he said. "You mustn't let yourselves be distracted. Get back to work. Look at me. I'm practicing too. You have to learn to concentrate so completely that you don't even hear people talking or cicadas singing. If you're lazy when you're young, you'll turn out like me and have to practice after you're grown."
He laughed and looked around at the ink-smeared faces and hands. By twilight, he had donned a hakama and was ready to go. Just as he was reassuring the brush-seller's wife, who looked ready to cry, that he would be safe, the palanquin arrived. Not the simple basket type seen around town, but a lacquered sedan chair, which was accompanied by 2 samurai and 3 attendants. Neighbors, dazzled by the sight, crowded around and whispered. Children called their friends and chattered excitedly. "Only great people ride in palanquins like that. Our teacher must be somebody. Where's he going? Will he ever come back?" The samurai closed the door of the palanquin, cleared the people out of the way, and they set off. While not knowing what to expect, Musashi suspected there was a connection between the invitation and the incident at Yahagi Bridge. Perhaps Shima was going to take him to task for killing 2 Honda samurai. Then again, maybe Shima was the person behind the spying and the surprise attack, and was now ready to confront Musashi openly. Not believing any good would come from tonight's meeting, Musashi resigned himself to facing a difficult situation. Speculation wouldn't get him very far. The art of war demanded that he find out where he stood and act accordingly. The palanquin rocked gently, like a boat at sea. Hearing the wind soughing through the pines, he thought they must be in the forest near the north castle wall. He did not look like a man bracing himself for an unpredictable onslaught. Eyes half shut, he appeared to be dozing. After the castle gate grated open, the pace of the bearers was slower, the samurai's tones more subdued. They passed flickering lanterns and came to the castle buildings. When Musashi alighted, servants ushered him silently but politely to an open pavilion. Since the blinds were rolled up on all 4 sides, the breeze wafted through in pleasant waves. The lamps dimmed and flared riotously. It did not seem like the sweltering summer night it was.
"I am Watari Shima," said his host.
He was a typical Mikawa samurai, sturdy, virile, alert, but not ostensibly so, betraying no signs of weakness.
"I am Miyamoto Musashi."
The equally simple reply was accompanied by a bow. Shima returned the bow, said,
"Make yourself comfortable,"
and proceeded to the point without further formalities.
"I am told you killed 2 of our samurai last night. Is that true?"
"Yes, it is." Musashi stared at Shima's eyes.
"I owe you an apology," said Shima gravely. "I heard about the incident today when the deaths were reported. There was an investigation, of course. Though I've known your name for a long time, I did not know until now that you were living in Okazaki. As for the attack, I was told you were fired on by a group of our men, one of whom is a disciple of Miyake Gunbei, a martial expert of the Togun style." Musashi, sensing no subterfuge, accepted Shima's words at face value, and the story unfolded gradually.
Gunbei's disciple was one of several Honda samurai who had studied at the Yoshioka school. The firebrands among them got together and decided to kill the man who had put an end to the glory of the Yoshioka school. Musashi knew Yoshioka Kempo's name was still revered throughout the country. In western Japan, particularly, it would have been difficult to find a fief in which there were no samurai who had not studied under him. Musashi told Shima he understood their hatred of him, but regarded it as a personal grudge rather than a legitimate reason for revenge in accordance with the art of war. Shima apparently agreed. "I called the survivors in and reprimanded them. I hope you'll forgive us and forget the matter. Gunbei, too, was very displeased. If you don't mind, I'd like to introduce him to you. He would like to offer his apologies." "That's not necessary. What happened was a common occurrence for any man committed to the martial arts." "Even so." "Well, let's dispense with the apologies. But if he'd like to talk about the way, I'd be delighted to meet him. The name is familiar." A man was sent for Gunbei, and when the introductions were over, the talk turned to swords and swordsmanship. Musashi said, "I'd like to hear about the Togun style. Did you create it?" "No," replied Gunbei. "I learned it from my teacher, Kawasaki Kaginosuke, from Echizen province. According to the manual he gave me, he developed it while living as a hermit on Mount Hakun in Kozuge. He seems to have learned many of his techniques from a Tendai monk named Togunbo. But tell me about yourself. I've heard your name mentioned a number of times. I had the impression you were older, and since you're here, I wonder if you'd favor me with a lesson." The tone was friendly. Nevertheless, this was an invitation to battle. "Some other time," Musashi replied lightly. "I should be going now. I don't really know the way home." "When you go," said Shima, "I'll send someone with you." "When I heard 2 men had been cut down," Gunbei went on, "I went over to take a look. I found I couldn't reconcile the positions of the bodies with the wounds, so I questioned the man who escaped. His impression was that you were using 2 swords at once. Could that be true?" With a smile, Musashi said he had never done so consciously. He regarded what he was doing as fighting with 1 body and 1 sword. "You shouldn't be so modest," said Gunbei. "Tell us about it. How do you practice? What do the weights have to be for you to use 2 swords freely?" Seeing he wasn't going to be able to leave before he gave some sort of an explanation, he directed his eyes around the room. They came to rest on 2 muskets in the alcove, and he asked to borrow them. Shima consented, and Musashi went to the middle of the room holding the 2 weapons by the barrels, 1 in each hand. Musashi raised 1 knee and said, "2 swords are as 1 sword. 1 sword is as 2 swords. One's arms are separate. They both belong to the same body. In all things, the ultimate reasoning is not dual, but single. All styles and all factions are alike in this respect. I will show you." The words came out spontaneously, and when they stopped, he raised his arm and said, "By your leave." Then he began twirling the muskets. They spun around like reels, creating a small whirlwind. The other men blanched. Musashi stopped and drew his elbows to his sides. He walked over to the alcove and put the muskets back. With a slight laugh, he said, "Perhaps that will help you to understand." Offering no further explanation, he bowed to his host and took his leave. Astounded, Shima forgot all about sending someone with him. Outside the gate, Musashi turned for a final look, relieved to be out of Watari Shima's grasp. He still did not know the man's real intentions, but one thing was clear. Not only was his identity known, he had become involved in an incident. The wisest thing would be to leave Okazaki this very night. He was thinking about his promise to Matahachi to wait for Gudo's return when the lights of Okazaki came into view, and a voice called to him from a small roadside shrine. "Musashi, it's me, Matahachi. We were worried about you, so we came out here to wait." "Worried?" said Musashi. "We went to your house. The woman next door said people had been spying on you recently." "We?" "The master came back today." Gudo was seated on the veranda of the shrine. He was a man of unusual mien, his skin as black as a giant cicada's, his deep-set eyes shining brilliantly under high eyebrows. He looked to be somewhere between 40 and 50, but it was impossible to tell with a man like this. Thin and wiry, he had a booming voice. Musashi went over, knelt, and lowered his forehead to the ground. Gudo regarded him silently for a minute or two. "It's been a long time," he said. Lifting his head, Musashi said quietly, "A very long time." Gudo or Takuan, Musashi had long been convinced that only one or the other of these two men could deliver him from his present impasse. Here, at last, after a wait of a whole year, was Gudo. He gazed at the priest's face as he might at the moon on a dark night. Suddenly and forcefully he cried out, "Sensei!" "What is it?" Gudo had no need to ask. He knew what Musashi wanted, anticipated it, as a mother divines a child's needs. Musashi, head to the ground again, said, "It's been nearly 10 years since I studied under you." "Is it that long?" "Yes, but even after all those years, I doubt my progress along the way is measurable." "You still talk like a child, don't you? You couldn't have come very far." "I'm full of regrets." "Are you?" "My training and self-discipline have accomplished so little." "You're always talking about such things. So long as you do that, it's futile." "What would happen if I gave up?" "You'd be tied up in knots again. You'd be human rubbish, worse off than before, when you were merely an ignorant fool." "If I desert the way, I fall into the depths. Yet when I try to pursue it to the peak, I find I'm not up to the task. I'm twisting in the wind halfway up, neither the swordsman nor the human being I want to be." "That seems to sum it up." "You can't know how desperate I've been. What should I do? Tell me. How can I free myself from inaction and confusion?" "Why ask me? You can only rely on yourself." "Let me sit at your feet again and receive your chastisement, me and Matahachi, or give me a blow with your staff to awaken me from this dark emptiness. I beg you, sensei, help me." Musashi had not lifted his head. He shed no tears, but his voice choked up. Completely unmoved, Gudo said, "Come, Matahachi," and together they walked away from the shrine. Musashi ran after the priest, grabbed his sleeve, pleaded and begged. The priest shook his head silently. When Musashi persisted, he said, "Not one thing!" Then angrily, "What have I to tell you? What more have I to give you? There is only a blow on the head." He waved his fist in the air, but did not strike. Musashi, letting go of his sleeve, was about to say something else. The priest walked rapidly away, not pausing to look back. At Musashi's side, Matahachi said, "When I saw him at the temple and explained our feelings and why we wanted to become his disciples, he barely listened. When I finished, he said, 'Oh?' and told me I could follow along and wait on him. Maybe if you just follow us, whenever he seems to be in a good mood, you can ask him what you want to ask." Gudo turned and called Matahachi. "Coming," said Matahachi. "Do what I told you," he advised Musashi as he rushed off to catch up with the priest. Thinking that letting Gudo out of his sight again would be fatal, Musashi decided to follow Matahachi's advice. In the flow of universal time, a man's life of 60 or 70 years was only a lightning flash. If, in that brief span, he was privileged to meet a man like Gudo, it would be foolish to let the chance slip by. It's a sacred opportunity, he thought. Warm tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. He had to follow Gudo to the end of the earth if need be, pursue him until he heard the word he longed for. Gudo walked away from Hachijo Hill, apparently no longer interested in the temple there. His heart had already begun to flow with the water and the clouds. When he reached the Tokaido, he turned west toward Kyoto. The Circle. The Zen master's approach to travel was whimsically eccentric. One day when it rained, he stayed inside the inn all day and had Matahachi give him a moxa treatment. In Mino province, he stopped over at the Daisenji for 7 days and then spent a few days at a Zen temple in Hikone, so it was only gradually that they approached Kyoto. Musashi slept wherever he could find a place. When Gudo stayed at an inn, he spent the night either outdoors or at another inn. If the priest and Matahachi were stopping at a temple, Musashi took shelter under the gate. Privations were as nothing compared to his need for a word from Gudo. One night outside a temple by Lake Biwa, suddenly aware of the coming of autumn, he took a look at himself and saw that he resembled nothing so much as a beggar. His hair, of course, was a rat's nest, since he'd resolved not to comb it until the priest relented. It was weeks since he'd had a bath and a shave. His clothes were quickly being reduced to tatters. They felt like pine bark rubbing against his skin. The stars seemed ready to fall from the sky. He looked at his reed mat and thought, "What a fool I am!" All at once his attitude appeared insane. He laughed bitterly. He'd stuck to his goal doggedly, silently, but what was it he was seeking from the Zen master? Was it impossible to go through life without torturing himself so? He even began to feel sorry for the lice inhabiting his body. Gudo had stated unequivocally that he had not one thing to offer. It was unreasonable to press him for something he did not possess, wrong to resent him, even though he showed less consideration than he might have for a stray dog along the wayside. Musashi gazed upward through the hair hanging over his eyes. No doubt about it, it was an autumn moon. But the mosquitoes. His skin, already peppered with red welts, was no longer sensitive to their bites. He was quite prepared to admit to himself that there was something he did not understand, but he thought of it as being one thing. If only he could figure out what it was, his sword would be released from its bonds. Everything else would be solved in an instant. Then, just as he felt on the verge of grasping it, it always eluded him. If his pursuit of the way was to end here, he would prefer to die, for he saw nothing else to live for. He stretched out under the roof of the gate. When sleep would not come, he asked what it could be. A sword technique? No, not only that. A secret for getting on in the world? No, more than that. A solution to the problem of Otsu? No, no man could be this miserable over the love of a woman. It had to be one all-encompassing answer, yet for all its magnitude, it could, at the same time, be no larger than a poppy seed. Wrapped in his matting, he looked like a caterpillar. He wondered if Matahachi was sleeping well. Comparing himself with his friend, he felt envious. Matahachi's problems did not seem to disable him. Musashi always seemed to be searching out new problems with which to torture himself. His eyes fell on a plaque hanging on a gatepost. He got up and went up to it for a closer look. By the light of the moon, he read, "I beg you, try to find the fundamental source. Pai Yun was moved by the merits of Pai Chang. Hu Qiu sighed over the teachings left by Pai Yun. Like our great predecessors, do not merely pinch off the leaves or concern yourselves only with the branches." It appeared to be a quotation from the Testament of Daito Kokushi, the founder of the Daitokuji. Musashi reread the last two lines. Leaves and branches. How many people were thrown off course by irrelevant matters? Was he himself not an example? While the thought seemed to lighten his burden, his doubts would not go away. Why would his sword not obey him? Why did his eyes wander from his goal? What prevented him from achieving serenity? Somehow it all seemed so unnecessary. He knew that it was when one had pursued the way as far as possible that vacillation set in, and one was attacked by fretfulness, leaves and branches. How did one break through the cycle? How did one get at the core and destroy it? I laugh at my 10-year pilgrimage, wilted robe, tattered hat, knocking at Zen gates. In reality, the Buddha's law is simple. Eat your rice, drink your tea, wear your clothes. Musashi recalled this verse written by Gudo in self-mockery. Gudo had been about the same age Musashi was now when he composed it. On Musashi's first visit to the Myoshinji, the priest had all but kicked him away from the door.
"What strange line of thinking leads you to my house?" he had shouted.
But Musashi persisted, and later, after he'd gained admittance, Gudo regaled him with this ironic verse, and he laughed at him, saying the same thing he had said a few weeks ago.
"You're always talking. It's futile."
Thoroughly disheartened, Musashi gave up the idea of sleep and walked around the gate, just in time to see two men emerge from the temple. Gudo and Matahachi were walking at an unusually rapid pace. Perhaps an urgent summons had come from the Myoshinji, the head temple of Gudo's sect. In any event, he brushed past the monks gathered to see him off and headed straight for the Kara Bridge in Seta. Musashi followed, through the town of Sakamoto, which was asleep, the wood-block print shops, the greengrocers, even the bustling inns, all tightly shuttered. The only presence was the ghostly moon. Leaving the town, they climbed Mount Hiei, past the Miidera and the Sekiji in their veils of mist. They met almost no one. When they reached the pass, Gudo stopped and said something to Matahachi. Below them lay Kyoto, in the other direction the tranquil expanse of Lake Biwa. Aside from the moon itself, everything was like mica, a sea of soft silvery mist. Reaching the pass a few moments later, Musashi was startled to find himself only a few feet from the master. Their eyes met for the first time in weeks. Gudo said nothing. Musashi said nothing. Now. It has to be now, thought Musashi. If the priest got as far as the Myoshinji, it might be necessary to wait many weeks for the opportunity to see him again. "Please, sir," he said. His chest swelled and his neck twisted. His voice sounded like that of a frightened child, attempting to tell his mother something he really did not want to say. He edged forward timidly. The priest did not condescend to ask what he wanted. His face might have belonged to a dry lacquer statue. The eyes alone stood out whitely, glaring angrily at Musashi. "Please, sir," Musashi, oblivious of everything save the flaming impulse propelling him forward, fell to his knees and bowed his head.
one word of wisdom. Just one word.
He waited for what seemed like hours. When he was unable to restrain himself any longer, he started to renew his plea.
I've heard all that, Gudo interrupted. Matahachi talks about you every night. I know all there is to know, even about the woman.
The words were like slivers of ice. Musashi could not have lifted his head if he wanted to.
Matahachi, a stick!
Musashi shut his eyes, steeling himself for the blow. But instead of striking, Gudo drew a circle around him. Without another word, he threw the stick away and said, "Let's go, Matahachi." They walked away quickly. Musashi was incensed. After the weeks of cruel mortifications he'd undergone in a sincere effort to receive a teaching, Gudo's refusal was far more than a lack of compassion. It was heartless, brutal. He was toying with a man's life.
Swine of a priest!
Musashi glared viciously at the departing pair, his lips set tightly in an angry scowl. Not one thing. Reflecting on Gudo's words, he decided they were deceitful, suggesting the man had something to offer when in fact there was not one thing in his foolish head. Wait and see, thought Musashi. I don't need you. He would rely on no one. In the final analysis, there was no one to rely on but himself. He was a man, just as Gudo was a man and all the earlier masters had been men. He stood up, half lifted by his own rage. For several minutes he stared at the moon, but as his anger cooled, his eyes fell to the circle. Still inside it, he turned all the way around. As he did so, he remembered the stick that had not struck him. A circle. What could it mean? He let his thoughts flow. A perfectly round line. No beginning, no end, no deviation. If expanded infinitely, it would become the universe. If contracted, it would become co-equal with the infinitesimal dot in which his soul resided. His soul was round. The universe was round. Not two, one. One entity, himself and the universe. With a click, he drew his sword and held it out diagonally. His shadow resembled the katakana symbol for O. The universal circle remained the same. By the same token, he himself was unchanged. Only the shadow had changed. Only a shadow, he thought. The shadow is not my real self. The wall against which he had been beating his head was a mere shadow. The shadow of his confused mind. He raised his head, and a fierce shout broke from his lips. With his left hand he held out his short sword. The shadow changed again, but the image of the universe not by one whit. The two swords were but one, and they were part of the circle. He sighed deeply. His eyes had been opened. Looking up at the moon again, he saw that its great circle could be regarded as identical with the sword or with the soul of one who treads the earth. "Sensei!" he cried, bounding off after Gudo. He sought nothing more from the priest, but he owed him an apology for having hated him with such vehemence. After a dozen steps, he halted. "It's only leaves and branches," he thought. Shikama blew.
"Is Otsu here?"
"Yes, here I am." A face appeared above the top of the hedge. "You're the hemp dealer, Mambe, aren't you?" said Otsu.
That's right. Sorry to bother you when you're busy, but I heard some news that might interest you.
Come in. She gestured toward the wooden door in the fence. As was evident from the cloth hanging from branches and poles, the house belonged to one of the dyers who made the sturdy fabric known throughout the country as shikama blue. This involved immersing the cloth in indigo dye several times and pounding it in a large mortar after each immersion. The thread became so saturated with dye that it wore out long before it faded. Otsu was not yet used to handling the mallet, but she worked hard, and her fingers were stained blue. In Edo, after learning Musashi was gone, she had called at the Hojo and Yagyu residences, then immediately set out on her search again. In Sakai the previous summer, she boarded one of Kobayashi Torozaemon's ships and came to Shikama, a fishing village situated on the triangular estuary where the Shikama River flows into the inland sea. Remembering that her wet nurse was married to a dyer from Shikama, Otsu had looked her up and was living with her. Since the family was poor, Otsu felt obliged to help with the dyeing, which was the work of the young unmarried women. They often sang as they worked, and villagers said they could tell from the sound of a girl's voice whether she was in love with one of the young fishermen. Having washed her hands and wiped the sweat from her forehead, Otsu invited Manbei to sit down and rest on the veranda. He declined with a wave of his hand and said, "You came from the village of Miyamoto, didn't you?" "Yes. I go up that way on business to buy hemp, and the other day I heard a rumor." "Yes? About you." "Me?" "I also heard something about a man named Musashi." "Musashi?" Otsu's heart was in her throat, and her cheeks flushed. Manbei gave a little laugh. Though it was autumn, the sun was still fairly strong. He folded a hand towel, put it on his head, and squatted on his heels. "Do you know a woman named Ogin?" he asked. "You mean Musashi's sister?" Manbei nodded vigorously. "I ran into her at Mikazuki village in Sayo. I happened to mention your name. She looked very surprised." "Did you tell her where I was?" "Yes. I didn't see any harm in that." "Where's she living now?" "She's staying with a samurai named Hirata, a relative of hers, I think. She said she'd like very much to see you. She said several times how much she missed you, how much she had to tell you. Some of it was secret, she said. I thought she was going to start crying." Otsu's eyes reddened. "There in the middle of the road was no place to write a letter, of course, so she asked me to tell you to come to Mikazuki. She said she'd like to come here, but couldn't just now." Manbei paused. "She didn't go into details, but she said she'd had word from Musashi." He added that he was going to Mikazuki the next day and suggested she go with him. Though Otsu's mind was made up right then, she felt she should talk it over with the dyer's wife. "I'll let you know this evening," she said. "Fine. If you decide to go, we should get an early start." With the sea murmuring in the background, his voice sounded particularly loud, and even Otsu's soft reply seemed rather shrill. As Manbei went out the gate, a young samurai who had been sitting on the beach rubbing a handful of sand stood up and watched him with piercing eyes, as if to verify his thoughts about the man. Handsomely attired and wearing a straw basket hat shaped like a ginkgo leaf, he appeared to be 18 or 19 years old. When the hemp dealer was out of sight, he turned and stared at the dyer's house. Despite the excitement caused by Manbei's news, Otsu picked up her mallet and resumed her work. The sounds of other mallets, accompanied by singing, floated through the air. No sound came from Otsu's lips when she worked, but in her heart was a song of her love for Musashi. Now she silently whispered a poem from an ancient collection. "Since our first meeting, my love has been more profound than that of others. though it matches not the hues of the cloth from Shikama. She felt sure that if she visited Ogin, she would learn where Musashi was, and Ogin was a woman too. It would be easy to tell her her feelings. The beats of her mallet slowed to an almost languid pace. Otsu was happier than she had been for a long time. She understood the feelings of the poet. Often the sea seemed melancholy and alien. Today it was dazzling, and the waves, though gentle, appeared to be bursting with hope. She hung the cloth on a high drying pole and, heart still singing, wandered out through the open gate. Out of the corner of her eyes she caught sight of the young samurai strolling unhurriedly along the water's edge. She had no idea who he was, but somehow he held her attention, and she noticed nothing else, not so much as a bird riding the salty breeze. Their destination was not very far. Even a woman could walk the distance with little difficulty, stopping over once on the way. It was nearly noon now. "I'm sorry to put you to all this trouble," said Otsu. "No trouble. You seem to have good walking legs," said Mambei. "I'm used to traveling." "I heard you've been to Edo. That's quite a journey for a woman traveling alone." "Did the dyer's wife tell you that?" "Yes, I've heard everything. The people in Miyamoto talk about it too." "Oh, they would," said Otsu with a little frown. "It's so embarrassing." "You shouldn't feel embarrassed. If you love a person that much, who's to say whether you're to be pitied or congratulated? But it seems to me this Musashi is a little cold-hearted." "Oh, he's not. Not at all." "You don't resent the way he's acted?" "I'm the one to blame. His training and discipline are his only interest in life, and I can't resign myself to that." "I don't see anything wrong with the way you feel." "But it seems to me I've caused him a lot of trouble." "Humph! My wife should hear that. That's the way women ought to be." "Is Ogin married?" asked Otsu. "Ogin? Oh, I'm not quite sure," said Mambei, and changed the subject. "There's a tea-house. Let's rest a while." They went inside and ordered tea to go with their box lunches. As they were finishing, some passing grooms and porters called out in familiar tones to Mambei. "Hey you, why don't you drop in on the game in Handa today? Everybody's complaining. You left with all our money the other day." In some confusion, he shouted back, as though he hadn't understood them. "I don't have any use for your horses today." Then quickly to Otsu, "Shall we be going?" As they hurried out of the shop, one of the grooms said, "No wonder he's giving us the brush off. Take a look at the girl." "I'm going to tell your old woman on you, Mambei." They heard more comments of this sort as they walked quickly on ahead. Asaya Mambei's shop in Shikama was certainly not among the more prominent business establishments there. He bought hemp in the nearby villages and parceled it out to the fishermen's wives and daughters to make into sails, nets, and other things. But he was the proprietor of his own enterprise, and his being on such friendly terms with common porters struck Otsu as strange. As if to dispel her unspoken doubts, Mambei said, "What can you do with riffraff like that? Just because I do them the favor of asking them to carry stuff from the mountains, that's no reason for them to get familiar." They spent the night in Tatsuno, and when they left the next morning, Mambei was as kind and solicitous as ever. By the time they reached Mikazuki, it was getting dark in the foothills. "Mambei," said Otsu anxiously, "isn't this Mikazuki? If we cross the mountain, we'll be in Miyamoto." She had heard that Osugi was in Miyamoto again. Mambei halted. "Why, yes, it's just on the other side. Does it make you homesick?" Otsu lifted her eyes to the black, wavy crest of the mountains and the evening sky. The area seemed very desolate, as if somehow the people who should be there were missing.
"It's only a little farther," said Manbe, walking on ahead. "Are you tired?"
"Oh, no. Are you?"
"No, I'm used to this road. I come this way all the time."
"Just where is Ogin's house?"
"Over that way," he replied, pointing. "She's sure to be waiting for us."
They walked a little faster. When they reached the place where the slope became steeper, there was a scattering of houses. This was a stopover on the Tatsuno highroad. It was hardly large enough to be described as a town, but it boasted a cheap, one-tray eating place where grooms hung out and a few low-priced inns strung out on both sides of the road. Once they were past the village, Manbe declared, "We have to climb a little now." Turning off the road, he started up a steep flight of stone stairs leading to the local shrine. Like a small bird chirping because of a sudden drop in the temperature, Otsu sensed something out of the ordinary. "Are you sure we haven't come the wrong way? There's no houses around here," she said.
"Don't worry, it's a lonely place, but you just sit down and rest on the shrine porch. I'll go and fetch Ogin."
"Why should you do that?"
"Have you forgotten? I'm sure I mentioned it. Ogin said there might be guests it would be inconvenient for you to run into. Her house is on the other side of this grove. I'll be back very soon."
He hurried off along a narrow path through the dark cryptomerias. As the evening sky grew darker, Otsu began to feel distinctly ill at ease. Dead leaves stirred by the wind came to rest in her lap. Idly she picked one up and turned it around in her fingers. Foolishness or purity, something made her the perfect picture of virginity. A loud cackling came suddenly from behind the shrine. Otsu jumped to the ground.
"Don't move, Otsu!"
commanded a hoarse, scary voice. Otsu gasped and put her hands over her ears. Several shadowy shapes came from behind the shrine and surrounded her quaking form. Though her eyes were shut, she could clearly see one of them, more frightening and seemingly larger than the others, the white-haired hag she had so often seen in nightmares.
"Thank you, Manbe," said Osugi. "Now, gag her before she starts screaming and take her to Shimonosho. Be quick about it."
She spoke with the fearsome authority of the king of hell, condemning a sinner to the inferno. The 4 or 5 men were apparently village toughs, having some connection with Osugi's clan. Shouting their assent, they went at Otsu like wolves fighting over prey, and tied her up so that only her legs were free.
"Take the shortcut! Move!"
Osugi remained behind to settle with Manbe. As she fished the money from her obi, she said,
"Good of you to bring her. I was afraid you might not be able to manage it."
Then she added,
"Don't say a word to anybody."
With a satisfied look, Manbe tucked the money into his sleeve.
"Oh, it wasn't so hard," he said. "Your plan worked just fine." "Ah, that was something to see. Frightened, wasn't she?" "She couldn't even run. Just stood there. Ha ha! But maybe it was rather wicked of us." "What's wicked about it? If you only knew what I've been through." Yes, you told me all about it." "Well, I can't be wasting time here. I'll see you again one of these days. Come visit us in Shimonosho."
"Be careful. That path's not easy walking," he called over his shoulder as he started back down the long, dark steps. Hearing a gasp, Osugi whirled and shouted,
"Manbe, was that you? What's wrong?"
There was no answer. Osugi ran to the top of the steps. She let out a little cry, then swallowed her breath as she squinted at the shadow standing beside the fallen body and the sword, dripping blood slanting downward from the shadow's hand.
Who's there?"
There was no reply.
"Who are you?"
Her voice was dry and strained, but the years had not diminished her blustering bravado.
The man's shoulders shook slightly with laughter. "It's me, you old hag."
"Who are you?"
"Don't you recognize me?"
"I've never heard your voice before. A robber, I suppose."
"No robber would bother with an old woman as poor as you."
"But you've been keeping an eye on me, haven't you?"
"I have."
"On me?"
"Why ask twice? I wouldn't come all the way to Mikazuki to kill Manbei. I come to teach you a lesson."
"Eh?"
It sounded as though Osugi's windpipe had burst.
"You've got the wrong person. Who are you, anyway? My name is Osugi. I'm the dowager of the Hongidan family."
"Oh, how good to hear you say that. It brings back all my hatred. Witch! Have you forgotten Jotaro?"
Jotaro?
In 3 years, a newborn babe ceases to be a baby and becomes a 3-year-old. You're an old tree. I'm a sapling. Sorry to say, you can't treat me like a sniveling brat anymore."
"Surely it can't be true. Are you really Jotaro?"
"You ought to have to pay for all the grief you've caused my teacher over the years. He avoided you only because you're old and he didn't want to harm you. You took advantage of that, traveling around everywhere, even to Edo, spreading malicious rumors about him and acting as though you had a legitimate reason to take revenge on him. You even went so far as to prevent his appointment to a good post." Osugi was silent. "Your spite didn't end there, either. You bedeviled Otsu and tried to injure her. I thought at last you'd given up and retired to Miyamoto, but you're still at it, using that Manbei to carry out some scheme against Otsu." Still, Osugi did not speak. "Don't you ever tire of hating? It'll be easy to slice you in two, but fortunately for you, I'm no longer the son of a wayward samurai. My father, Aoki Tanzaemon, has returned to Himeji and, since last spring, is serving the house of Ikeda. To avoid bringing dishonor on him, I shall refrain from killing you." Jotaro took a couple of steps toward her. Not knowing whether to believe him or not, Osugi moved back and cast about for a way to escape. Thinking she saw one, she bolted toward the path the men had taken. Jotaro caught up with her in one leap and grabbed her by the neck. She opened her mouth wide and cried,
"What do you think you're doing?"
She turned around and drew her sword in the same motion, struck at him and missed. While dodging, Jotaro pushed her violently forward. Her head struck hard against the ground.
"So, you've learned a thing or two, have you?"
she moaned, her face half buried in the grass. She seemed unable to dislodge from her mind the idea that Jotaro was still a child. With a growl, he placed his foot on her spine, which seemed very fragile, and pitilessly wrenched her arm around her back. Dragging her in front of the shrine, he pinned her down with his foot, but couldn't decide what to do with her. There was Otsu to think about. Where was she? He had come to know of her presence in Shikama largely by accident, though it may have been because their karmas were intertwined. Along with his father's reinstatement, Jotaro had been given an appointment. It was while he was on one of his errands that he had caught a glimpse through a gap in the fence of a woman who looked like Otsu. Returning to the beach 2 days ago, he had verified his impression. While he was grateful to the gods for leading him to Otsu, his long-dormant hatred of Osugi for the way she had persecuted Otsu had been rekindled. If the old woman was not disposed of, it would be impossible for Otsu to live in peace. The temptation was there, but killing her would embroil his father in a dispute with a family of country samurai. They were troublesome people at the best of times. If offended by a daimyo's direct vassal, they were certain to cause trouble. Finally, he decided the best way was to punish Osugi quickly and then turn his attention to rescuing Otsu. "I know the best place for you," he said. "Come along."
Osugi clung fiercely to the ground, despite his attempts to yank her along. Seizing her by the waist, he carried her under his arm around to the back of the shrine. The hillside had been shaved off when the shrine was built, and there was a small cave there, the entrance to which was just big enough for a person to crawl through. Otsu could see a single light in the distance. Otherwise, everything was pitch black. Mountains, fields, streams, Mikazuki Pass, which they had just crossed by a rocky path. The two men in front were leading her by a rope, as they would a criminal. When they neared the Sayo River, the man behind her said, "Stop a minute. What do you suppose happened to the old woman? She said she'd be right along." "Yeah, she should have caught up by now." "We could stop here a few minutes, or go on to Sayo and wait at the tea-house. They're probably all in bed, but we could wake them up."
"Let's go there and wait. We can have a cup or two of sake."
They searched along the river for a shallow place and had started to cross when they heard a voice hailing them from a distance. It came again a minute or two later, from much nearer.
"The old woman?"
"No, it sounds like a man's voice."
"It can't have anything to do with us."
The water was as chillingly cold as a sword blade, especially for Otsu. By the time they heard the sound of running feet, their pursuer was almost upon them. With great splashes, he beat them to the other bank and confronted them. "Otsu!" called Jotaro. Shivering from the spray of water that had fallen on them, the three men closed in around Otsu and stood where they were. "Don't move!" shouted Jotaro, arms outstretched.
"Who are you?"
"Never mind. Release Otsu!"
"You're crazy. Don't you know you can get killed meddling in other people's business?"
"Osugi said you're to hand Otsu over to me."
"You're lying through your teeth."
All three men laughed.
"I'm not.
Look at this." He held out a piece of tissue paper with Osugi's handwriting on it. The message was short.
"Things went wrong. There's nothing you can do. Give Otsu to Jotaro, then come back for me."
The men, brows wrinkled, looked up at Jotaro and moved onto the bank.
"Can't you read?"
taunted Jotaro.
"Shut up. I suppose you're Jotaro?"
"That's right. My name is Aoki Jotaro." Otsu had been staring fixedly at him, trembling slightly from fear and doubt. Now, scarcely knowing what she was doing, she screamed, gasped, and stumbled forward. The man closest to Jotaro shouted, "Her gag's come loose! Tighten it!" Then, menacingly to Jotaro,
"This is the old woman's handwriting, no doubt about it. But what happened to her? What does she mean, come back for me?"
"She's my hostage," Jotaro said loftily. "You give me Otsu, I tell you where she is." The three men looked at each other.
"Are you trying to be funny?" asked one man. "Do you know who we are? Any samurai in Himeji, if that's where you're from, would be familiar with the house of Honiden in Shimonosho."
"Yes or no? Answer. If you don't surrender Otsu, I'll leave the old woman where she is until she starves to death."
"You little bastard!"
One man grabbed Jotaro, and another unsheathed his sword and took a stance. The first growled,
"You keep talking nonsense like that, and I'll break your neck. Where's Osugi?"
"Will you give me Otsu?"
"No!"
"Then you won't find out. Hand over Otsu, and we can put an end to this without anybody getting hurt." The man who had grabbed Jotaro's arm pulled him forward and tried to trip him. Using his adversary's strength, Jotaro threw him over his own shoulder. But the next second, he was sitting on his behind, clutching at his right thigh. The man had whipped out his sword and struck in a mowing motion. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. Jotaro jumped to his feet at the same time as his attacker. The other two men moved in on him.
"Don't kill him! We have to take him alive if we're to get Osugi back."
Jotaro quickly lost his reluctance to become involved in bloodshed. In the ensuing melee, the three men managed at one point to throw him to the ground. He uttered a roar and used the same tactic that moments before had been used against him. Ripping out his short sword, he jabbed straight through the belly of the man about to fall on him. Jotaro's hand and arm, halfway up to the shoulder, came away as red as if he'd struck them into a barrel of plum vinegar, but his head was cleared of everything save the instinct for self-preservation. On his feet again, he shouted and struck downward at the man in front of him. The blade hit a shoulder bone, and glancing sideways, tore off a slice of meat the size of a fish fillet. Screaming, the man grabbed for his sword, but it was too late. "Sons of bitches! Sons of bitches!" Shouting with each stroke of his sword, Jotaro held off the other two, then managed to seriously wound one of them. They had taken their superiority for granted, but now they lost self-control and started swinging their arms with utter abandon. Beside herself, Otsu ran around in circles, wriggling her bound hands frantically. "Somebody come! Save him!" But her words were soon lost, drowned by the sound of the river and the voice of the wind. Suddenly she realized that instead of calling for help, she should be relying on her own strength. With a little cry of desperation, she sank to the ground and began rubbing the rope against the sharp edge of a rock. It was only loosely woven straw rope, picked up by the wayside, and she was soon able to free herself. She picked up some rocks and ran straight toward the action. "Jotaro!" she called, as she threw a rock at the face of one man. "I'm here too! It's going to be all right!" Another rock. "Keep it up!" Still another rock. But like the first two, it missed its target. She rushed back to get more. "That bitch!" In 2 leaps, one man disengaged himself from Jotaro and took after Otsu. He was about to bring the blunt edge of his sword down on her back when Jotaro reached him. Jotaro drove his sword so deep into the small of the man's back that the blade pointed straight out from the man's navel. The other man, wounded and dazed, started to slink away, then broke into an unsteady run. Jotaro planted his feet firmly on either side of the corpse, withdrew the sword, and screamed, "Stop!" As he started to give chase, Otsu pounced forcefully on him and screamed, "Don't do it! You mustn't attack a badly wounded man when he's fleeing." The fervency of her plea astonished him. He could not imagine what psychological quirk would move her to sympathize with a man who had so recently been tormenting her. Otsu said, "I want to hear what you've been doing all these years. I have things to tell you, too. And we should get out of here as fast as we can." Jotaro agreed quickly, knowing that if word of the incident reached Shimonosho, the Honidens would round up the whole village to come after them. "Can you run, Otsu?" "Yes, don't worry about me." And run they did, on and on through the darkness until their breath gave out. To both, it seemed like the old days when they had been a young girl and a mere boy making their way together. At Mikazuki, the only lights visible were at the inn. One shone in the main building, where only a little earlier a group of travelers, a metal merchant whose business took him to the local mines, a thread salesman from Tajima, an itinerant priest, had been sitting around talking and laughing. They had all drifted off to bed. Jotaro and Otsu sat talking by the other light, in a small, detached room where the innkeeper's mother lived with her spinning wheel and the pots in which she boiled silkworms. The innkeeper suspected the couple he was taking in were eloping, but he had the room straightened up for them anyway. Otsu was saying, "So you didn't see Musashi in Edo either?" She gave him an account of the last few years. Saddened to hear that she had not seen Musashi since that day on the Kiso High Road, Jotaro found it difficult to speak. Yet he thought he was able to offer a ray of hope. "It's not much to go on," he said, "but I heard a rumor in Himeji that Musashi would be coming there soon." "To Himeji? Could it be true?" she asked, eager to latch on to even the flimsiest straw. "It's only what people say, but the men in our fief are talking as though it's already decided. They say he'll pass through on his way to Kokura, where he's promised to meet a challenge from Sasaki Kojiro. That's one of Lord Hosokawa's retainers." "I heard something like that too, but I couldn't find anybody who had heard from Musashi or even knew where he was. Well, the word going around Himeji Castle is probably reliable. It seems the Hanazono Myoshinji in Kyoto, which has close connections with the house of Hosokawa, informed Lord Hosokawa of Musashi's whereabouts, and Nagaoka Sado, he's a senior retainer, delivered the letter of challenge to Musashi. Is it supposed to happen soon? I don't know. Nobody seems to know exactly. But if it's to be in Kokura, and if Musashi's in Kyoto, he'll pass through Himeji on the way. He might go by boat. Jotaro shook his head. I don't think so. The daimyo at Himeji and Okayama and other fiefs along the inland sea will ask him to stop over for a night or so. They want to see what kind of man he really is and sound him out about whether he's interested in a position. Lord Ikeda wrote to Takuan. Then he made inquiries at the Myoshinji and instructed the wholesalers in his area to report if they see anyone answering Musashi's description. That's all the more reason to suppose he won't go by land. There's nothing he hates worse than a lot of fuss. If he knows about it, he'll do his best to avoid it. Otsu seemed depressed, as if she'd suddenly lost all hope. What do you think, Jotaro? She asked pleadingly. If I went to the Myoshinji, do you think I'd be able to find out anything? Well, maybe, but you have to remember it's only gossip. But there must be something to it, don't you think? Do you feel like going to Kyoto? Oh, yes. I'd like to leave right away. Well, tomorrow. Don't be in such a hurry. That's why you're always missing Musashi. The minute you hear a rumor, you accept it as fact and go flying off. If you want to spot a nightingale, you have to look at a point in front of where its voice comes from. It seems to me you're always trailing along behind Musashi, rather than anticipating where he might be next. Well, maybe, but love's not logical. Not having stopped to think of what she was saying, she was surprised to see his face go crimson at the mention of the word love. Recovering quickly, she said, Thank you for the advice. I'll think it over. Do that, but in the meantime, come back to Himeji with me. All right. I want you to come to our house. Otsu was silent. From the way my father talks, I guess he knew you fairly well until you left the Shippoji. I don't know what he has in mind, but he said he'd like to see you once more and talk with you. The candle was threatening to go out. Otsu turned and looked out under the tattered eaves at the sky. Rain, she said. Rain? And we have to walk to Himeji tomorrow. What's an autumn shower? We'll wear rain hats. I'd like it better if it was fair. They closed the wooden rain shutters, and the room soon became very warm and humid. Jotaro was acutely conscious of Otsu's feminine fragrance. Go to bed, he said. I'll sleep over here. Placing a wooden pillow under the window, he lay down on his side, facing the wall. Aren't you asleep yet? Grumbled Jotaro. You should go to bed. He pulled the thin covers over his head, but tossed and turned a while longer before falling into a deep slumber. The Mercy of Kannon. Otsu sat listening to the water dripping from a leak in the roof. Driven by the wind, the rain whipped in under the eaves and splashed against the shutters. But it was autumn, and there was no way of telling. Morning might dawn bright and clear. Then Osugi came into her thoughts. I wonder if she's out in the storm, all wet and cold. She's old. She might not last till morning. Even if she does, it could be days before she's found. She could die of starvation. Jotaro, she called softly. Wake up. She was afraid he'd done something cruel, since she'd heard him tell the old woman's henchman he was punishing her, and had casually made a similar remark on the way to the inn. She's not really bad at heart, she thought. If I'm honest with her, one of these days she'll understand me. I must go to her. Thinking, if Jotaro gets angry, it can't be helped. She opened a shutter. Against the blackness of the sky, the rain showed whitely. After tucking up her skirts, she took from the wall a basket hat made out of bamboo bark and tied it on her head. Then she threw a bulky straw rain cape around her shoulders, put on a pair of straw sandals, and dashed through the sheet of rain pouring off the roof. On approaching the shrine where Manbei had taken her, she saw that the stone steps leading up to it had become a many-tiered waterfall. At the top, the wind was much stronger, howling through the cryptomerias like a pack of angry dogs. Where can she be? She thought, as she peered into the shrine. She called into the dark space underneath it, but no answer came. She went around to the back of the building and stood there for a few minutes. The wailing wind swept over her like breakers on a raging sea. Gradually, she became aware of another sound, almost indistinguishable from the storm. It stopped and started again. Oh, hear me, somebody! Isn't somebody out there? Oh! Granny! Shouted Otsu. Granny, where are you? Since she was literally crying into the wind, the sound did not carry far. But somehow the feeling communicated itself. Oh, there's someone there. I know it. Save me! Here! Save me! In the snatches of sound that reached her ears, Otsu heard the cry of desperation. Where are you? She screamed hoarsely. Granny, where are you? She ran all the way around the shrine, stopped a moment, then ran around it again. Almost by accident, she noticed what looked like a bear's cave, about 20 paces away, near the bottom of the steep path leading up to the inner shrine. As she drew closer, she knew for certain the old woman's voice was coming from within. Arriving at the entrance, she stopped and stared at the large rocks blocking it. Who is it? Who's there? Are you a manifestation of Kannong? I worship her every day. Have pity on me. Save a poor old woman who's been trapped by a fiend. Osugi's pleas took on a hysterical tone. Half crying, half begging, in the dark interval between life and death, she formed a vision of the compassionate Kannong and hurled toward it her fervent prayer for continued life. How happy I am! She cried deliriously. Kannong, the All-Merciful, has seen the goodness of my heart and taken pity on me. She's come to rescue me. Great compassion, great mercy! Hail to the Bodhisattva Kannong! Hail to the Bodhisattva Kannong! Hail to... Her voice broke off abruptly. Perhaps she was thinking that was sufficient, for it was only natural that in her extremity Kannong would come in some form or other to her aid. She was the head of a fine family, a good mother, and believed herself to be an upright and flawless human being. And whatever she did was, of course, morally just. But then, sensing that whoever was outside the cave was not an apparition, but a real living person, she relaxed, and when she relaxed, she passed out. Not knowing what the sudden cessation of Osugi's cries meant, Otsu was beside herself. Somehow, the opening to the cave had to be cleared, and she doubled her efforts. The band holding her basket hat came loose, and the hat and her black tresses tossed wildly in the wind. Wondering how Jotaro had been able to put the rocks in place by himself, she pushed and pulled with the strength of her whole body, but nothing budged. Exhausted by the effort, she felt a pang of hatred for Jotaro, and the initial relief she had felt on locating Osugi turned to gnawing anxiety. "Hold on, Granny, just a little longer. I'll get you out," she shouted. Though she pressed her lips to a crack in the rocks, she failed to elicit a response. By and by, she made out a low, feeble chant. "Or if, meeting man-eating devils, venomous dragons and demons, he thinks of Kannon's power, at once none will dare harm him. If, surrounded by vicious beasts, with sharp tusks and frightening claws, he thinks of Kannon's power." Otsugi was intoning the Sutra on Kannon. Only the voice of the Bodhisattva was perceptible to her. With her hands clasped together, she was at ease now, tears flowing down her cheeks, lips quivering as the sacred words poured from them. Struck by an odd feeling, Otsugi left off her chanting and put her eye to a crack between the rocks. "Who's there?" she shouted. "I ask you, who's there?" The wind had ripped off Otsu's rain cape. Bewildered, exhausted, covered with mud, she bent down and cried, "Are you all right, Granny? It's Otsu." "Who did you say?" came the suspicious question. "I said, it's Otsu." "I see." There was a long, dead pause before the next incredulous question. "What do you mean, you're Otsu?" It was at this point that the first shock wave hit Otsugi, rudely scattering her religious thoughts. "Why have you come here? Oh, I know, you're looking for that devil Jotaro." "No, I've come to rescue you, Granny. Please, forget the past. I remember how good you were to me when I was a little girl. Then you turned against me and tried to hurt me. I don't hold it against you. I admit I was very willful." "Oh, so your eyes are open now and you can see the evil of your ways. Is that it? Are you saying you'd like to come back to the Hongidan family as Matahachi's wife?" "Oh, no, not that," Otsu said quickly. "Well, why are you here?" "I felt so sorry for you, I couldn't stand it." "And now you want to put me under obligation to you. That's what you're trying to do, isn't it?" Otsu was too shocked to say a word. "Who asked you to come to my rescue? Not me. And I don't need your help now. If you think by doing me a favor you can stop me from hating you, you're mistaken. I don't care how badly off I am. I'd rather die than lose my pride." "But, Granny, how can you expect me to leave a person your age in a terrible place like this?" "There you go, talking nice and sweet. Do you think I don't know what you and Jotaro are up to? You two plotted to put me in this cave to make fun of me, and when I get out, I'm going to get even. You can be sure of that." "I'm sure the day will come very soon when you'll understand how I really feel. Anyway, you can't stay in there. You'll get sick." "I'm tired of this nonsense." Otsu stood up, and the obstacle that she had been unable to budge by force was dislodged as if by her tears. After the topmost rock rolled to the ground, she had surprisingly little difficulty rolling the one below it aside. But it hadn't been Otsu's tears alone that had opened the cave. Otsugi had been pushing from inside. She burst forth, her face a fiery red. Still staggering from the exertion, Otsu uttered a cry of joy, but no sooner was Otsugi in the open than she seized Otsu by the collar. From the fierceness of the attack, it looked as though her sole purpose in wanting to stay alive was to attack her benefactor. "Oh, what are you doing? Ow! Shut up! Why? What did you expect?" cried Otsugi, forcing Otsu to the ground with the fury of a wild woman. Otsu was horrified beyond belief. "Now let's go," snorted Otsugi as she started to drag the girl across the sodden ground. Clasping her hands together, Otsu said, "Please, please, punish me if you want, but you mustn't stay out in this rain." "What idiocy!
Have you no shame? Do you think you can make me feel sorry for you? I won't run away. I won't. Oh, that hurts. Of course it hurts. Let me...
In a sudden burst of strength, Otsu wrenched herself free and sprang to her feet.
Oh, no you don't!
Instantly renewing the attack, Osugi clutched a fistful of Otsu's hair. Otsu's white face turned skyward. Rain poured down it. She closed her eyes.
You tramp! How I've suffered all these years because of you!
Each time Otsu opened her mouth to speak or made an effort to wriggle free, the old woman gave a vicious tug at her hair. Without letting go of it, she threw Otsu to the ground, trampled on her, and kicked her. Then a startled look flashed across Osugi's face, and she let go of the hair.
Oh! What have I done?
She gasped in consternation.
Otsu!
She called anxiously as she looked at the limp form lying at her feet.
Otsu!
Bending down, she stared intently at the rain-soaked face, as cold to the touch as a dead fish. As far as she could tell, the girl wasn't breathing.
She's dead.
Osugi was aghast. Though unwilling to forgive Otsu, she had not intended to kill her. She straightened up, moaning and backing away. Gradually she quieted down, and it was not long before she was saying,
Well, I suppose there's nothing to be done but go for help.
She started to walk away, hesitated, turned, and came back. Taking Otsu's cold body in her arms, she carried it into the cave. Though the entrance was small, the inside was roomy. Near one wall was a place where, in the distant past, religious pilgrims seeking the way had sat for long hours in meditation. When the rain let up, she went to the entrance and was about to crawl out when the clouds opened again. From the stream sluicing over the mouth, water splashed nearly to the innermost part of the cave.
It won't be long until morning, she thought.
Nonchalantly she squatted and waited for the storm to die down again. Being in total darkness with Otsu's body slowly began to work on her mind. She had the feeling that the chilly, ashen face was staring accusingly at her. At first she reassured herself by saying,
Everything that happens is destined to happen. Take your place in paradise as a newborn Buddha. Don't hold a grudge against me.
But before long, fear and the sense of her awful responsibility prompted her to seek refuge in piety. Closing her eyes, she began to chant a sutra. Several hours passed. When at last her lips were silent and she opened her eyes, she could hear birds chirping. The air was still. The rain had stopped. Through the mouth of the cave, a golden sun glared at her, shedding fresh white rays on the rough ground inside.
What's that, I wonder?
She said aloud as she got to her feet and her eyes fell on an inscription carved by some unknown hand on the wall of the cave. She stood before it and read, In the year 1544, I sent my 16-year-old son, whose name was Mori Kinsaku, to fight at the Battle of Tenjinzan Castle on the side of Lord Uragami. I have never seen him since. Because of my grief, I wander to various places sacred to the Buddha. Now I am placing in this cave an image of the Bodhisattva Kannon. I pray that this, and a mother's tears, will protect Kinsaku in his future life. If in later times anyone should pass here, I beg that he invoke the name of the Buddha. This is the 21st year since Kinsaku's death. Donor, the mother of Kinsaku, Aita Village. The eroded characters were difficult to read in places. It had been nearly 70 years since the villages nearby, Sanumo, Aita, Katsuta, had been attacked by the Amako family, and Lord Uragami had been driven from his castle. One childhood memory that would never be erased from Osugi's memory was the burning of this fortress. She could still see the black smoke billowing up in the sky, the corpses of men and horses littering the fields and byways for days afterward. The fighting had reached almost to the houses of the farmers. Thinking of the boy's mother, of her sorrow, her wanderings, her prayers and offerings, Osugi felt a stab of pain.
"It must have been terrible for her," she said.
She knelt and joined her hands together.
"Hail to the Buddha Amida! Hail to the Buddha Amida!"
She was sobbing, and tears fell on her hands, but not until she had cried herself out did her mind again become conscious of Otsu's face, cold and insensitive to the morning light by the side of her knee.
"Forgive me, Otsu. It was wicked of me. Terrible. Please forgive me, please."
Her face twisted with remorse. She lifted Otsu's body in a gentle embrace.
"Frightening, frightening, blinded by motherly love. Out of devotion to my own child, I became a devil to another woman's. You had a mother too. If she had known me, she would have seen me as a vile demon. I was sure I was right, but to others I'm a vicious monster."
The words seemed to fill the cave and bound back to her own ears. There was no one there, no eyes to watch, no ears to hear. The darkness of night had become the light of the Buddha's wisdom.
"How good you were, Otsu! To be tormented so many long years by this horrible old fool, yet never returning my hatred. To come in spite of everything to try to save me. I see it all now. I misunderstood. All the goodness in your heart I saw as evil. Your kindness I rewarded with hatred. My mind was warped, distorted. Oh, forgive me, Otsu."
She pressed her damp face against Otsu's.
"If only my son were as sweet and good as you. Open your eyes again. See me begging for forgiveness. Open your mouth. Revile me. I deserve it. Otsu, forgive me."
While she stared at the face and shed bitter tears, there passed before her eyes a vision of herself as she must have appeared in all those ugly past encounters with Otsu. The realization of how thoroughly wicked she had been gripped at her heart. Over and over she murmured,
"Forgive me! Forgive me!"
She even wondered if it wouldn't be right to sit there until she joined the girl in death.
"No!" she exclaimed decisively. "No more weeping and moaning. Maybe she's not dead. If I try, maybe I can nurse her back to life. She's still young. Her life is still ahead of her."
Gently she laid Otsu back on the ground and crawled out of the cave into the blinding sunlight. She shut her eyes and cupped her hands to her mouth.
"Where is everybody? You people from the village, come here! Help!"
Opening her eyes, she ran forward a few steps, still shouting. There was some movement in the cryptomeria grove, then a shout.
"She's here! She's all right after all!"
About 10 members of the Hongiden clan came out of the grove. After hearing the story told by the blood-smeared survivor of the fight with Jotaro the night before, they had organized the search party and set out immediately, despite the blinding rain. Still wearing their rain capes, they had a bedraggled look about them.
Ah, you're safe, exulted the first man to reach Osugi. They gathered around her, their faces reflecting their immense relief.
Don't worry about me, Osugi commanded. Quick, go and see if you can do something for that girl in the cave. She's been unconscious for hours. If we don't give her some medicine right away—
Her voice was thick. Almost in a trance, she pointed toward the cave. Perhaps not since Uncle Gon's death had the tears she'd shed been those of grief. The Tides of Life. Autumn passed, and winter. On a day early in the 4th month of 1612, passengers were arranging themselves on the deck of the regular ship from Sakai in Izumi Province to Shimonoseki in Nagato. Informed the ship was ready to leave, Musashi got up from a bench in Kobayashi Tarozaemon's shop and bowed to the people who had come to see him off. "Keep your spirits up," they urged, as they joined him for the short walk to the pier. Honami Koetsu's face was among those present. His good friend Haya Shoyu had been unable to come because of illness, but he was represented by his son, Shoeki. With Shoeki was his wife, a woman whose dazzling beauty turned heads wherever she went. "That's Yoshino, isn't it?" a man whispered, tugging at his companion's sleeve. "From Yanagimachi? Yoshino Dayu of the Ogiya." Shoeki had introduced her to Musashi without mentioning her former name. Her face was unfamiliar to Musashi, of course, for this was the second Yoshino Dayu. Nobody knew what had happened to the first one, where she was now, whether she was married or single. People had long since stopped talking about her great beauty. Flowers bloomed, and flowers fell. In the floating world of the licensed quarter, time passed rapidly. Yoshino Dayu. The name would have evoked memories of snowy nights, of a fire made of peony wood, of a broken lute. "It's been 8 years now since we first met," remarked Koetsu. "Yes, 8 years," echoed Musashi, wondering where the years could have gone. He had the feeling his boarding the ship today marked the close of one phase of his life. Matahachi was among the well-wishers, as were several samurai from the Hosokawa residence in Kyoto. Other samurai conveyed best wishes from Lord Karasumaru Mitsuhiro, and there was a group of between 20 and 30 swordsmen who, despite Musashi's protest, had been led by their acquaintance with him in Kyoto to regard themselves as his followers. He was going to Kokura in the province of Buzen, where he would face Sasaki Kojiro in a test of skill and maturity. Due to the efforts of Nagaoka Sado, the fateful confrontation, so long in the making, was finally to take place. Negotiations had been long and difficult, necessitating the dispatch of many couriers and letters. Even after Sado had ascertained the previous autumn that Musashi was at Honami Koetsu's house, completion of the arrangements had required another half-year. Though he knew it was coming, Musashi had not, in his wildest dreams, been able to imagine what it would be like to set forth as the champion of a huge number of followers and admirers. The size of the crowd was an embarrassment. It also made it impossible for him to talk as he would have liked to with certain people. What struck him most forcefully about this great send-off was its absurdity. He had no desire to be anybody's idol. Still, they were here to express their goodwill. There was no way to stop them. Some, he felt, understood him. For their good wishes he was grateful. Their admiration infused him with a sense of reverence. At the same time, he was being swept up on a wave of that frivolous sentiment called popularity. His reaction was almost one of fear, that the adulation might go to his head. He was, after all, only an ordinary man. Another thing that upset him was the long prelude. If it could be said that both he and Kojiro saw where their relationship was leading them, it could also be said that the world had pitted them one against the other and decreed that they must decide once and for all who was the better man. It had started with people saying, "I hear they're going to have it out." Later it was, "Yes, they're definitely going to face each other." Still later, "When is the bout?" Finally, the very day and hour were being brooded about before the principals themselves had formally decided them. Musashi resented being a public hero. In view of his exploits, it was inevitable that he would be made one, but he did not seek this. What he really wanted was more time to himself for meditation. He needed to develop harmony, to make sure his ideas did not outpace his ability to act. Through his most recent experience with Gudo, he had advanced a step on the path toward enlightenment, and he had come to sense more keenly the difficulty of following the way, the long way through life. And yet, he thought, where would he be if it were not for the goodness of the people who supported him? Would he be alive? Would he have the clothes on his back? He was dressed in a black short-sleeved kimono sewn for him by Koetsu's mother. His new sandals, the new basket hat in his hand, all the belongings he carried now, had been given to him by someone who valued him. The rice he ate, grown by other people. He lived on the bounties of labor not his own. How could he repay people for all they had done for him? When his thoughts turned in this direction, his resentment at the demands made on him by his legion of supporters lessened. Nevertheless, the fear of letting them down lingered. It was time to set sail. There were prayers for a safe voyage, final words of farewell, invisible time already flowing between the men and women on the pier and their departing hero. The moorings were cast off, the ship drifted toward the open sea, and the great sails spread like wings against the azure sky. A man ran out to the end of the pier, stopped and stamped his foot in disgust.
"Too late!" he growled. "I shouldn't have taken a nap!"
Koetsu approached him and asked, "Aren't you Musou Gonnosuke?"
"Yes," he
replied, tucking his staff under his arm.
"I met you once at the Kongoji in Kawachi." "Yes, of course. You're Hongami Koetsu."
"I'm glad to see you're well. From what I heard, I wasn't sure you were still alive."
"Heard from who?"
"Musashi."
"Musashi?"
"Yes. He was staying with me until yesterday. He had several letters from Kokura. In one, Nagaoka Sado said you'd been taken prisoner on Mount Kudo. He thought you might have been injured or killed."
"It was all a mistake."
"We've learned, too, that Iori is living in Sado's house."
"Then he's safe!"
he exclaimed, relief flooding his face. "Yes. Let's sit down somewhere and talk." He steered the burly staff expert to a nearby shop. Over tea, Gonnosuke told his story. Luckily for him, after one look, Sanada Yukimura had come to the conclusion he was not a spy. Gonnosuke was released, and the two men became friendly. Yukimura not only apologized for his subordinate's error, but sent a group of men to search for Iori. When they failed to find the boy's body, Gonnosuke assumed he was still alive. He had spent his time since then searching the neighboring provinces. When he heard that Musashi was in Kyoto, and a bout between him and Kojiro was imminent, he had intensified his efforts. Then, returning to Mount Kudo yesterday, he had learned from Yukimura that Musashi was to sail for Kokura today. He had dreaded facing Musashi without Iori at his side, or any news of him. But, not knowing whether he would ever again see his teacher alive, he came anyway. He apologized to Koetsu as though the latter were a victim of his negligence. "Don't let it worry you," said Koetsu. "There'll be another ship in a few days."
I really wanted to travel with Musashi. He paused, then went on earnestly. I think this trip may be the decisive point in Musashi's life. He disciplines himself constantly. He isn't likely to lose to Kojiro. Still, in a fight like that, you never know. There's a superhuman element involved. All warriors have to face it. Winning or losing is partly a matter of luck. I don't think you need to worry. Musashi's composure was perfect. He seemed completely confident. I'm sure he did, but Kojiro has a high reputation too. And they say since he went into Lord Tadatoshi's service, he's been practicing and keeping himself fit. It'll be a test of strength between a man who's a genius, but really somewhat conceited, and an ordinary man who's polished his talents to the utmost, won't it? I wouldn't call Musashi ordinary. But he is. That's what's extraordinary about him. He's not content with relying on whatever natural gifts he may have. Knowing he's ordinary, he's always trying to improve himself. No one appreciates the agonizing effort he's had to make. Now that his years of training have yielded such spectacular results, everybody's talking about his God-given talent. That's how men who don't try very hard comfort themselves. Thank you for saying that, said Gonnosuke. He felt Koetsu might have been referring to him, as well as to Musashi. Looking at the older man's broad, placid profile, he thought, it's the same with him, too. Koetsu looked like what he was, a man of leisure who had deliberately set himself apart from the rest of the world. At the moment, his eyes lacked that gleam that emanated from them when he concentrated on artistic creation. Now they were like a smooth sea, calm and unruffled, under a clear, bright sky. A young man stuck his head in the door and said to Koetsu, "Shall we go back now?" "Ah, Matahachi," Koetsu replied amiably. Turning to Gonnosuke, he said, "I suppose I'll have to leave you. My companions seem to be waiting." "Are you going back by way of Osaka?" "Yes. If we get there in time, I'd like to take the evening boat to Kyoto." "Well then, I'll walk that far with you." Rather than wait here for the next boat, Gonnosuke had decided to travel overland. The three of them walked side by side, their talk rarely straying from Musashi, his present status and past exploits. At one point, Matahachi expressed concern, saying, "I hope Musashi wins, but Kojiro's sharp. His technique is terrific, you know." But his voice lacked enthusiasm. The memory of his own encounter with Kojiro was too vivid. By twilight, they were on the crowded streets of Osaka. Simultaneously, Koetsu and Gonnosuke noticed Matahachi was no longer with them. "Where could he have gone?" asked Koetsu. Retracing their steps, they found him standing by the end of the bridge. He was looking spellbound out over the riverbank, where wives from nearby dwellings, a row of broken-down shacks covered by a single roof, were washing cooking utensils, unhulled rice, and vegetables. "That's an odd expression on his face," said Gonnosuke. He and Koetsu stood a little apart and watched. "It is her!" cried Matahachi. "Akemi!" In the first flash of recognition, he was struck by the capriciousness of fate. But immediately it began to seem otherwise. Destiny was not playing tricks, merely confronting him with his past. She had been his common-law wife. Their karmas, too, were entwined. So long as they inhabited the same earth, they were fated to come together again, sooner or later. He'd had trouble recognizing her. The charm and coquettishness of even 2 years ago had vanished. Her face was incredibly thin. Her hair was unwashed and tied in a bun. She wore a tubular-sleeved cotton kimono reaching slightly below her knees, the utilitarian garment of all lower-class urban housewives.
It was a far cry from the colorful silks she had donned as a prostitute. She was crouching down in the position expected of peddlers, and had in her arms a heavy-looking basket from which she was selling clams, abalone, and kelp. The things still left unsold suggested business was not very good. Tied to her back with a soiled strip of cloth was a baby about a year old. More than anything else, it was the child that made Matahachi's heart beat faster. Pressing his palms against his cheeks, he counted up the months. If the baby was in its 2nd year, it had been conceived while they were in Edo, and Akemi had been pregnant when they were publicly whipped. The light of the evening sun, reflected from the river, danced on Matahachi's face, making it seem bathed in tears. He was deaf to the bustle of traffic moving along the street. Akemi was walking slowly down by the river. He started after her, waving his arms and shouting. Koetsu and Gonnosuke followed.
"Matahachi, where are you going?"
He had forgotten all about the 2 men. He stopped and waited for them to catch up.
"I'm sorry," he mumbled. "To tell the truth—"
Truth? How could he explain to them what he was going to do when he couldn't explain it to himself? Sorting out his emotions was beyond him at the moment, but finally he blurted out, "I've decided not to be a priest, to return to ordinary life. I haven't been ordained yet."
"Returning to ordinary life?" exclaimed Koetsu. "So suddenly? You look strange." "I can't explain it now. Even if I did, it'll probably sound crazy. I just saw the woman I used to live with, and she's carrying a baby on her back. I think it must be mine."
"Are you sure?"
"Yes, well—"
"Now calm down and think. Is it really your child?"
"Yes, I'm a father. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'm ashamed. I can't let her go through life like that, selling things out of a basket like a common tramp. I've got to go to work and help my child."
Koetsu and Gonnosuke looked at each other in dismay. Though not quite sure whether Matahachi was still in his right mind, Koetsu said,
"I suppose you know what you're doing."
Matahachi took off the priest's robe covering his ordinary kimono and handed it to Koetsu, together with his prayer beads.
"I'm sorry to trouble you, but will you give these to Gudo at the Myoshinji? I'd appreciate it if you'd tell him I'm going to stay here in Osaka, get a job, and be a good father."
"Are you sure you want to do this? Give up the priesthood, just like that?"
"Yes. Anyway, the master told me I could go back to ordinary life any time I wanted to." "He said you don't have to be in a temple to practice religious discipline. It's more difficult, but he said it's more praiseworthy to be able to control yourself and keep your faith in the midst of lies and filth and conflict, all the ugly things in the outside world, than in the clean, pure surroundings of a temple."
"I'm sure he's right."
"I've been with him more than a year now, but he hasn't given me a priestly name. Always just calls me Matahachi. Maybe something will come up in the future I don't understand. Then I'll go to him immediately. Tell him that for me, won't you?"
And with that, Matahachi was gone. The Evening Boat. A single red cloud, looking like a great steamer, hung low over the horizon. Near the bottom of the glassy, waveless sea was an octopus. Around noon, a small boat had tied up in the estuary of the Shikama River, discreetly out of sight. Now, as twilight deepened, a thin column of smoke rose from a clay brazier on the deck. An old woman was breaking sticks and feeding the fire.
"Are you cold?" she asked. "No," answered the girl lying in the bottom of the boat behind some red matting. She shook her head weakly, then lifted it and looked at the old woman. "Don't worry about me, Granny. You should be careful yourself. Your voice sounds a bit husky."
Osugi put a pot of rice on the brazier to make gruel.
"It's nothing," she said. But you're sick. You have to eat properly so you'll feel strong when the boat comes in.
Otsu held back a tear and looked out to sea. There were some boats fishing for octopus and a couple of cargo vessels. The ship from Sakai was nowhere to be seen.
"It's getting late," said Osugi. "They said the ship would be here before evening."
There was a hint of complaint in her voice. News of the departure of Musashi's ship had spread rapidly. When it reached Jotaro and Himeji, he sent a messenger to tell Osugi. She, in turn, had hurried straight to the shippoji, where Otsu lay ill, suffering from the effects of the beating the old woman had given her. Since that night, Osugi had begged forgiveness so often and tearfully that listening to her had come to be rather a burden for Otsu. Otsu did not hold her responsible for her sickness. She thought it was a recurrence of the malady that had kept her confined for several months at Lord Karasumaru's house in Kyoto. In the mornings and evenings she coughed a lot and had a slight fever. And she lost weight, which made her face more beautiful than ever, but it was an excessively delicate beauty and saddened those who met and talked with her. Still, her eyes shone. For one thing, she was happy about the change that had come over Osugi. Having finally understood that she had been mistaken about Otsu and Musashi, the Honiden dowager was like a woman reborn. And Otsu had hope, springing from the certainty that the day was near when she would see Musashi again. Osugi had said,
"To atone for all the unhappiness I've caused you, I'm going to get down on my hands and knees and beg Musashi to set things right. I'll bow, I'll apologize, I'll persuade him."
After announcing to her own family and the whole village that Matahachi's betrothal to Otsu was nullified, she destroyed the document recording the promise to marry. From then on, she made it her business to tell one and all that the only person who would be a proper and fitting husband for Otsu was Musashi. Since the village had changed, the person Otsu knew best in Miyamoto was Osugi, who took it upon herself to nurse the girl back to health, calling each morning and evening at the shippoji with the same solicitous questions.
"Have you eaten? Did you take your medicine? How do you feel?"
One day she said with tears in her eyes,
"If you hadn't come back to life that night in the cave, I would have wanted to die there too."
The old woman had never before hesitated to bend the truth or tell outright lies, one of the last of which turned out to be about Ogin's being in Sayo. In fact, no one had seen or heard from Ogin for years. All that was known was that she had married and gone to another province. So at first Otsu found Osugi's protestations unbelievable. Even if she was sincere, it seemed likely her remorse would wear off after a time. But as days turned into weeks, she grew more devoted and more attentive to Otsu. "I never dreamed she was such a good person at heart," was how Otsu came to think of her. And since Osugi's newfound warmth and kindness extended to everyone around her, this sentiment was widely shared by both the family and the villagers, though many expressed their astonishment less delicately, saying things like, "What do you suppose got into the old hag?" Even Osugi marveled at how kind everyone was to her now. It used to be that even those people closest to her were inclined to cringe at the very sight of her. Now they all smiled and spoke cordially. At last, at an age when simply being alive was something to be thankful for, she was learning for the first time what it was like to be loved and respected by others. One acquaintance asked frankly, "What happened to you? Your face looks more attractive every time I see you."
"Maybe so,"
thought Osugi later that same day, looking at herself in her mirror. The past had left its mark. When she went away from the village, there had still been black hair mixed with gray. Now it was all white. She didn't mind, for she believed that her heart, at least, was free of blackness now. The ship Musashi was on made a regular overnight stop at Shikama to discharge and take on cargo. Yesterday, after telling Otsu this, Osugi had asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to be there, of course." "In that case, I'll go too." Otsu got up from her sickbed, and they were on their way within the hour. It took them until late afternoon to walk to Himeji. All the while, Osugi hovered over Otsu as though she were a child. At Aoki Tanzaimon's house that night, plans were laid to hold a congratulatory dinner at Himeji Castle for Musashi. It was assumed that because of his previous experience at the castle, he would now deem it an honor to be feted in this fashion. Even Jotaro thought so. It was also decided, in consultation with Tanzaimon's fellow samurai, that it wouldn't do for Otsu to be seen openly with Musashi. People might get the idea she was his secret lover. Tanzaimon told Otsu and Osugi the gist of this, and suggested the boat as a way for Otsu to be present, but at the same time not be a source of embarrassing gossip. The sea darkened, and the color faded from the sky. Stars began to twinkle. Near the dyer's house where Otsu lived, a contingent of some 20 samurai from Himeji had been waiting since mid-afternoon to welcome Musashi.
"Maybe this is the wrong day,"
remarked one of them.
"No, don't worry," said another. "I sent a man to Kobayashi's local agent to make sure." "Hey, isn't that it?" "It looks like the right kind of sail."
Noisily they moved closer to the water's edge. Jotaro left them and ran off to the small boat in the estuary. "Otsu! Granny! The ship's in sight! Musashi's ship!" he shouted to the excited women. "Did you really see it? Where?" asked Otsu. She nearly fell overboard as she got to her feet. "Be careful!" warned Osugi, grabbing her from behind. They stood side by side, eyes searching the darkness. Gradually, a tiny distant spot grew into a large sail, black in the starlight and seemingly gliding right into their eyes. "That's it!" cried Jotaro. "Hurry, grab the skull," said Otsu. "Take us out to the ship."
"There's no need to rush. One of the samurai on the beach will row out and get Musashi."
"Then we have to go now. Once he's with that bunch, there won't be a chance for Otsu to talk to him."
"We can't do that. They'll all see her."
"You spend too much time worrying about what other samurai will think, and that's the reason we're stuck away in this little boat. If you ask me, we should have waited at the dyer's house."
"No, you're wrong. You don't realize how people talk." "Relax. My father and I'll find a way to bring him here." He stopped to think for a fraction of a minute. "When he gets to shore, he'll go to the dyer's house for a short rest. I'll get to him then and see to it that he comes here to you. Just wait here. I'll be back soon." He rushed off toward the beach.
"Try to get a little rest," said Osugi.
Though Otsu lay down obediently, she seemed to have trouble catching her breath.
"Cough bothering you again?"
asked Osugi gently. She knelt and rubbed the girl's back.
"Don't worry. Musashi'll be here before long."
"Thank you. I'm all right now." Once her coughing had subsided, she patted and smoothed her hair, trying to make herself a little more presentable. As time passed and Musashi failed to appear, Osugi grew fidgety. Leaving Otsu in the boat, she went up on the bank. When she was out of sight, Otsu pushed her pallet and pillow behind some matting, retied her obi, and straightened her kimono. The palpitations of her heart seemed in no way different from what she had experienced as a girl of 17 or 18. The red light of the small beacon fire, suspended near the prow, pierced her heart with warmth. Stretching her delicate white arm over the gunwale, she moistened her comb and ran it through her hair again. Then she applied some powder to her cheeks, but so lightly that it was nearly undetectable. After all, she thought, even samurai, when suddenly summoned from a deep sleep into their lordship's presence, would sometimes sneak into a dressing-room and cover up their pallor with a little rouge. What really troubled her was the question of what she would say to him. Fearfully, she thought of becoming tongue-tied, as she had when she had seen him at other times. She didn't want to say anything that would upset him, so she had to be particularly careful about that. He was on his way to a bout. The whole country was talking about it. At this important moment in her life, Otsu did not believe he would lose to Kojiro, yet it was not absolutely certain he would win. Accidents could happen. If she did something wrong today, and if Musashi was killed later, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Nothing would be left for her but to cry herself to death, hoping, like the ancient Chinese emperor, to be joined with her loved one in the next life. She must say what she had to say, no matter what he himself might say or do. She had mustered the strength to come this far. Now the meeting was near at hand, and her pulse raced wildly. With so many things on her mind, the words she wanted to say would not take form. Osugi had no such problem. She was choosing the words she would use to apologize for misunderstanding and hatred, to unburden her heart and beg forgiveness. As proof of her sincerity, she would see that Otsu's life was entrusted to Musashi. The darkness was broken only by an occasional reflection from the water, and it was quiet until Jotaro's running footsteps became audible.
"You've finally come, have you?" said Osugi, who was still standing on the bank. "Where's Musashi?"
"Granny, I'm sorry."
"You're sorry? What does that mean?"
"Just listen. I'll explain everything."
"I don't want explanations. Is Musashi coming, or isn't he?"
"He's not coming."
"Not coming?"
Her voice was empty and full of disappointment. Jotaro, looking very awkward, related what had happened, namely that when a samurai had rowed out to the ship, he was told that it wasn't stopping there. There were no passengers wanting to get off at Shikama. The cargo had been taken off by lighter. The samurai had asked to see Musashi, who came to the side of the ship and talked with the man, but said disembarking was out of the question. Both he and the captain wanted to reach Kokura as quickly as possible. By the time the samurai returned to the beach with this message, the ship was already heading out to the open sea again. "You can't even see it anymore," said Jotaro dejectedly. "It's already rounded the pine woods at the other end of the beach. I'm sorry. Nobody's to blame."
"Why didn't you go out in the boat with the samurai?"
"I didn't think. Anyway, there's nothing we can do. No use talking about it now."
"I suppose you're right, but what a shame. What are we going to tell Otsu?" "You'll have to do it, Jotaro. I haven't the heart." "You can tell her exactly what happened, but try to calm her first, or her sickness might get worse."
But there was no need for Jotaro to explain. Otsu, seated behind a piece of matting, had heard everything. The lapping of the water against the side of the boat seemed to resign her heart to suffering. "If I missed him tonight," she thought, "I'll see him another day on another beach." She thought she understood why Musashi was set against leaving the ship. Throughout western Honshu and Kyushu, Sasaki Kojiro was acknowledged to be the greatest of all swordsmen. In challenging his primacy, Musashi would be burning with determination to win. His mind would be on that. Only that. "To think that he was so near," she sighed. Tears streaming down her cheeks, she gazed after the invisible sail, making its way slowly westward. She leaned disconsolately against the boat rail. Then, for the first time, she became conscious of an enormous force swelling up with her tears. Despite her frailness, somewhere deep in her being was a fount of superhuman strength. Though she had not realized it, her willpower was indomitable and had enabled her to persevere through the long years of illness and anguish. Fresh blood infused her cheeks, giving them new life. "Granny! Jotaro!" They came down the bank slowly, Jotaro asking, "What is it, Otsu?" "I heard you talking." "Oh? Yes. But I'm not going to cry about it anymore. I'll go to Kokura. I'll see the bout for myself. We can't take it for granted Musashi will win. If he doesn't, I intend to receive his ashes and bring them back with me." "But you're sick." "Sick?" She'd pushed the very idea from her mind. She seemed filled with the vitality transcending the weakness of her body. "Don't think about it. I'm perfectly all right. Well, maybe I'm a little sick, but until I see how the bout turns out, I'm determined not to die," were the words that nearly escaped her lips. She stifled them and busied herself making preparations for her journey. When she was ready, she got out of the boat all by herself, though she had to cling tightly to the rail in order to do so. A Falcon and a Woman. At the time of the Battle of Sekigahara, Kokura had been the site of a fortress commanded by Lord Mori Matsunobu of Iki. Since then, the castle had been rebuilt and enlarged and acquired a new lord. Its towers and glistening white walls bespoke the great power and dignity of the House of Hosokawa, headed now by Tadatoshi, who had succeeded his father Tadaoki. In the short time since Kojiro's arrival, the Ganryu style, developed on the foundation he had learned from Toda Seigen and Kanemaki Jisai, had swept over all Kyushu. Men even came from Shikoku to study under him, hoping that after a year or two of training they would be awarded a certificate and receive sanction to return home as teachers of this new style. Kojiro enjoyed the esteem of those around him, including Tadatoshi, who had been heard to remark with satisfaction, "I found myself a very good swordsman." In every quarter of the extensive Hosokawa household, it was agreed that Kojiro was a person of outstanding character. And when he traveled between his home and the castle, he did so in style, attended by 7 lancers. People went out of their way to approach him and pay their respects. Until his coming, Ujiie Magoshiro, a practitioner of the Shinkage style, had been the clan's chief sword instructor, but his star dimmed rapidly as Kojiro's grew more brilliant. Kojiro treated him magniloquently. To Lord Tadatoshi, he had said, "You mustn't let Ujiie go. While his style is not flashy, it does have a certain maturity we younger men lack." He suggested that he and Magoshiro give lessons in the castle's dojo on alternate days, and this was put into practice. At one point, Tadatoshi said, "Kojiro says Magoshiro's method is not flashy, but mature. Magoshiro says Kojiro is a genius with whom he cannot match swords. Who is right? I'd like to see a demonstration." The 2 men agreed to subsequently face each other with wooden swords in his lordship's presence. At the first opportunity, Kojiro discarded his weapon and, seating himself at his opponent's feet, announced, "I'm no match for you. Forgive my presumption." "Don't be modest," replied Magoshiro. "I'm the one who's not a worthy opponent." Witnesses were divided as to whether Kojiro acted out of compassion or self-interest. In any case, his reputation rose still higher. Kojiro's attitude toward Magoshiro remained charitable, but whenever someone made favorable mention of Musashi's growing fame in Edo and Kyoto, he was quick to set him straight. "Musashi?" he would say with disdain. "Oh, he's been crafty enough to make something of a name for himself. He talks about his two-sword style, I'm told. He's always had a certain natural ability. I doubt whether there's anybody in Kyoto or Osaka who could defeat him." He always made it appear that he was restraining himself from saying more. An experienced warrior visiting Kojiro's house one day said,
I've never met the man, but people say this Miyamoto Musashi is the greatest swordsman since Koizumi and Tsukahara, with the exception of Yagyu Sekishusai, of course. Everybody seems to think that if he's not the greatest swordsman, he's at least reached the level of a master.
Kojiro laughed, and the color rose in his face.
Well, people are blind, he said bitingly, so I suppose some consider him a great man or an expert swordsman. That just goes to show you how far the art of war has declined, with regard to both style and personal conduct. We live in an age when a clever publicity seeker can rule the roost, at least as far as ordinary people are concerned. Needless to say, I look at it differently. I saw Musashi trying to sell himself in Kyoto some years ago. He gave an exhibition of his brutality and cravenness in his bout with the Yoshioka school at Ichijoji. Cravenness is not a low enough word for the likes of him. All right, so he was outnumbered, but what did he do? He showed his back at the earliest possible moment. Considering his past and his overweening ambition, I see him as a man not worth spitting on. Aha! If a man who spends his life trying to learn the art of war is an expert, then I suppose Musashi's an expert. But a master of the sword? No, not that.
He obviously took praise of Musashi as a personal affront, but his insistence on winning anyone and everyone over to his point of view was so vehement that even his staunchest admirers began to wonder. Eventually, the word got around that there was a long-standing enmity between Musashi and Kojiro. Before long, rumors of a match were flying. It was at Lord Tadatoshi's order that Kojiro had finally issued a challenge. In the several months since then, the entire Hosokawa fief had buzzed with speculation as to when the fight would be held and how it would turn out. Iwama Kakube, now well along in years, called on Kojiro morning and evening whenever he could find the slightest excuse. On an evening early in the 4th month, when even the pink double-petal cherry blossoms had fallen, Kakube walked through Kojiro's front garden, past bright red azaleas blooming in the shadows of ornamental rocks. He was shown to an inner room lit only by the falling light of the evening sun. "Ah, Master Iwama, good to see you," said Kojiro, who was standing just outside, feeding the falcon on his fist.
"I have news for you," said Kakube, still standing. "The clan council discussed the place for the bout today in his lordship's presence and reached a decision."
"Have a seat," said an attendant from the adjacent room. With no more than a grunt of thanks, Kakube sat down and continued.
"A number of sites were suggested, among them Kikuno-Nagahama and the bank of the Murasaki River, but they were all rejected because they were too small or too accessible to the public. We could put up bamboo fencing, of course, but even that wouldn't prevent the riverbank from being overrun by swarms of people looking for thrills."
"I see," replied Kojiro, still intently watching the falcon's eyes and beak. Kakube, expecting his report to be received more or less with bated breath, was crestfallen. A guest would not normally do such a thing, but Kakube said, "Come inside. This is nothing to be talking about while you're standing out there." "In a minute," Kojiro said casually. "I want to finish feeding the bird."
"Is that the falcon Lord Tadatoshi gave you after you went hunting together last fall?"
"Yes. Its name is Amayumi. The more I get used to it, the better I like it." He threw away the rest of the food and, winding up the red-tasseled cord attached to the bird's neck, said to the young attendant behind him, "Here, Tatsunosuke, put it back in its cage." The bird was passed from fist to fist, and Tatsunosuke started across the spacious garden. Beyond the customary man-made hillock was a grove of pines, bordered on the other side by a fence. The compound lay along the Itatsu River. Many other Hosokawa vassals lived in the vicinity. "Forgive me for making you wait," said Kojiro.
"Think nothing of it. I'm not exactly an outsider. When I come here, it's almost like being at my son's house."
A maid of 20 or so came in and gracefully poured tea. With a glance at the guest, she invited him to have a cup. Kakube shook his head admiringly.
"It's good to see you, Omitsu. You're always so pretty."
She blushed down to the collar of her kimono. "And you're always making fun of me," she replied, before quickly slipping out of the room.
Kakube said, "You say the more you get used to your falcon, the better you like it. What about Omitsu? Wouldn't it be better to have her at your side rather than a bird of prey? I've been meaning to ask you about your intentions regarding her."
"Has she by any chance secretly visited your house at one time or another?"
"I'll admit, she did come to talk to me."
"Stupid woman! She hasn't said a word about it to me."
He shot an angry glance at the white shoji.
"Don't let it upset you. There's no reason why she shouldn't come."
He waited until he thought Kojiro's eyes had softened a little, then went on.
"It's only natural for a woman to worry. I don't think she doubts your affection for her, but anybody in her position would worry about the future. I mean, what's to become of her?"
"I suppose she told you everything?"
"Why shouldn't she? It's the most ordinary thing in the world to happen between a man and a woman. One of these days you'll want to get married. You have this big house and lots of servants. Why not?"
"Can't you imagine what people would say if I married a girl I'd previously had in my house as a maid?"
"Does it really make any difference? You certainly can't throw her aside now. If she weren't a suitable bride for you, it might be awkward, but she's of good blood, isn't she? I'm told she's the niece of Ono Tadaaki."
"That's correct."
"And you met her when you went to Tadaaki's dojo and opened his eyes to the sad state his school of swordsmanship was in."
"Yes. I'm not proud of it, but I can't keep it from someone as close to me as you are. I'd planned to tell you the whole story sooner or later. As you say, it happened after my bout with Tadaaki. It was already dark when I started for home, and Omitsu, she was living with her uncle at the time, brought a small lantern and walked down Saikachi Slope with me. Without giving it a thought, I flirted with her a bit along the way, but she took me seriously. After Tadaaki disappeared, she came to see me, and—" Now it was Kakube's turn to be embarrassed. He waved his hand to let his protégé know he had heard enough. Actually, he had not known until very recently that Kojiro had taken the girl in before leaving Edo for Kokura. He was surprised not only at his own naivete, but also at Kojiro's ability to attract a woman, have an affair with her, and keep the whole thing secret.
"Leave everything to me," he said. "At the moment, it would be rather inappropriate for you to announce your marriage. First things first. It can be done after your bout."
Like so many others, he was confident that final justification for Kojiro's fame and position would be forthcoming within a few days. Remembering why he'd come, he went on.
"As I said, the council has decided the location for the bout. Since one requirement was that it be within Lord Tadatoshi's domain, but somewhere that crowds can't get to easily, it was agreed that an island would be ideal. The island chosen is a small one called Funashima, between Shimonoseki and Moji."
He looked thoughtful for a minute, then said,
"I wonder if it wouldn't be wise to look the terrain over before Musashi arrives. It might give you a certain advantage."
His reasoning was that, from a knowledge of the lay of the land, a swordsman would have an idea of how the fighting would proceed, how tightly to tie his sandals, how to make use of the terrain and the position of the sun. At the very least, Kojiro would have a sense of security, which would be impossible if he were entering the place for the first time. He suggested they hire a fishing boat and go out to look at Funashima the next day. Kojiro disagreed. "The whole point of the art of war is to be quick to seize an opening. Even when a man takes precautions, it often happens that his opponent will have anticipated them and devised means of offsetting them. It's much better to approach the situation with an open mind and move with perfect freedom. Seeing the logic of this argument, Kakube made no more mention of going to Funashima. Summoned by Kojiro, Omitsu served them sake, and the two men drank and chatted until late in the evening. From the relaxed way in which Kakube sipped his sake, it was evident that he was pleased with life, and felt that his efforts to assist Kojiro had been rewarded. Rather like a proud father, he said, "I think it's all right to tell Omitsu. When this is over, we can invite her relatives and friends here for the marriage ceremony. It's a fine thing for you to be devoted to your sword, but you must also have a family if your name is to be carried on. When you're married, I'll feel I've done my duty by you." Unlike the happy old retainer with many years of service, Kojiro showed no signs of drunkenness. But then he was prone to silence these days anyway. Once the bout had been decided on, Kakube had suggested and Tadatoshi had agreed to release Kojiro from his duties. He had enjoyed the unaccustomed leisure at first, but as the day approached and more people came to call, he found himself forced to entertain them. Recently, times when he could rest had become few. Still, he was reluctant to shut himself away and have people turned back at the gate. If he did that, people would think he'd lost his composure. The idea that came to him was to go out into the country every day, his falcon on his fist. In nice weather, hiking over field and mountain with only the bird for a companion did his spirit good. When the falcon's alert azure eyes spotted a victim in the sky, Kojiro would release it. Then his own eyes, equally alert, would follow it as it rose and swooped down on its quarry. Until the feathers began to drift to earth, he remained breathless, transfixed, as though he himself were the falcon. "Good! That's the way!" he exclaimed when the falcon made the kill. He had learned much from this bird of prey, and as a result of these hunting excursions, his face showed more confidence with the passage of each day. Returning home in the evening, he was met by Omitsu's eyes, swollen from crying. It hurt him to observe her efforts to disguise this. To him, losing to Musashi was inconceivable. Nevertheless, the question of what would happen to her if he was killed crept into his mind. So did the image of his dead mother, to whom he had given scarcely a thought for years. And each night, as he was falling asleep, a vision of the falcon's azure eyes and the swollen eyes of Omitsu came to visit him, jumbled in an odd way with a fleeting memory of his mother's face. Before the 13th day. Shimonoseki, Moji, the castle town of Kokura. During the past several days, many travelers had come, but few had left. The inns were all full, and horses were lined up side by side at the hitching posts outside. The command issued by the castle said, "On the 13th day of this month, at 8 o'clock in the morning, on Funashima in the Nagato Straits of Buzen, Sasaki Kojiro Ganryu, a samurai of this fief, will at his lordship's bidding fight a bout with Miyamoto Musashi Masana, a ronin from the province of Mimasaka. It is strictly forbidden for supporters of either swordsman to go to his aid or set forth on the water between the mainland and Funashima. Until 10 o'clock on the morning of the 13th, no sightseeing vessels, passenger ships, and fishing boats will be permitted to enter the straits. 4th month, 1612. The announcement was posted conspicuously on bulletin boards at all major intersections, piers, and gathering places. "The 13th? That's the day after tomorrow, isn't it?"
People from all over will want to see the bout, so they can go home and talk about it.
Of course they will. But how's anybody going to see a fight taking place on an island 2 miles from shore?
Well, if you go to the top of Mount Kazashi, you can see the pine trees on Funashima. People will come anyway, just to gawk at the boats and crowds in Buzen and Nagato.
I hope the weather stays good. Because of the restriction of shipping activities, boatmen who might otherwise have been turning a tidy profit were doing poorly. Travelers and townsmen, however, took it in their stride, busily searching out vantage points from which they might catch a glimpse of the excitement on Funashima. About noon on the 11th, a woman giving breast to her baby was pacing back and forth in front of a one-tray eatery where the road from Moji entered Kokura. The baby, tired from traveling, would not stop crying.
"Sleepy? Take a little nap now. There. Sleep, sleep."
Akemi patted her foot rhythmically on the ground. She wore no makeup. With a baby to nurse, her life had changed considerably, but there was nothing in her present circumstances that she regretted. Matahachi came out of the shop, wearing a sleeveless kimono of subdued color. The only hint of the days when he had aspired to becoming a priest was the bandana on his head, hiding the once-shaven head.
"Oh my, what's this?" he said. "Still crying? You should be sleeping. Go on, Akemi. I'll take him while you eat. Eat a lot, so you'll have plenty of milk."
Taking the child in his arms, he began crooning a soft lullaby.
"Well, this is a surprise,"
came a voice from behind him.
"Huh?"
Matachi stared at the man, unable to place him.
"I'm Ichinomiya Genpachi. We met several years ago at the pine forest near Gojo Avenue in Kyoto. I guess you don't remember me."
When Matachi continued to stare blankly at him, Genpachi said,
"You were going around calling yourself Sasaki Kojiro."
"Oh!"
Matachi gasped loudly.
"The monk with the staff!"
"That's right. Good to see you again."
Matachi hastened to bow, which awakened the baby.
"Now, let's not start crying again," he pleaded.
"I wonder," said Genpachi, "if you could tell me where Kojiro's house is. I understand he lives here in Kokura."
"Sorry, I have no idea. I just got here myself."
2 samurai's attendants emerged from the shop, and one said to Genpachi,
"If you're looking for Kojiro's house, it's right by the Itatsu River. We'll show you the way if you like."
"Very kind of you. Goodbye, Matahachi. See you again." The samurai walked off, and Genpachi fell in step with them. Matahachi, noticing the dirt and grime clinging to the man's clothes, thought,
"I wonder if he's come all the way from Kozuke."
He was deeply impressed that news of the bout had spread to such faraway places. Then the memory of the encounter with Genpachi flowed through his mind, and he shuddered. How worthless, how shallow, how shameless he'd been in those days. To think he had actually been brazen enough to try to pass off the certificate from the Chujo school as his own, to impersonate. Still, that he could see how churlish he had been was a hopeful sign. At least he'd changed since then.
"I suppose," he thought, "even a stupid fool like me can improve if he stays awake and tries."
Hearing the baby crying again, Akemi bolted her meal and rushed outdoors.
"Sorry," she said. "I'll take him now."
Having placed the baby on Akemi's back, Matahachi hung a candy peddler's box from his shoulder and prepared to forge on. A number of passers-by looked enviously at this poor but apparently happy couple. An elderly, genteel-looking woman approached and said,
"What a lovely baby! How old is he? Oh, look, he's laughing!"
As if on command, the manservant accompanying her stooped and peered at the baby's face. They all walked together for a way. Then, as Matahachi and Akemi started to turn into a side street to look for an inn, the woman said,
"Oh, are you going that way?"
She bade them goodbye, and almost as an afterthought asked,
"You seem to be travelers too, but would you happen to know where Sasaki Kojiro's house is?"
Matahachi imparted the information he had just heard from the two attendants. As he watched her go off, he mumbled gloomily, "I wonder what my mother's doing these days." Now that he had a child of his own, he had begun to appreciate her feelings.
"Come on, let's go,"
said Akemi. Matahachi stood and stared vacantly at the old woman. She was about the same age as Osugi. Kojiro's house was full of guests. "It's a great opportunity for him. Yes, this'll make his reputation once and for all. He'll be known everywhere." "True enough, but we mustn't forget who his opponent is. Gundyu will have to be very careful." Many had arrived the previous night, and callers spilled out into the great entrance hall, the side entrances, the outside corridors. Some hailed from Kyoto or Osaka, others from western Honshu, one from the village of Jokyoji in distant Echizen. Since there weren't enough servants in the household, Kakube had sent some of his to help out. Samurai who were studying under Kojiro came and went, their faces eager with anticipation. All these friends, all these disciples, had one thing in common. Whether they knew Musashi or not, he was the enemy. Particularly virulent in their hatred were the provincial samurai who had at one time or another studied the methods of the Yoshioka school. The humiliation of the defeat at Ichijoji gnawed at their minds and hearts. Moreover, the single-minded determination with which Musashi had pursued his career was such that he had made himself many enemies. Kojiro's students despised him as a matter of course. A young samurai led a recent arrival from the entrance hall into the crowded parlor and announced, "This man has made the trip from Kozuke." The man said, "My name is Ichinomiya Genpachi," and modestly took his place among them. A murmur of admiration and respect went round the room, for Kozuke lay 1,000 miles to the northeast. Genpachi asked that a talisman he had brought from Mount Hakuun be placed on the household altar, and there were more murmurs of approval. "The weather will be good on the 13th, remarked one man, glancing out under the eaves at the flaming evening sun. "Today's the 11th, tomorrow the 12th, the next day." Addressing Genpachi, one guest said, "I think your coming so far to say a prayer for Kojiro's success is quite remarkable. Do you have some connection with him?" "I'm a retainer of the house of Kusanagi in Shimonida. My late master, Kusanagi Tenki, was the nephew of Kanemaki Jisai. Tenki knew Kojiro when Kojiro was still a young boy." "I'd heard Kojiro studied under Jisai." "That's true. Kojiro came from the same school as Ito Itosai. I've heard Itosai say many times that Kojiro was a brilliant fighter." He went on to recount how Kojiro had chosen to reject Jisai's certificate and create a style of his own. He told, too, of how tenacious Kojiro had been, even as a child. Meeting eager questions with detailed answers, Genpachi talked on and on. "Isn't Gandyu-sensei here?" asked the young attendant, picking his way through the crowd. Not seeing him, he went from room to room. He was grumbling to himself by the time he came upon Omitsu, who was cleaning Kojiro's room. "If you're looking for the master," she said, "you'll find him at the falcon cage." Kojiro was inside the cage, looking intently into Amayumi's eyes. He had fed the bird, brushed off loose feathers, held it for a time on his fist, and was now patting it affectionately. "Sensei." "Yes?" "There's a woman who says she's come from Iwakuni to visit you. She said you'd know her when you see her." It may be my mother's younger sister." "Which room should I show her to?"
I don't want to see her. I don't want to see anybody. Oh, I suppose I have to. She is my aunt. Take her to my room. The man left, and Kojiro called out the door, Tatsunosuke! Yes, sir. Tatsunosuke came inside the cage and knelt on one knee behind Kojiro. A student who lived at his house, he was seldom far from his master's side. Not long to wait now, is there? Said Kojiro. No, sir. Tomorrow I'll go to the castle and pay my respects to Lord Tadatoshi. I haven't seen him recently. After that, I want to spend a quiet night. There are all those guests. Why don't you refuse to see them so you can have a good rest? That's what I intend to do. There are so many people around here, you could be defeated by your own supporters. Don't talk like that. They've come from near and far. Whether I win or not depends on what happens at the appointed time. It's not entirely a matter of fate. But then again, that's the way with warriors. Sometimes win, sometimes lose. If Ganryu dies, you'll find 2 last testaments in my writing cabinet. Give one of them to Kakube and the other to Omitsu. You've written a will? Yes. It's only proper for a samurai to take that precaution. One other thing. On the day of the fight, I'm allowed 1 attendant. I want you to go with me. Will you come? It's an honor I don't deserve. Amayumi, too. He looked at the falcon. It'll be a comfort to me on the boat trip. I understand perfectly. Good. I'll see my aunt now. He found her sitting in his room. Outside, the evening clouds had blackened, like newly forged steel that has just cooled off. The white light of a candle brightened the room. Thank you for coming, he said as he seated himself with a great show of reverence. After his mother's death, his aunt had reared him. Unlike his mother, she had not spoiled him in the least. Conscious of her duty to her elder sister, she had striven single-mindedly to make him a worthy successor to the Sasaki name and an outstanding man in his own right. Of all his kinsmen, she was the one who had paid closest attention to his career and his future. Kojiro, she began solemnly, I understand you're about to face one of the decisive moments of your life. Everybody back home is talking about it, and I felt I had to see you one more time at least. I'm happy to see you've come as far as you have. She was silently comparing the dignified, well-to-do samurai in front of her with the youth who had left home with nothing but a sword. Head still lowered, Kojiro replied, It's been 10 years. I hope you'll forgive me for not keeping in touch with you. I don't know whether people consider me a success or not, but I have by no means achieved all I am determined to achieve. That's why I haven't written. It doesn't matter. I hear news of you all the time. Even in Iwakuni? Oh, indeed. Everyone there is for you. If you were to lose to Musashi, the whole Sasaki family, the whole province, would be disgraced. Lord Katayama Hisayasu of Hoki, who's staying as a guest in the Kikawa fief, is planning to bring a large group of Iwakuni samurai to see the bout. Is he? Yes. They'll be terribly disappointed, I suppose, since no boats will be allowed out. Oh, I'm forgetting. Here, I brought this for you. She opened a small bundle and took out a folded underrobe. It was made of white cotton. On it were written the names of the god of war and a protective goddess worshipped by warriors. A Sanskrit good luck charm had been embroidered on both sleeves by 100 of Kojiro's female supporters. He thanked her and reverently held the garment up before his forehead. Then he said, You must be tired from your trip.
You can stay here in this room and go to bed whenever you wish. Now, if you'll excuse me." He left her and went to sit in another room, to which guests soon came offering him a variety of gifts: a sacred charm from the Hachiman shrine in Mount Otoko, a coat of mail, an enormous sea bream, a barrel of sake. Before long, there was hardly a place to sit down. While these well-wishers were sincere in their prayers for his victory, it was also true that 8 out of 10 of them, not doubting that he would win, were currying favor in the hope of advancing their own ambitions later on. "What if I were a ronin?" thought Kojiro. Though the sycophancy depressed him, he took satisfaction from the fact that it was he and no one else who had caused his supporters to trust him and believe in him. "I must win. I must. I must." Thinking of winning placed a psychological burden on him. He realized this, but could not help himself. Win, win, win. Like a wind-driven wave, the word kept on repeating itself somewhere in his mind. Not even Kojiro was able to grasp why the primitive urge to conquer buffeted his brain with such persistence. The night wore on, but quite a number of guests stayed up, drinking and talking. It was quite late when the word came. "Musashi arrived today. He was seen getting off a boat in Moji and later walking down a street in Kokura." The response was electric, though uttered furtively in excited whispers. "It stands to reason. Shouldn't some of us go over there and take a look around?" At daybreak. Musashi arrived in Shimonoseki several days early. Since he knew no one there, and no one knew him, he passed his time quietly, unbothered by sycophants and busybodies. On the morning of the 11th, he crossed the Kamon Strait to Moji to call on Nagaoka Sado and confirm his acceptance of the time and place of the bout. A samurai received him at the entrance hall, staring unabashedly, one thought going through his mind: "So this is the famous Miyamoto Musashi." All the young man said aloud, however, was, "My master is still at the castle, but should be back shortly. Please come in and wait." "No, thank you. I have no other business with him. If you'd just be so kind as to give him my message." "But you've come so far. He'll be very disappointed to have missed you. If you really have to go, please let me at least tell the others that you're here." He'd hardly disappeared into the house when Iori came rushing out and into Musashi's arms. "Sensei!" Musashi patted him on the head. "Have you been studying like a good boy?" "Yes, sir." "You've grown so tall." "Did you know I was here?" "Yes. Sado told me in a letter. I also heard about you at Kobayashi Tarozaemon's in Sakai. I'm glad you're here. Living in a house like this will be good for you." Looking disappointed, Iori said nothing. "What's the matter?" asked Musashi. "You mustn't forget that Sado's been very good to you." "Yes, sir." "You have to do more than just practice martial arts, you know. You have to learn from books. And although you should be the first to help when help is needed, you should try to be more modest than the other boys." "Yes, sir." "And don't fall into the trap of feeling sorry for yourself. Many boys like you, who've lost a father or mother, do that. You can't repay the warm-heartedness of others unless you're warm and kind in return." "Yes, sir." "You're bright, Iori, but be careful. Don't let your rough upbringing get the best of you. Keep yourself under tight rein. You're still a child. You have a long life ahead of you. Guard it carefully. Save it until you can give it for a really good cause, for your country, your honor, the way of the samurai. Hold on to your life and make it honest and brave." Iori had the sinking feeling that this was a parting, a final farewell. His intuition probably would have told him this even if Musashi hadn't spoken of such serious matters, but the mention of the word life left little doubt. No sooner had Musashi said it than Iori's head was buried in his chest. The child sobbed uncontrollably. Musashi, noting that Iori was very well groomed, his hair nicely combed and tied, and his white socks immaculate, now regretted his sermon. "Don't cry," he said.
"But what if you—"
"Stop your bawling. People will see you."
You're going to Funashima the day after tomorrow?"
"Yes, I have to."
"When? Please, when? I can't bear to think of not seeing you again."
"Aha! You're crying about that?"
"Some people say you can't beat Kojiro. You shouldn't have agreed to fight him in the first place."
"I'm not surprised. People always talk like that."
"You can win, though, can't you, Sensei?"
"I wouldn't even waste my time thinking about it."
"You mean you're sure you won't lose?"
"Even if I do lose, I promise to do it bravely."
"But if you think you might, couldn't you just go away somewhere for a while?"
"There's always a germ of truth in the worst of gossip, Iori. I may have made a mistake, but now that it's gone this far, to run away would be to forsake the way of the samurai. That would bring dishonor not only on me, but on many others as well."
"But didn't you say I should hang on to my life and guard it carefully?"
"Yes, I did. And if they bury me on Funashima, let that be a lesson to you and avoid getting into fights that may end in your throwing your life away." Sensing that he was overdoing it, he changed the subject. "I've already asked that my respects be conveyed to Nagaoka Sado. I want you to convey them too, and tell him that I'll see him on Funashima." Musashi gently shook himself free of the boy. As he walked toward the gate, Iori clung to the basket hat in his hand.
"Don't! Wait!"
was all he could say. He put his other hand to his face. His shoulders were shaking. Nuinosuke came through a door beside the gate and introduced himself to Musashi.
"Iori seems reluctant to let you go, and I'm inclined to sympathize with him. I'm sure you have other things to do, but couldn't you just stay over here one night?"
Musashi, returning his bow, said, "It's good of you to ask, but I don't think I should. In a couple of days, I may be asleep for good. I don't think it'll be right for me to burden others now. It might prove to be an embarrassment later on."
"That's very considerate of you, but I'm afraid the master will be furious with us for letting you go."
"I'll send him a note explaining everything. I only came today to pay my respects. I think I should be leaving now." Outside the gate, he turned toward the beach, but before he'd got halfway there, he heard voices calling from behind. Looking back, he saw a handful of elderly-looking samurai from the house of Hosokawa, 2 of whom had gray hair. Not recognizing any of them, he assumed they were shouting to someone else and walked on. Upon reaching the shore, he stood and gazed out over the water. A number of fishing boats rested at anchor in the offing, their furled sails ashen in the misty light of early evening. Beyond the larger mass of Hikojima, the outline of Funashima was barely visible.
"Musashi! You are Miyamoto Musashi, aren't you?"
Musashi turned to face them, wondering what business these aged warriors could have with him.
"You don't remember us, do you? Didn't think you would. It's been too long. My name's Utsumi Magobe-no-jo. All 6 of us are from Mimasaka. We used to be in the services of the House of Shinmen at Takeyama Castle. And I'm Koyama Handayu. Magobe-no-jo and I were close friends of your father's."
Musashi smiled broadly.
"Well, this is a surprise.
Their drawl, unmistakably that of his native village, stirred up many childhood memories. After bowing to each of them, he said, "It's good to see you. But tell me, how does it happen you're all here together, so far from home?"
Well, as you know, the house of Shinmen was disbanded after the Battle of Sekigahara. We became Ronin and fled to Kyushu, came here to Buzen province. For a while, to keep body and soul together, we wove straw horseshoes. Later, we had a stroke of good luck. Is that so? Well, I must say, I never expected to meet friends of my father's in Kokura. It's an unexpected pleasure for us, too. You're a fine-looking samurai, Musashi. Too bad your father isn't here to see you now.
For a few minutes they commented to one another on Musashi's fine appearance. Then Magobe no Jo said, "Stupid of me. I'm forgetting what we came after you for. We just missed you at Sado's house. Our plan was to spend an evening with you. It's all been arranged with Sado."
Handayu chimed in. "That's right. It was very rude of you to come as far as the front door and leave without seeing Sado. You're the son of Shinmen Munisai. You should know better. Now come back with us."
Apparently, he felt that having been a friend of Musashi's father authorized him to issue orders to the son. Without waiting for an answer, he started walking away, expecting Musashi to follow. Musashi, on the point of accompanying them, stopped himself. "I'm sorry," he said. "I don't think I should go. I apologize for being so rude, but I think it'll be wrong for me to join you." Everyone came to a halt, and Magobe no Jo said, "Wrong? What's wrong about it? We want to give you a proper welcome, same village and all that, you know."
"Sado's looking forward to it, too. You don't want to offend him, do you?"
Magobe no Jo, sounding resentful, added, "What's the matter? Angry about something?" "I'd like to go," Musashi said politely, "but there are other things to consider. Though it's probably just a rumor, I've heard that my bout with Kojiro is a source of friction between the two oldest retainers in the house of Hosokawa, Nagaoka Sado and Iwama Kakube. They say Iwama's side has the approval of Lord Tadatoshi, and Nagaoka is trying to strengthen his own faction by opposing Kojiro." This was met with murmurs of surprise. "I feel sure," Musashi continued, "that it's no more than idle speculation, but still, public talk is a dangerous thing. What happens to a ronin like myself doesn't matter much, but I wouldn't want to do anything to fan the rumors and raise suspicions about either Sado or Kakube. They're both valuable men in the fief." "I see," said Magobe no Jo. Musashi smiled. "Well, at least that's my excuse. To tell the truth, being a country boy, it's difficult for me to have to sit around and be polite all evening. I'd just like to relax." Impressed with Musashi's consideration for others, but still reluctant to part with him, they put their heads together and discussed the situation.
"This is the 11th day of the 4th month," said Handayu. "For the past 10 years, the 6 of us have been getting together on this date. We have an ironclad rule against inviting outsiders, but you're from the same village. You're Munisai's son, so we'd like to ask you to join us. It may not be the sort of entertainment we should provide, but you won't have to worry about having to be polite, or being seen or talked about."
"If you put it that way," said Musashi, "I don't see how I can refuse." The answer pleased the old samurai immensely. After another short huddle, it was arranged that Musashi would meet one of them, a man named Kinami Kagashiro, a couple of hours later in front of a tea shop, and they went their separate ways. Musashi met Kagashiro at the appointed hour, and they walked about 1.5 miles from the center of town to a place near Itatsu Bridge. Musashi saw no samurai houses or restaurants, nothing but the lights of a solitary drinking shop and a cheap inn, both some distance away. Ever on the alert, he began turning possibilities over in his mind. There was nothing suspicious about their story. They looked the right age, and their dialect fit in with their story. But why an out-of-the-way place like this? Kagashiro left him and went toward the riverbank. Then he called Musashi, saying,
"They're all here. Come on down,"
and led the way along the narrow path on the dike. Maybe the party's on a boat, thought Musashi, smiling at his own excessive cautiousness. But there was no boat. He found them sitting on reed mats in formal style.
"Forgive us for bringing you to a place like this," said Magobe-no-jo. "This is where we hold our meeting. We feel some special good fortune has brought you to be with us. Sit down and rest a while."
His manner grave enough to be welcoming an honored guest into a fine parlor with silver-covered shoji, he pushed a strip of matting forward for Musashi. Musashi wondered if this was their idea of elegant restraint, or if there was some particular reason for not meeting in a more public place. But as a guest, he felt constrained to act as one. Bowing, he seated himself formally on the mat.
"Make yourself comfortable," urged Magobe-no-jo. "We'll have a little party later, but first we have to perform our ceremony. It won't take long."
The 6 men rearranged themselves more informally, each man taking a sheaf of the straw they'd brought with them, and they proceeded to weave straw horseshoes. Mouths tightly closed, eyes never leaving their work, they appeared solemn, even pious. Musashi watched respectfully, sensing strength and fervor in their movements as they spat on their hands, ran the straw through their fingers, and plaited it between their palms.
"I guess this'll do,"
said Handayu, laying down a finished pair of horseshoes and looking around at the others.
"I'm finished too."
They placed their horseshoes in front of Handayu, brushed themselves off, and straightened their clothes. Handayu piled the horseshoes on a small table in the middle of the circle of samurai, and Magobe-no-jo, the oldest, stood up.
"It's now the 12th year since the Battle of Sekigahara, since that day of defeat that will never be erased from our memories," he began. "We've all lived longer than we had any right to expect. This we owe to the protection and bounty of Lord Hosokawa. We must see that our sons and grandsons remember his lordship's goodness to us."
Murmurs of assent went around the group. They sat in a reverent attitude, their eyes lowered.
"We must also remember forever the largesse of successive heads of the house of Shinmen, even though that great house no longer exists. Nor should we ever forget the misery and hopelessness that were ours when we came here. It is to remind us of these 3 things that we hold this meeting each year. Now let us pray as one man for one another's health and welfare."
In chorus the men replied,
"The goodness of Lord Hosokawa, the largesse of the house of Shinmen, the bounty of heaven that has delivered us from distress, we will not forget for a day." "Now make the obeisance," said Magobe-no-jo.
They turned toward the white walls of Kokura Castle, seen dimly against the dark sky, and bowed to the ground. Then they turned in the direction of Mimasaka Province and bowed again. Finally, they faced the horseshoe and bowed a 3rd time. Each movement was carried out with the utmost gravity and sincerity. To Musashi, Magobe-no-jo said, "Now we're going to the shrine above here and make an offering of the horseshoes. After that, we can get on with the party. If you'll just wait here." The man who led the way carried the table with the horseshoes at forehead level, the others following single file. They tied their handiwork to the branches of a tree beside the shrine entrance. Then, after clapping their hands once before the deity, they rejoined Musashi. The fare was simple. a stew with taros, bamboo shoots with bean paste, and dried fish, the sort of meal served in local farmhouses. But there was much sake, and much laughter and talk. When the mood became convivial, Musashi said, "It's a great honor to be asked to join you, but I've been wondering about your little ceremony. It must have some very special meaning for you."
"It does," said Magobe no Jo. "When we came here as defeated warriors, we had no one to turn to. We would rather have died than steal, but we had to eat. Finally, we hit on the idea of setting up shop over there by the bridge and making horseshoes. Our hands were calloused from training with lances, so it took some effort to teach them to weave straw. We did that for 3 years, selling our work to passing grooms and somehow making enough to stay alive. The grooms came to suspect that weaving straw wasn't our usual occupation, and eventually someone told Lord Hosokawa Sansai about us. Learning we were former vassals of Lord Shinmen, he sent a man to offer us positions."
He told how Lord Sansai had offered a collective stipend of 5,000 bushels, which they refused. They were willing to serve him in good faith, but they felt the lord-to-vassal relationship would be on a man-to-man basis. Sansai understood their feelings and came back with an offer of individual stipends. He had also been understanding when his retainers expressed fears that the 6 ronin would not be able to attire themselves in a suitable manner to be presented to his lordship. But when a special allowance for clothes was suggested, Sansai said no. It would only cause embarrassment. Actually, the fears were unwarranted, for as low as they had sunk, they were still able to dress in starched clothes and wear their 2 swords when they went to receive their appointments.
"It wouldn't have been difficult to forget how hard our lives were doing menial work. If we hadn't stuck together, we wouldn't have been alive for Lord Sansai to engage us. We mustn't let ourselves forget that Providence took care of us during those difficult years."
Ending his recital, he held up a cup, saying,
"Forgive me for talking so long about us. I just wanted you to know we're men of goodwill, even if our sake is not first class and the food not very plentiful. We want you to put up a brave fight the day after tomorrow. If you lose, we'll bury your bones for you. Don't worry."
Accepting the cup, Musashi replied, "I'm honored to be here among you. It's better than drinking the very best sake in the finest mansion. I only hope I'll be as lucky as you've been."
"Don't hope that. You'll have to learn to weave horseshoes."
The sound of sliding dirt cut short their laughter. Their eyes went to the dike, where they saw the crouching bat-like figure of a man.
"Who's there?"
cried Kagashiro, on his feet at once. Another man rose, drawing his sword, and the 2 climbed the dike and peered through the mist.
Laughing, Kagashiro called down, "It seems to have been one of Kojiro's followers. He probably thinks we're Musashi's seconds and we're having a secret strategy session. He got away before we got a good look at him." "I can see Kojiro's supporters doing that," remarked one man. The atmosphere remained light-hearted, but Musashi decided not to linger any longer. The last thing he wanted was to do anything that might bring harm to these men later. He thanked them profusely for their kindness and left them to their party, walking casually into the darkness. At least, he seemed casual. Nagaoka's cold wrath for letting Musashi leave his house fell on several people, but he waited until the morning of the 12th to dispatch men to look for him. When the men reported they couldn't find Musashi, had no idea where he was, Sado's white eyebrows shot up anxiously. "What could have happened to him? Is it possible?" He did not want to finish the thought. Also on the 12th, Kojiro called at the castle and was warmly received by Lord Tadatoshi. They had some sake together, and Kojiro left in high spirits, riding his favorite pony. By evening,
The town was humming with rumors.
Musashi probably got scared and ran away.
No doubt about it. He's gone.
That night was a sleepless one for Sado. He tried to convince himself that it simply wasn't possible. Musashi wasn't the type to run away. Still, it was not unknown for a seemingly reliable person to break down under stress. Fearing the worst, Sado foresaw having to commit seppuku, the only honorable solution if Musashi, whom he had recommended, failed to show up. The bright, clear dawn of the 13th found him walking in the garden with Iori, asking himself over and over, "Was I mistaken? Did I misjudge the man?"
"Good morning, sir."
Nuinosuke's tired face appeared at the side gate.
"Did you find him?"
"No, sir. None of the innkeepers have seen anyone even resembling him."
"Did you ask at the temples?"
"The temples, the dojo, all the other places students of the martial arts go to. Magobe-no-jo and his group have been out all night, and—"
"They haven't come back yet."
Sado's brow furrowed. Through the fresh leaves of the plum trees, he could see the blue sea. The waves seemed to be beating against his very chest.
"I don't understand it."
"He's nowhere to be found, sir."
One by one, the searchers returned, tired and disappointed. Assembling near the veranda, they talked the situation over in a mood of anger and desperation. According to Kinami Kagashiro, who had passed by Sasaki Kojiro's house, several hundred supporters had gathered outside the gate. The entrance was bedecked with bunting, bearing a festive gentian crest, and a gold screen had been placed directly before the door from which Kojiro was to emerge. At dawn, contingents of his followers had gone to the 3 main shrines to pray for his victory. Unrelieved gloom prevailed at Sado's house, the burden being especially heavy for the men who had known Musashi's father. They felt betrayed. If Musashi reneged, it would be impossible for them to face their fellow samurai or the world at large. When Sado dismissed them, Kagashiro vowed, "We'll find the bastard, if not today, some other day, and when we do, we'll kill him." Returning to his own room, Sado lit the incense in the incense burner, as he did every day, but Nuinosuke detected a special gravity in the deliberateness of his movements. "He's preparing himself," he thought, grieved to think that it had come to this. Just then Iori, standing at the edge of the garden gazing at the sea, turned and asked, "Did you try the house of Kobayashi Tarozaemon?" Nuinosuke realized instinctively that Iori had hit on something. No one had gone to the shipping broker's establishment, but it was exactly the sort of place Musashi would choose so as to keep out of sight. "The boy's right!" exclaimed Sado, his face brightening. "How stupid of us! Get over there right away!" "I'm going too," said Iori.
"Is it all right for him to go along?"
"Yes, he can go too. Now hurry. No, wait a minute."
He dashed off a note and informed Nuinosuke of its contents.
"Sasaki Kojiro will cross to Funashima in a boat provided by Lord Tadatoshi. He will arrive by 8 o'clock. You can still make it by then. I suggest you come here and make your preparations. I'll provide a boat to take you to your glorious victory." In Sado's name, Nuinosuke and Iori procured a fast craft from the fief's boatmaster. They made it to Shimonoseki in record time, then proceeded directly to Tarozaemon's shop. In response to their inquiry, a clerk said, "I don't know any details, but it appears there's a young samurai staying at the master's house."
"That's it! We found him!"
Nuinosuke and Iori grinned at each other and rapidly covered the short distance between shop and house. Confronting Tarozaemon directly, Nuinosuke said,
"This is fief business, and it's urgent. Is Miyamoto Musashi staying here?"
"Yes."
"Thank heaven. My master's been worried sick. Quick now, tell Musashi I'm here."
Taro-Zaemon went into the house and reappeared a minute later, saying, "He's still in his room. He's sleeping."
"Sleeping?"
Nuinosuke was appalled. "He was up late last night, talking with me over some sake."
"This is no time to be sleeping. Wake him up, right now."
The merchant, refusing to be pressured, showed Nuinosuke and Iori into a guest room before going to awaken Musashi. When Musashi joined them, he appeared well-rested, eyes as clear as a baby's. "Good morning," he said cheerfully as he seated himself. "Is there something I can do for you?" Nuinosuke, deflated by the nonchalant greeting, silently handed him Sado's letter. "How good of him to write," said Musashi, raising the letter to his forehead before breaking the seal and opening it. Iori was staring a hole through Musashi, who acted as if he wasn't even there. After reading the letter, he rolled it up and said, "I'm grateful for Sado's thoughtfulness." Only then did he glance at Iori, causing the boy to lower his head to hide his tears. Musashi wrote a reply and handed it to Nuinosuke. "I've explained everything in the letter," he said, "but be sure to convey my thanks and my best wishes." He added that they were not to worry. He would go to Funashima in his own good time. There was nothing they could do, so they left. Iori hadn't said a word to Musashi, nor Musashi to him. Yet the two had communicated to each other the mutual devotion of teacher and pupil. As Sado read Musashi's reply, a look of relief spread across his face. The letter said, "My deepest thanks for your offer of a boat to take me to Funashima. I do not deem myself worthy of such an honor. Moreover, I do not feel that I should accept. Please take into consideration that Kojiro and I are facing each other as opponents, and that he is using a boat provided by Lord Tadatoshi. If I were to go in your boat, it would appear that you were opposing his lordship. I do not think you should do anything on my behalf. Although I should have told you this earlier, I refrained because I knew you would insist upon helping me. Rather than involve you, I came and stayed at Taro-Zaemon's house. I shall also have the use of one of his boats to go to Funashima at the hour I think appropriate. Of that you may rest assured." Deeply impressed, Sado stared silently at the writing for a time. It was a good letter, modest, thoughtful, considerate, and he was now ashamed of his agitation of the day before. "Nuinosuke." "Yes, sir."
"Take this letter and show it to Magobe no Jo and his comrades, as well as the others concerned."
Nuinosuke had just left when a servant came in and said, "If your business is finished, sir, you should get ready to leave now."
"Yes, of course, but there's still plenty of time," Sado replied quietly.
"It's not early. Kakube is already left."
"That's his business. Iori, come here a minute."
"Sir?"
"Are you a man, Iori?"
"I think so."
"Do you think you can keep from crying, whatever happens?"
"Yes, sir."
"All right, then. You can go to Funashima with me as my attendant. But remember one thing. We may have to pick up Musashi's corpse and bring it back with us. Could you still keep from crying?"
"Yes, sir. I will. I swear I will." Nuinosuke had no sooner hurried through the gate than a shabbily dressed woman called to him.
"Pardon me, sir, but are you a retainer in this house?"
Nuinosuke stopped and looked at her suspiciously.
"What do you want?"
"Forgive me. Looking the way I do, I shouldn't be standing in front of your gate."
"Well, why are you doing it then?"
"I wanted to ask. It's about the fight today. People are saying Musashi's run away. Is that true?"
"You stupid wench! How dare you? You're talking about Miyamoto Musashi. Do you think he'd do a thing like that? Just wait until 8 o'clock and you'll see. I've just been to see Musashi."
"You saw him?
Who are you?"
She dropped her eyes. "I'm an acquaintance of Musashi."
"Humph! But still, you worry about groundless rumors? All right, I'm in a hurry, but I'll show you a letter from Musashi."
He read it aloud for her, not noticing the man with tearful eyes looking over his shoulder.
When he did notice, he jerked his shoulder back and said, "Who are you? What do you think you're doing?"
Wiping the tears from his eyes, the man bowed sheepishly.
"Sorry, I'm with this woman."
"Her husband?"
"Yes, sir. Thank you for showing us the letter. I feel like I've actually seen Musashi. Don't you, Akemi?" "Yes. I feel so much better. Let's go find a place to watch."
Nuinosuke's anger evaporated.
"If you go to the top of that hill over there by the shore, you should be able to see Funashima. As clear as it is today, you might even be able to make out the sandbar."
"We're sorry to have made a nuisance of ourselves when you're in a hurry. Please forgive us."
As they started to walk away, Nuinosuke said,
"Just a minute. What are your names? If you don't mind, I'd like to know."
They turned and bowed.
"My name's Matahachi. I was born in the same village as Musashi." "My name's Akemi."
Nuinosuke nodded and ran off. They watched him for a few moments, exchanged glances, and hurried on to the hill. From there they could see Funashima jutting up among a number of other islands, the mountains of Nagato in the distance beyond. They spread some reed matting on the ground and sat down. The waves rumbled below them, and a pine needle or two floated down. Akemi took the baby from her back and began nursing it. Matahachi, his hands on his knees, stared fixedly out over the water. The marriage. Nuinosuke went first to Magobe Nojo's house, showed him the letter, and explained the circumstances. He left immediately, not even taking time for a cup of tea, and made quick stops at the other 5 houses. Up the beach from the shore commissioner's office, he positioned himself behind a tree and watched the bustle that had been going on since early morning. Several teams of samurai had already left for Funashima, the ground cleaners, the witnesses, the guards, each group in a separate boat. On the beach, another small boat stood ready for Kojiro. Tadatoshi had had it built especially for this occasion, of new timber, with new water brooms and new hemp palm ropes. The people seeing Kojiro off numbered about 100. Nuinosuke recognized some as friends of the swordsman, many others he did not know. Kojiro finished his tea and came out of the commissioner's office, accompanied by the officials. Having entrusted his favorite pony to friends, he walked across the sand toward the boat. Tatsunosuke followed close behind. The crowd silently arranged itself into 2 rows and made way for their champion. Seeing the way Kojiro was dressed made many imagine that they themselves were about to go into battle. He had on a narrow-sleeved silk kimono, solid white with a raised figured pattern. Over this, a sleeveless cloak of brilliant red. His purple leather hakama was of the type that is gathered just below the knees and is tight, like leggings on the calf. His straw sandals appeared to have been dampened slightly to keep them from slipping. Besides the short sword he always carried, he had the drawing pole, which he had not used since becoming an official in the house of Hosokawa. His white, full-cheeked face was a study and calm above the flaming red of his cloak. There was something grand, something almost beautiful about Kojiro today. Nuinosuke could see that Kojiro's smile was quiet and confident. Flashing his grin in all directions, he looked happy and perfectly at ease. Kojiro stepped into the boat. Tatsunosuke got in after him. There were 2 crewmen, one in the prow and the other manning the scull. Amayumi perched on Tatsunosuke's fist. Once clear of the shore, the sculler moved his arms with great languid strokes, and the little vessel glided gently forward. Startled by the cries of the well-wishers, the falcon flapped its wings. The crowd broke up into small groups and slowly dispersed, marveling over Kojiro's calm demeanor and praying that he would win this fight of all fights. "I must get back," thought Nuinosuke, remembering his responsibility to see that Sado departed on time. As he turned away, he caught sight of a girl. Omitsu's body was pressed tightly against the trunk of a tree, and she was crying. Feeling it indecent to stare, Nuinosuke averted his eyes and slipped away noiselessly. Out in the street again, he looked a parting look at Kojiro's boat, then at Omitsu. "Everyone has a public and private life," he thought. "Behind all that fanfare, a woman stands weeping her heart out." On the boat, Kojiro asked Tatsunosuke for the falcon and held out his left arm. Tatsunosuke transferred Amayumi to his fist and respectfully moved away. The tide was flowing swiftly. The day was perfect. Clear sky, crystal water, but the waves were rather high. Each time water splashed over the gunwale, the falcon, in a fighting mood, ruffled its feathers. When they were about halfway to the island, Kojiro removed the band from its leg and threw the bird into the air, saying, "Go back to the castle." As though hunting as usual, Amayumi attacked a fleeing seabird, sending down a flurry of white feathers. But when its master did not call it back, it swooped down low over the islands, then soared into the sky and disappeared. After releasing the falcon, Kojiro began stripping himself of the Buddhist and Shinto good luck charms and writings showered on him by his supporters, casting them overboard, one by one, even the cotton underrobe with the embroidered Sanskrit charm given him by his aunt. "Now," he said softly, "I can relax." Faced with a life-or-death situation, he did not want to be bothered with memories or personalities. Being reminded of all those people who were praying for his victory was a burden. Their good wishes, no matter how sincere, were now more of a hindrance than a help. What mattered now was himself, his naked self. The salty breeze caressed his silent face. His eyes were fixed on the green pines of Funashima. In Shimonoseki, Tarozaemon walked past a row of beach sheds and entered his shop. "Sasuke!" he called. "Hasn't anybody seen Sasuke?" Sasuke was among the youngest of his many employees, but also one of the brightest. Treasured as a household servant, he also helped out in the shop from time to time. "Good morning," said Tarozaemon's manager, emerging from his station in the accounting office. "Sasuke was here just a few minutes ago." Turning to a young assistant, he said, "Go find Sasuke! Hurry!" The manager started to bring Tarozaemon up to date on business matters, but the merchant cut him off, shaking his head as though a mosquito were after him. "What I want to know is whether anybody's been here looking for Musashi. As a matter of fact, there was someone here already this morning. The messenger from Nagaoka Sado? I know about him. Anybody else?" The manager rubbed his chin. "Well, I didn't see him myself, but I'm told that a dirty-looking man with sharp eyes came last night. He was carrying a long oak staff and asked to see Musashi-sensei. They had a hard time getting rid of him. Somebody blabbed, and after I told them how important it was to keep quiet about Musashi's being here. I know, I told them too, in no uncertain terms, but you can't do anything with the young ones. Having Musashi here makes them feel important." "How did you get rid of the man?" "Soubei told him he was mistaken. Musashi's never been here. He finally left, whether he believed it or not. Soubei noticed there were 2 or 3 people waiting outside for him, one a woman." Sasuke came running up from the pier. "Do you want me, sir?" "Yes, I wanted to make sure you're ready. It's very important, you know." "I realize that, sir. I've been up since before sunrise. I washed in cold water and put on a new white cotton loincloth." "Good. The boat's all ready, the way I told you last night?" "Well, there wasn't much to do. I picked out the fastest and cleanest of the boats, sprinkled salt around to purify it, and swabbed it down inside and out. I'm ready to leave whenever Musashi is.
Where's the boat?
On the shore with the other boats. After thinking a moment, Tarozaemon said, We'd better move it. Too many people will notice when Musashi leaves. He doesn't want that. Take it up by the big pine, the one called the Heike pine. Hardly anyone goes by there. Yes, sir. The shop, usually quite busy, was nearly deserted. Nervously upset, Tarozaemon went out into the street. Here and in Moji, on the opposite shore, people were taking the day off. Men who appeared to be samurai from neighboring fiefs, ronin, Confucian scholars, blacksmiths, armorers, lacquer makers, priests, townsmen of all descriptions, some farmers from the surrounding countryside. Scented women in veils and broad traveling hats, fishermen's wives with children on their backs or clinging to their hands. They were all moving in the same general direction, trying vainly to get closer to the island, though there was no vantage point from which anything smaller than a tree could be seen. I see what Musashi means, thought Tarozaemon. To be set upon by this mob of sightseers, to whom the fight was merely a spectacle, would be unendurable. Returning to his house, he found the whole place fastidiously clean. In the room open to the beach, wave patterns flickered on the ceiling. Where have you been, father? I've been looking for you. Otsuru came in with tea. Nowhere in particular. He lifted his teacup and gazed pensively into it. Otsuru had come to spend some time with her beloved father. By chance, traveling from Sakai on the same vessel with Musashi, she had discovered they both had ties with Iori. When Musashi came to pay his respects to Tarozaemon and thank him for taking care of the boy, the merchant had insisted Musashi stay at his house and had instructed Otsuru to look after him. The night before, while Musashi talked to his host, Otsuru sat in the next room sewing the new loincloth and stomach wrapper he'd said he wanted on the day of the bout. She had already prepared a new black kimono, from which, at a moment's notice, she could remove the basting used to keep the sleeves and skirt properly folded until time for use. It crossed Tarozaemon's mind that Otsuru just might be falling in love with Musashi. There was a worried look on her face. Something serious was on her mind. Otsuru, where's Musashi? Have you given him his breakfast? Oh, yes. Long ago. After that, he shut the door to his room. Getting ready, I suppose. No, not yet. What's he doing? He seems to be painting a picture. Now? Yes. We were talking about painting, and I asked him if he'd paint a picture for me. I guess I shouldn't have done that. He said he'd finish it before he left. He's painting one for Sasuke, too. Sasuke? Tarozaemon echoed incredulously. He was growing more and more nervous. Doesn't he know it's getting late? You should see all the people milling about the streets. From the look on Musashi's face, you'd think he'd forgotten the bout. Well, it's no time to be painting. Go tell him that. Be polite, but let him know that can wait till later. Why me? I couldn't. And why not? His suspicion that she was in love was confirmed. Father and daughter communicated silently but perfectly. Grumbling good-naturedly, Silly child, why are you crying? He got up and went toward Musashi's room. Musashi was kneeling silently, as though in meditation, his brush, ink box, and brush pot beside him. He had already finished one painting, a heron beneath a willow tree. The paper before him now was still blank. He was considering what to draw. Or more exactly, quietly trying to put himself into the right frame of mind, for that was necessary before he could visualize the picture or know the technique he would employ. He saw the white paper as the great universe of non-existence. A single stroke would give rise to existence within it. He could evoke rain or wind at will, but whatever he drew, his heart would remain in the painting forever. If his heart was tainted, the picture would be tainted. If his heart was listless, so would the picture be. If he attempted to make a show of his craftsmanship, it could not be concealed. Men's bodies fade away, but ink lives on. The image of his heart would continue to breathe after he himself was gone. He realized that his thoughts were holding him back. He was on the brink of entering the world of non-existence, of letting his heart speak for itself, independent of his ego, free from the personal touch of his hand. He tried to be empty, waiting for that sublime state in which his heart could speak in unison with the universe, selfless and unhampered. The sounds from the street did not reach his room. Today's bout seemed completely apart from himself. He was conscious merely of the tremulous movement of the bamboo in the inner garden. "May I intrude?" The shoji behind him opened noiselessly, and Tarozaemon peered in. It seemed wrong, almost evil, to barge in, but he braced himself and said, "I'm sorry to distract you when you seem to be enjoying your work so." "Ah, please, come in." "It's nearly time to leave." "I know. Everything's ready. All the things you'll need are in the next room." "That's very kind of you." "Please don't worry about the paintings. You can finish them when you come back from Funashima." "Oh, it's nothing. I feel very fresh this morning. It's a good time to paint." "But you have to think of the time." "Yes, I know." "Whenever you want to make your preparations, just call. We're waiting to help you." "Thank you very much." Tarozaemon started to leave, but Musashi said, "What time is high tide?" "At this season, the tide's lowest, between 6 and 8 in the morning. It should be on the rise again about now." "Thank you," Musashi said absently, again addressing his attention to the white paper. Tarozaemon quietly closed the shoji and went back to the parlor. He intended to sit down and wait quietly, but before long his nerves got the better of him. He rose and strode out to the veranda, from where he could see the current running through the strait. The water was already advancing on the beach. "Father?" "What is it?" "It's time for him to leave. I put his sandals out at the garden entrance." "He's not ready yet." "Still painting?" "Yes." "I thought you were going to make him stop and get ready." "He knows what time it is." A small boat pulled up on the beach nearby, and Tarozaemon heard his name called. It was Nuinosuke asking, "Has Musashi left yet?" When Tarozaemon said no, Nuinosuke said rapidly, "Please tell him to get ready and start as quickly as possible. Kojiro's already left, and so has Lord Hosokawa. My master's leaving from Kokura right now." "I'll do my best." "Please. Maybe I sound like an old woman, but we want to be sure he's not late. It'd be a shame to bring dishonor on himself at this point." He rode away hurriedly, leaving the shipping broker and his daughter to fret by themselves on the veranda. They counted the seconds, glancing from time to time toward the little room in the back, from which came not the slightest sound. Soon a second boat arrived with a messenger from Funashima, sent to hurry Musashi along. Musashi opened his eyes at the sound of shoji opening. There was no need for Otsuru to announce her presence. When she told him about the boat from Funashima, he nodded and smiled affably. "I see," he said, and left the room. Otsuru glanced at the floor where he had been sitting. The piece of paper was now heavily blotched with ink. At first, the picture looked like an indistinct cloud, but she soon saw that it was a landscape of the broken ink variety. It was still wet. "Please give that picture to your father," Musashi called above the sound of splashing water, "and the other one to Sasuke." "Thank you. You really shouldn't have done it." "I'm sorry I don't have anything better to offer, after all the trouble you've gone to. But I hope your father will accept it as a keepsake." Otsuru replied thoughtfully. "Tonight, by all means, come back and sit by the fire with my father, as you did last night." Hearing the rustling of clothes in the next room, Otsuru felt pleased. At last he was getting dressed. Then there was silence again, and the next thing she knew, he was talking to her father. The conversation was very brief, only a few succinct words. As she passed through the next room, she noticed he had neatly folded his old clothes and placed them in a box in the corner. An indescribable loneliness seized her. She bent over and nestled her face against the still warm kimono. "Otsuru!" called her father. "What are you doing? He's leaving!" "Yes, father." She brushed her fingers over her cheeks and eyelids and ran to join him. Musashi was already at the garden gate, which he had chosen to avoid being seen. Father, daughter, and 4 or 5 others from the house and shop came as far as the gate. Otsuru was too overwrought to utter a word. When Musashi's eyes turned toward her, she bowed like the others. "Farewell," said Musashi. He went through the low gate of woven grass, closed it behind him, and said, "Take good care of yourselves." By the time they raised their heads, he was walking rapidly away. They stared after him, but Musashi's head did not turn. "I guess that's the way it's supposed to be with samurai," someone mumbled. "He leaves, just like that. No speech, no elaborate goodbyes, nothing." Otsuru disappeared immediately. A few seconds later, her father retreated into the house. The Heike pine stood in solitude about 200 yards up the beach. Musashi walked toward it, his mind completely at rest. He had put all his thoughts into the black ink of the landscape painting. It had felt good to be painting, and he considered his effort a success. Now for Funashima. He was setting forth calmly, as though this were any other journey. He had no way of knowing whether he would ever return, but he had stopped thinking about it. Years ago, when at the age of 22 he had approached the spreading pine at Ichijoji, he had been very keyed up, shadowed by a sense of impending tragedy. He had gripped his lonely sword with intense determination. Now he felt nothing. It was not that the enemy today was less to be feared than the 100 men he had confronted then. Far from it. Kojiro, fighting alone, was a more formidable opponent than any army the Yoshioka school could have mounted against him. There was not the least doubt in Musashi's mind but that he was going into the fight of his life. "Sensei! Musashi!" Musashi's mind did a turn at the sound of the voices and the sight of 2 people running toward him. For an instant he was dazed. "Gonnosuke!" he exclaimed. "And Granny! How did you 2 get here?" Both, grimy from travel, knelt in the sand in front of him. "We had to come," said Gonnosuke. "We came to see you off," said Osugi. "And I came to apologize to you." "Apologize? To me?" "Yes, for everything. I must ask you to forgive me." He looked inquiringly at her face. The words sounded unreal. "Why do you say that, Granny? Has something happened?" She stood with her hands clasped, pleadingly. "What can I say? I've done so many evil things, I can't hope to apologize for all of them. It was all a horrible mistake. I was blinded by my love for my son, but now I know the truth. Please forgive me." He stared at her for a moment, then knelt and took her hand. He dared not raise his eyes, for fear there might be tears in them. Seeing the old woman so contrite made him feel guilty. But he felt gratitude, too. Her hand trembled. Even his was quivering slightly. It took him a moment to pull himself together. "I believe you, Granny. I'm grateful to you for coming. Now I can face death without regrets,
go into the bout with my spirit free and my heart untroubled."
"Then you'll forgive me?"
"Of course I will, if you'll forgive me for all the trouble I've caused you since I was a boy."
"Of course, but enough of me. There's another person who needs your help. Someone who's very, very sad."
She turned, inviting him to look.
Under the heike pine, looking shyly at them, her face pale and dewy with anticipation, stood Otsu. "Otsu!" he shouted. In a second he was before her, not knowing himself how his feet had transported him there. Gonnosuke and Osugi stood where they were, wishing they could disappear into thin air and leave the shore to the couple alone.
"Otsu, you've come."
Words did not exist to bridge the chasm of years, to convey the world of feeling brimming inside him.
"You don't look well. Are you ill?" He mumbled the words, like an isolated line from a long poem.
"A little."
Eyes lowered, she struggled to remain cool, to keep her wits about her. This moment, perhaps the last, must not be spoiled nor wasted.
"Is it just a cold?" he asked. "Or something serious? What's wrong? Where have you been these past few months?"
"I went back to the Shippoji last fall."
"Back home?"
"Yes."
She looked straight at him, her eyes becoming as limpid as the ocean depths, struggling to hold back the tears.
"But there's no real home for an orphan like me. Only the home inside me."
"Don't talk like that. Why, even Osugi seems to have opened her heart to you. That makes me very happy. You must recover your health and learn to be happy. For me."
"I'm happy now."
"Are you? If that's true, I'm happy too, Otsu."
He bent toward her. She stood stiffly, conscious of Osugi and Gonnosuke. Musashi, who had forgotten them, put his arm around her and brushed his cheek against hers.
"You're so thin. So thin."
He was acutely conscious of her fevered breathing.
"Otsu, please forgive me. I may seem heartless, but I'm not. Not where you're concerned."
I know that."
"Do you? Truly?"
"Yes, but I beg you, say one word for me. Just one word. Tell me that I'm your wife."
"It would spoil it if I told you what you know already."
But...
She was sobbing with her whole body, but with a burst of strength she seized his hand and cried,
"Say it! Say I'm your wife throughout this life!"
He nodded slowly, silently. Then one by one he pulled her delicate fingers from his arm and stood erect.
"A samurai's wife must not weep and go to pieces when he goes off to war. Laugh for me, Otsu. Send me away with a smile. This may be your husband's last departure."
Both knew the time had come. For a brief moment he looked at her and smiled. Then he said,
"Until then."
"Yes, until then."
She wanted to return his smile, but only managed to hold back the tears.
"Farewell."
He turned and walked with firm strides toward the water's edge. A parting word rose to her throat, but refused to be uttered. The tears welled up irrepressibly. She could no longer see him. The strong, salty wind ruffled Musashi's sideburns. His kimono flapped briskly.
"Sasuke, bring the boat a little closer."
Though he had been waiting for over 2 hours and knew Musashi was on the beach, Sasuke had carefully kept his eyes averted. Now he looked at Musashi and said, "Right away, sir." With a few strong, rapid movements, he pulled the boat in. When it touched shore, Musashi jumped lightly into the prow and then moved out to sea. "Otsu! Stop!" The shout was Jotaro's. Otsu was running straight toward the water. He raced after her. Startled, Gonnosuke and Osugi joined in the chase. "Otsu! Stop! What are you doing?" "Don't be foolish." Reaching her simultaneously, they threw their arms around her and held her back. "No, no!" she protested, shaking her head slowly. "You don't understand." What are you trying to do?" "Let me sit down, by myself." Her voice was calm. They released her, and she walked with dignity to a spot a few yards away, where she knelt on the sand, seemingly exhausted. But she had found her strength. She straightened her collar, smoothed her hair, and bowed toward Musashi's little craft. "Go without regrets," she said. Osugi knelt and bowed, then Gonnosuke and Jotaro. After coming all the way from Himeji, Jotaro had missed his chance to speak to Musashi, despite his intense yearning to say a parting word. His disappointment was softened by the knowledge that he had given his share of Musashi's time to Otsu. The Soul of the Deep. With the tide at its peak, the water coursed through the strait like a swollen torrent in a narrow ravine. The wind was to their rear, and the boat moved swiftly across the waves. Sasuke looked proud. He intended to be praised for his work with the skull today. Musashi was seated in the middle of the boat, his knees spread wide. "Does it take long to get there?" he asked. "Not very long with this tide, but we're late." It's well after 8 o'clock. "Yes, it is, isn't it? What time do you think we'll get there?" "It'll probably be 10 or a little after." "That's just right." The sky Musashi looked at that day, the sky Ganryu looked at, was a deep azure. Snow covering the ridge of the Nagato Mountains looked like a white streamer fluttering across a cloudless sky. The houses of the city of Mojigasaki and the wrinkles and crevices of Mount Kazashi were clearly discernible. On the mountainsides, droves of people were straining their eyes toward the islands. "Sasuke, may I have this?" "What is it?" "This broken oar in the bottom of the boat." "I don't need it. Why do you want it?" "It's about the right size," Musashi said cryptically. He held the slightly waterlogged oar out with one hand and squinted down it to see if it was straight. One edge of the blade was split off. He placed the oar on his knee and, totally absorbed, began carving with his short sword. Sasuke cast backward glances toward Shimonoseki several times, but Musashi seemed oblivious of the people he had left behind. Was this the way a samurai approached a life-and-death battle? To a townsman like Sasuke, it seemed cold and heartless. Musashi finished his carving and brushed the chips from his hakama. "Do you have something I could put around me?" he asked. "Are you cold?" "No, but the water's splashing in." "There should be a quilted coat under the seat." Musashi picked up the garment and threw it over his shoulders. Then he took some paper from his kimono and began rolling and twisting each sheet into a string. When he had accumulated more than 20 of these, he twisted them together end to end to make 2 cords, which he then braided to make a tasuki, the band used to tie sleeves back when fighting. Sasuke had heard that making tasuki from paper was a secret art, passed down from generation to generation, but Musashi made the process look easy. Sasuke watched with admiration the deftness of his fingers and the grace with which he slipped the tasuki over his arms. "Is that Funashima?" asked Musashi, pointing. "No, that's Hikojima, part of the Hahajima group. Funashima is 1,000 yards or so to the northeast. It's easy to recognize because it's flat and looks like a long sandbar. There, between Hikojima and Izaki, is the Strait of Ondo. You've probably heard of it. To the west, then, that must be Dairi no Ura in Buzen Province. That's right. I remember now. The inlets and islands around here were where Yoshitsune won the last battle against the Heike. Sasuke was growing more nervous with each stroke of the skull. He had broken out in a cold sweat. His heart was palpitating. It seemed eerie to be talking about inconsequential matters. How could a man going into battle be so calm? It would be a fight to the death, no question about that. Would he be taking a passenger back to the mainland later, or a cruelly maimed corpse? There was no way of knowing. Musashi, thought Sasuke, was like a white cloud floating across the sky. This was not a pose on Musashi's part, for in fact he was thinking of nothing at all. He was, if anything, a little bored. He looked over the side of the boat at the swirling blue water. It was deep here, infinitely deep, and alive with what seemed to be eternal life. But water had no fixed, determined form. Was it not because man had a fixed, determined form that he cannot possess eternal life? Does not true life begin only when tangible form has been lost? To Musashi's eyes, life and death seemed like so much froth. He felt goose pimples on his skin, not from the cold water, but because his body felt a premonition. Though his mind had risen above life and death, body and mind were not in accord. When every pore of his body, as well as his mind, forgot, there would remain nothing inside his being but the water and the clouds. They were passing Teshimachi Inlet on Hikojima. Unseen by them were some 40 samurai standing watch on the shore. All were supporters of Ganryu, and most were in the service of the House of Hosoka. In violation of Tadatoshi's orders, they had crossed over to Funashima 2 days earlier. In the event that Ganryu was beaten, they were ready to take revenge. This morning, when Nagaoka Sado, Iwama Kakube, and the men assigned to stand guard arrived on Funashima, they discovered this band of samurai, upbraided them severely, and ordered them to go to Hikojima. But since most of the officials were in sympathy with them, they went unpunished. Once they were off Funashima, it was not the officials' responsibility what they did. "Are you sure it's Musashi?" one of them was saying. "It has to be. Is he alone?" "He seems to be. He's got a cloak or something around his shoulders. He probably has on light armor and wants to hide it. Let's go!" Tensely eager for battle, they piled into their boats and lay in readiness. All were armed with swords, but in the bottom of each boat lay a long lance. "Musashi is coming!" The cry was heard around Funashima only moments later. The sound of the waves, the voices of the pines, and the rustling of the bamboo grass blended softly. Since early morning, the little island had had a desolate air, despite the presence of the officials. A white cloud rising from the direction of Nagato grazed past the sun, darkening the tree and bamboo leaves. The cloud passed, and brightness returned. It was a very small island. At the north end was a low hill, covered with pine trees. To the south, the ground was level at a height about half that of the hill until the island dropped off into the shoals. A canopy had been hung between some trees at a considerable distance from the shore. The officials and their attendants waited quietly and inconspicuously, not wishing to give Musashi the impression that they were trying to add to the dignity of the local champion. Now, 2 hours past the appointed time, they were beginning to show their anxiety and resentment. Twice they had sent fast boats out to hurry Musashi on. The lookout from the reef ran up to the officials and said, "It's him! No doubt about it!" "Has he really come?" asked Kakube, rising involuntarily, and by doing so committing a serious breach of etiquette. As an official witness,
He was expected to remain coolly reserved. His excitement was only natural, however, and was shared by others in his party, who also stood up. Realizing his gaffe, Kakube brought himself under control and motioned to the others to sit down again. It was essential that they not allow their personal preference for Gandyu to color their actions or their decision. Kakube glanced toward Gandyu's waiting area. Tatsunosuke had hung a curtain with a gentian crest from several wild peach trees. Next to the curtain was a new wooden bucket with a bamboo-handled ladle. Gandyu, impatient after his long wait, had asked for a drink of water and was now resting in the shade of the curtain. Nagaoka Sado's position was beyond Gandyu's and slightly higher. He was surrounded by guards and attendants, Iori at his side. When the lookout arrived with his news, the boy's face, even his lips, turned pale. Sado was seated in formal fashion, straight and motionless. His helmet shifted slightly to his right, as though he were looking at the sleeve of his kimono. In a low voice, he called Iori's name. "Yes, sir." Iori bowed to the ground before looking up under Sado's helmet. Unable to control his excitement, he was trembling from head to feet. "Iori," said Sado, looking straight into the boy's eyes, "watch everything that happens. Don't miss a single thing. Keep in mind that Musashi has laid his life on the line to teach you what you are about to see." Iori nodded. His eyes sparkled like flames as he fixed his gaze on the reef. The white spray of the waves breaking against it dazzled his eyes. It was about 200 yards away, so it would be impossible for him to see the small movements and the breathing of the fighters. But it was not the technical aspects Sado wanted him to watch. It was the dramatic moment when a samurai enters a life-and-death struggle. This was what would live on in his mind and influence him throughout his life. The waves of grass rose and fell. Greenish insects darted hither and thither. A small, delicate butterfly moved from one blade of grass to another, then was seen no more. "He's nearly here," gasped Iori. Musashi's boat approached the reef slowly. It was almost exactly 10 o'clock. Gandyu stood up and walked unhurriedly down the hillock behind the waiting stations. He bowed to the officials on his right and left, and walked quietly through the grass to the shore. The approach to the island was an inlet of sorts, where waves became wavelets, then mere ripples. Musashi could see the bottom through the clear blue water. "Where should I land?" asked Sasuke, who had tempered his stroke and was scanning the shore with his eyes. "Go straight in." Musashi threw off the quilted coat. The bow advanced at a very restrained pace. Sasuke could not bring himself to stroke with vigor. His arms moved only slightly, exerting little force. The sound of bulbuls was in the air. "Sasuke." "Yes, sir." "It's shallow enough here. There's no need to get too close. You don't want to damage your boat. Besides, it's about time for the tide to turn." Silently, Sasuke fixed his eyes on a tall, thin pine tree, standing alone. Underneath it, the wind was playing with a brilliant red cloak. Sasuke started to point, but realized that Musashi had already seen his opponent. Keeping his eyes on Gandyu, Musashi took a russet hand towel from his obi, folded it in 4 lengthwise, and tied it around his wind-blown hair. Then he shifted his short sword to the front of his obi. Taking off his long sword, he laid it in the bottom of the boat and covered it with a reed mat. In his right hand he held the wooden sword he had made from the broken oar. "This is far enough," he said to Sasuke. Ahead of them was nearly 200 feet of water. Sasuke took a couple of long strokes with the scull. The boat lurched forward and grounded on a shoal, the keel shuddering as it rose. At that moment, Musashi, his hakama hitched high on both sides, jumped lightly into the sea,
landing so lightly he made barely a splash. He strode rapidly toward the waterline, his wooden sword cutting through the spray. 5 steps, 10 steps. Sasuke, abandoning his skull, watched in wonderment, unconscious of where he was, what he was doing. As Ganryu streaked away from the pine like a red streamer, his polished scabbard caught the glint of the sun. Sasuke was reminded of a silver fox tail. "Hurry!" The word flashed through his mind, but Ganryu was already at the water's edge. Sasuke, sure that Musashi was done for, couldn't bear to watch. He fell face down in the boat, chilled and trembling, hiding his face as if he were the one who might at any moment be split in two. "Musashi!" Ganryu planted his feet resolutely in the sand, unwilling to give up an inch. Musashi stopped and stood still, exposed to the water and the wind. A hint of a grin appeared on his face. "Kojiro," he said quietly. There was an unearthly fierceness in his eyes, a force pulling so irresistibly it threatened to draw Kojiro inexorably into peril and destruction. The waves washed his wooden sword. Ganryu's were the eyes that shot fire. A bloodthirsty flame burned in his pupils, like rainbows of fierce intensity, seeking to terrify and debilitate. "Musashi!" No answer. "Musashi!" The sea rumbled ominously in the distance. The tide lapped and murmured at the 2 men's feet. "You're late again, aren't you? Is that your strategy? As far as I'm concerned, it's a cowardly ploy. It's 2 hours past the appointed time. I was here at 8, just as I promised. I've been waiting." Musashi did not reply. "You did this at Ichijoji, and before that, at the Renge-Oin. Your method seems to be to throw your opponent off by deliberately making him wait. That trick will get you nowhere with Ganryu. Now prepare your spirit and come forward bravely, so future generations won't laugh at you. Come ahead and fight, Musashi!" The end of his scabbard rose high behind him as he drew the great drawing pole. With his left hand, he slid the scabbard off and threw it into the water. Waiting just long enough for a wave to strike the reef and retreat, Musashi suddenly said in a quiet voice, "You've lost, Kojiro." "What?" Ganryu was shaken to the core. "The fight's been fought. I say, you've been defeated." "What are you talking about?" "If you were going to win, you wouldn't throw your scabbard away. You've cast away your future, your life." "Words! Nonsense!" "Too bad, Kojiro. Ready to fall? Do you want to get it over with fast?" Come forward, you bastard!" "Haw!" Musashi's cry and the sound of the water rose to a crescendo together. Stepping into the water, the drawing pole positioned high above his head, Ganryu faced Musashi squarely. A line of white foam streaked across the surface as Musashi ran up on shore to Ganryu's left. Ganryu pursued. Musashi's feet left the water and touched the sand at almost the same instant that Ganryu's sword, his whole body, hurtled at him like a flying fish. When Musashi sensed that the drawing pole was coming toward him, his body was still at the end of the motion that had taken him out of the water, leaning slightly forward. He held the wooden sword with both hands, extended out to the right behind him and partially hidden. Satisfied with his position, he half grunted, an almost noiseless sound that wafted before Ganryu's face. The drawing pole had appeared to be on the verge of a downward slice, but it wavered slightly, then stopped. 9 feet away from Musashi, Ganryu changed direction by leaping nimbly to the right. The 2 men stared at each other. Musashi, 2 or 3 paces from the water, had the sea to his back. Ganryu was facing him, his sword held high with both hands. Their lives were totally absorbed in deadly combat, and both were free from conscious thought. The scene of the battle was a perfect vacuum. But in the waiting stations and beyond the sound of the waves, countless people held their breath. Above Gandyu hovered the prayers and the hopes of those who believed in him and wanted him to live. Above Musashi, the prayers and hopes of others. Of Sado and Iori on the island. Of Otsu and Osugi and Gonnosuke on the beach at Shimonoseki. Of Akemi and Matahachi on their hill in Kokura. All their prayers were directed to heaven. Here, hopes, prayers, and the gods were of no assistance, nor was chance. There was only a vacuum, impersonal and perfectly impartial. Is this vacuum, so difficult of achievement by one who has life, the perfect expression of the mind that has risen above thought and transcended ideas? The two men spoke without speaking. Then to each came the unconscious realization of the other. The pores of their bodies stood out like needles directed at the adversary. Muscles, flesh, nails, hair, even eyebrows, all bodily elements that partake of life, were united into a single force against the enemy, defending the living organism of which they were a part. The mind alone was one with the universe, clear and untroubled, like the reflection of the moon in a pond amidst the ragings of a typhoon. To reach this sublime immobility is the supreme achievement. It seemed like eons, but the interval was in fact short, the time required for the waves to come in and recede 6 times. Then a great shout, more than vocal, coming from the depths of being, shattered the instant. It came from Gandyu, and was followed immediately by Musashi's shout. The two cries, like angry waves lashing a rocky shore, sent their spirits skyward. The challenger's sword, raised so high that it seemed to threaten the sun, streaked through the air like a rainbow. Musashi threw his left shoulder forward, drew his right foot back, and shifted his upper body into a position half facing his opponent. His wooden sword, held in both hands, swept through the air at the same moment that the tip of the drying pole came down directly before his nose. The breathing of the two combatants grew louder than the sound of the waves. Now the wooden sword was extended at eye level, the drying pole high above its bearer's head. Gandyu had bounded about 10 paces away, where he had the sea to one side. Though he had not succeeded in injuring Musashi in his first attack, he had put himself in a much better position. Had he remained where he was, with the sun reflecting from the water into his eyes, his vision would soon have faltered, then his spirit, and he would have been at Musashi's mercy. With renewed confidence, Gandyu began inching forward, keeping a sharp eye out for a chink in Musashi's defense, and steeling his own spirit for a decisive move. Musashi did the unexpected. Instead of proceeding slowly and cautiously, he strode boldly toward Gandyu, his sword projecting before him, ready to thrust into Gandyu's eyes. The artlessness of this approach brought Gandyu to a halt. He almost lost sight of Musashi. The wooden sword rose straight in the air. With one great kick, Musashi leapt high and, folding his legs, reduced his 6-foot frame to 4 feet or less. "Yah!" Gandyu's sword screamed through the space above him. The stroke missed, but the tip of the drying pole cut through Musashi's headband, which went flying through the air. Gandyu mistook it for his opponent's head, and a smile flitted briefly across his face. The next instant, his skull broke like gravel under the blow of Musashi's sword. As Gandyu lay where the sand met the grass, his face betrayed no consciousness of defeat. Blood streamed from his mouth, but his lips formed a smile of triumph. "Oh no! Gandyu!" Forgetting himself, Iwama Kakube jumped up, and with him all his retinue, their faces distorted with shock. Then they saw Nagaoka Sado and Iori sitting calmly and sedately on their benches. Shamed, they somehow managed to keep from running forward. They tried to regain a degree of composure, but there was no concealing their grief and disillusion. Some swallowed hard, refusing to believe what they had seen, and their minds went blank. In an instant, the island was as quiet and still as it had ever been. Only the rustle of the pines and the swaying grasses mocked the frailty and impermanence of mankind. Musashi was watching a small cloud in the sky. As he did, his soul returned to his body, and it became possible for him to distinguish between the cloud and himself, between his body and the universe. Sasaki Kojiro Ganryu did not return to the world of the living. Lying face down, he still had a grip on his sword. His tenacity was still visible. There was no sign of anguish on his face, nothing but satisfaction at having fought a good fight, not the faintest shadow of regret. The sight of his own headband lying on the ground sent shivers up and down Musashi's spine. Never in his life, he thought, would he meet another opponent like this. A wave of admiration and respect flowed over him. He was grateful to Kojiro for what the man had given him. In strength, in the will to fight, he ranked higher than Musashi, and it was because of this that Musashi had been able to excel himself. What was it that had enabled Musashi to defeat Kojiro? Skill? The help of the gods? While knowing it was neither of these, Musashi was never able to express a reason in words. Certainly, it was something more important than either strength or godly providence. Kojiro had put his confidence in the sword of strength and skill. Musashi trusted in the sword of the spirit. That was the only difference between them. Silently, Musashi walked the 10 paces to Kojiro and knelt beside him. He put his left hand near Kojiro's nostrils and found there was still a trace of breath. With the right treatment, he may recover, Musashi told himself. And he wanted to believe this, wanted to believe that this most valiant of all adversaries would be spared. But the battle was over. It was time to go. Farewell, he said, to Kojiro, then to the officials on their benches. Having bowed once to the ground, he ran to the reef and jumped into the boat. There was not a drop of blood on his wooden sword. The tiny craft moved out to sea. Who is to say where? There is no record as to whether Ganryu's supporters on Hikojima attempted to take revenge. People do not give up their loves and hates as long as life lasts. Waves of feeling come and go with the passage of time. Throughout Musashi's lifetime, there were those who resented his victory and criticized his conduct on that day. He rushed away, it was said, because he feared reprisal. He was confused. He even neglected to administer the coup de grace. The world is always full of the sound of waves. The little fishes, abandoning themselves to the waves, dance and sing and play. But who knows the heart of the sea, 100 feet down? Who knows its depth? This concludes the reading of Musashi by Eiji Yoshikawa. Copyright 1971 by Fumiko Yoshikawa. Copyright 2012 by Eimei Yoshikawa. This book was read by Brian Nishi. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Kodansha USA, Incorporated, and was produced in 2018 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.